We have BTC sessions. Bitcoin is FU money. You can't stop it. Get yourself some Bitcoin and hold it yourself. Peer-to-peer exchange. You know, people are going to organically come to it and gravitate towards it, especially in the world we're living in now. It's incredible. It's a great tool, and I can't wait to see it proliferate everywhere.
Oh my heart is a pounding for this one. I don't get nervous for these shows, but I am today, mostly because I don't want shit to go wrong. I don't want it to go offline or something. One of those nightmare scenarios where everybody's hyped up and, oh, the feed dropped. Oh, crap. Well, welcome everybody. Merry Christmas. Very excited to have you all. I started a few minutes early because I want to get a few things in before we get things rolling. First off, I have to say a huge thank you to all of the incredible people that have said yes to join me this evening, because this is going to be an epic marathon of biblical proportions. So many awesome Bitcoiners are joining in for this. We have 30-minute panels on various topics throughout the night, and people that, again, I'm just thankful that they're even giving me the time of day, let alone taking time out to join me for this show. So it's going to be absolutely epic. So a few things I just want to say out the gate. Yeah, there's going to be 30-minute rotating panels, incredible guests. I encourage you to follow them all as you see them through the show. Keep that chat buzzing. Lots of comments. Give this a share out. It's going to be going on through the night. I hope you've got your eggnog, and I hope you've got, you know, maybe a Santa hat, fireplace roaring, because it's going to get festive here. Very excited for everything. Of course, this is live, so anything can happen. So I defer to my festive friend Bill here.
We'll do it live.
Okay.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. And thing sucks.
Shout out to the pleb that added the Santa hat for that one. That's epic. So thank you for that. Also, I wanted to let you guys know that throughout the show, we will be doing a ton of giveaways. So there's going to be, if you're on Twitter, and that's the place to be entering these. The details will drop basically once every hour. So you'll see little clips that are pre-recorded telling you what to do in order to enter each one of these things to get the giveaways. It will also let you know where you have to be from to enter, because it depends based on the particular giveaway. So yeah, stick around. One of the bigger ones, as the show goes on, the giveaways get bigger and bigger. So make sure that you check that out. And I guess that's it. Like, subscribe, share, keep those comments coming. Let's get this bad boy running. I am Ben with the BTC Sessions. This is your Christmas session.
Hodl the Bitcoin.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Shout out to sponsors of the show, Start9.com. This is your sovereign computing solution. If you've been watching the show, you'll know that I recently dropped a full tutorial on how to set up and use your Start9 embassy to build your Bitcoin software stack. So this would include things like running a copy of the Bitcoin blockchain or Bitcoin Core so that you can connect external wallets and verify your transactions via your own copy of the Bitcoin blockchain instead of somebody else's, which helps preserve some of your privacy. You can also build things like your own Lightning node on top of this and establish your channels with other peers in the network. You can run things like mempool.space in order to monitor the network for fees and other interesting tidbits of information, and pretty much any other Bitcoin peripheral that you may need to make your Bitcoin experience more self-sovereign. Now, this isn't the only thing that your embassy does. You can host your entire life on this thing. You can host things like your passwords, your photos, your files, anything you can think of. You can get more sovereign and get it out of the hands of corporations and keep it yourself on your own hosted, again, sovereign computing solution. So Start9 is going to be doing a merch giveaway this evening. There will be 3 winners, and the 3 winners will get to choose their favorite Start9 shirt and their favorite Start9 hat and pair them up nicely. So what do you need to do to enter this competition? Well, you're going to need to jump on Twitter, and you're going to need to tweet out, what are you most excited about in the age of sovereign computing? What do you think it unlocks? What are the possibilities? You're going to need to tag myself at BTC Sessions. You're going to need to tag at Start9 Labs, and you're going to need to use the hashtag Start9Xmas. Now, this is only open to people in North America. Again, apologies for anybody outside of North America, but again, shipping, so get out there, get tweeting, give an answer. I will be announcing winners within 24 hours, and we'll get you sorted via Twitter. So we'll see you there.
Hello and welcome to ASIC Life Hacks. I'm your host, Tatum Turnup, also host of Between Two ASICs, hosted by Tatum Turnup. It's not a podcast. Today I'm going to be showing you how to use your ASICs to help with little inconveniences that really just irk you on an everyday basis. Our first one that we're going to be doing is cooking. This was supposed to be a full meal. That was really expensive, and so we're going to scale it down and we're going to do an egg. I don't really have an excuse on why I don't have a cast iron skillet with me. Saifedean, this is for you. Alright, so I'm just going to reach back here and plug it in. Now we just got to let it warm up a little bit, alright? And we're going to keep our skillet right here. We're just going to let this baby preheat for just a second.
6.5 hours later.
Alright, so I have broken the yolk, which is really upsetting, and also none of the proteins have started to denature yet, which is also fairly concerning, and I have egg all over me. What do I do now? This is going terribly. Alright, we're still where we were. Not sure if you can see that. Oh god. We're just gonna let it sit for a little while and see how it goes.
1 eternity later.
Alright, so this is not going as fast as I thought it would be, but I'm still reusing the heat, so we're just gonna... Oh my god.
Later that same evening.
So that took way longer than expected. If you're in a crunch and you were waiting on this tutorial to cook your Christmas dinner, just go to the nearest restaurant that's still open and get carry out. Really sorry about that, but stay tuned. We have more applications coming soon that are a little more practical, so really sorry about that.
Awesome. I love it. Very excited to learn more about those ASIC life hacks. But let's get the show rolling. This panel coming in right now, we're going to be chatting about the self-custody renaissance that we're witnessing right now. So I'm going to bring in these gentlemen right now. We've got NVK, we've got Stephan Livera, we've got Max from HodlHodl. Gentlemen, welcome. How are you guys?
Good. Hey, doing well.
Awesome. I am glad to have you all.
Hey,
I'm going to give us a little preamble, and we're just going to dive right into this. So, I mean, I wanted to chat about the self-custody renaissance because we've seen a lot of stuff happen this year, right? We had Terra Luna, we had 3AC, we had Celsius, we saw FTX, BlockFi, just all of these implosions. But these types of implosions, while not entirely similar to previous ones, it's the same old story. Fake Bitcoin, right? We saw, Mt. Gox, Quadriga, Bitcoin that wasn't there that people thought they had. You also see things even after these implosions, like CZ from Binance saying that 99% of people are safer on an exchange. But some are not taking his advice. And we know that because we see historic exchange outflows, historic highs of that. And so I want to chat about self-custody, kind of where we're at, where we're going, where you think we'll be in the future. So I'm gonna start with just a basic question, open to whoever wants to jump in. Is the self-custody narrative winning?
I mean, after the FTX debacle, like you had mainstream media saying not your keys, not your coins. So, you could say that we definitely had an upgrading narrative. I wouldn't say it's winning per se, but I think the people who are prepared to win are definitely more likely to get that going.
Yeah. I mean, I'll add in here that, of course, many of us who are longtime Bitcoiners, we have been saying this for a very, very long time, but sometimes it just falls on blind, it just falls on deaf ears, right? Like you say it, and really what happens is people have to kind of learn the hard way. And in some cases, they have to learn the hard way multiple times. And I think what I notice is that a lot of people are scared because they think they're going to make a mistake, when really the way you have to really look at this is to understand you're just going to make mistakes when you learn this thing. Like, that's just how everyone gets started. That's just how you do this thing. So, like, on one hand, you could say, look how many people think they hold some Bitcoin. It could literally be 100 million or 200 million people, when actually the number of non-custodial users, there are estimates from Glassnode and things like this who may have estimated that number around 31 million. So if you look at it from that point of view, we're behind and we're trying to win this thing. Of course, now's the time to learn. Now's the time to actually, for a lot of people who are going to learn that lesson the hard way, unfortunately. But, the technology is getting better, and it's personal responsibility. People just have to learn to take that.
It's getting a lot easier.
Oh, yeah.
And I think the confusion is also going away, because I think, if you go back just like, even sort of like a year or two ago, you still had, like even Bitcoiners making life too difficult for people coming in, sort of like saying that, you need 50 CDs and laptops from Walmart and, like you need to do this, you need to do that, and you need to wear, Faraday cage underwear to do it. And, that is true. I mean, if you want to, if you're going to hold, $100 million worth of Bitcoin, but like, most people are sort of just trying to get, a little bit off the exchanges, test it out. So there is plenty of ways of doing that that are like sane, reasonable. There's good education. I mean, you run like some good courses and you have all this videos that you make. So I think the scare of self-custody is kind of going away.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a huge barrier. So like, it's a thing at a time. It's very early, still very early. I don't think we have more than 1 million Bitcoiners in the world still.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get there.
I want to tag onto something you said, and I'm gonna toss it over to Max here. I'm gonna ask. So you said that the fear of self-custody is going away, and to a degree, I would agree, because it is getting easier. But I think more so, and I'm going to see if Max agrees with me, is that the fear of losing it on an exchange that implodes is becoming greater than the fear of learning self-custody. So I'm wondering if Max wants to tag in here. What do you think is the driving factor for people's decisions on self-custody or not?
Well, hi guys. Sorry, I dropped off. But anyway, I changed my setup to mobile phone. So yeah. Anyway, I think that the fear of self-custody. I will start with the fear of self-custody, because as Rodolfo mentioned, many people previously, they was afraid to do the self-custody. They thought like, I'm gonna keep my coins on exchange, on a lending platform, whatever, and everything will be fine, easier. They're professionals, I will trust them. So now it's getting shifted. And another thing is that people are actually afraid of leaving the coins on exchange. And one thing, an important thing, I think, which helps them to acknowledge that there's no reason for you actually to keep your Bitcoin on exchange, even if you trade or lend or borrow. Is that there are plenty of non-custodial solutions that will allow you to do self-custody, plus you will be able to trade, you will be able to borrow, you will be able to lend, you will be able to do whatever you want. So it's getting easier to self-custody, not only because the solutions are there, but it's also because you can now hold your own keys, and you can trade with that, and you can borrow, and you can lend, and you can do whatever you want. But the shift is happening that people are moving coins from centralized exchanges, and they're actually starting to explore more and more different trading platforms that actually doesn't hold their coins, like BISC, or if I might mention HodlHodl. So we see that there's a growing numbers of trades, volumes, and non-custodial solutions are actually getting on track across the board. So yeah, something is happening, and definitely there's a positive shift, specifically for people who understand the importance of self-custody.
Yeah. I want to, so, I mean, just in my experience, even over the past, like since early November, when shit really hit the fan for the umpteenth time this year, but like it was much more public this time, I've had calls left, right, and center of people saying it's time. Like I want to self-custody for the first time. And they sit down with me for an hour and they say, I've watched videos, but all I need is just that hand holding the first time through, just that nod of, yes, you're doing the right thing. Like Rodolfo will smile at this, but earlier this week, I had a session with a dude who's probably, I don't know, like 30 or so, and his mom, who's like 60 something. And I set them both up on a cold card, and by the end of it, she was air gapping transactions like a badass. Nice. and she got it. Like the only explanation that was necessary, as I was showing them how to actually air gap transactions, she's like, so what are we doing here with this back and forth? And all I said was, oh, you're just getting your cold card to sign the transaction, almost like when you sign a transaction for your credit card. So you're basically just saying, sign this, and then you're giving it back to the computer and saying, there, yeah, it's okay to move.
I find that the biggest hurdle really is for people to experiment and try. I think that's like a huge part that got lost in Bitcoin in the last few years, because people are interested in the price, people are interested in whatever sort of like shiny new technology there is, but a lot of people don't take a little bit of Bitcoin that they bought off the exchange and just experiment with it. Just the hacker mentality, right? Like send it to the device, play around, lose a little bit maybe of coin, like doing something stupid, right? But through experimentation and through play, you lose a lot of the fear, right? I mean, and as that fear sort of like diminishes, you see yourself making some pretty big transactions, without really batting an eye. It's like, just send it. So yeah, it's just nice to see that sort of coming back, and I think that people were already forgetting Mt. Gox, right? Like a lot of people were not around for it. So it was a very foreign to people. Oh, what do you mean exchanges collapse? I mean, if you've been around for long enough, you've seen like plenty of them disappear.
Every cycle.
Remember Big Fur? Like there's been a lot of exchange collapses.
Yeah. Stefan, have you seen you've been doing like self-custody kind of workshops and stuff like that. Like, have you seen an influx of people in those?
So for example, with Ministry of Nodes, I'm not as close to that, but I have been doing nowadays because Katan's handling a lot of that stuff. But yeah, even with Swan, we've been seeing this kind of thing. We've seen a lot of interest in that. So for example, I've been running some webinars for Swan to teach total newbies, right? They've literally never done an on-chain transaction before in their lives. And so we were doing webinars there. We were getting record numbers of sign up in terms of registration for this, just a free webinar, right? Teaching people just the basics, right? How do you set up a phone wallet? And then, next in the next month or so, then we'll do the 201 version where you learn how to do a hardware device, right, like a cold card. I think the point you guys were making earlier is very right. There's a cycle, there's a life cycle to this. So a lot of people come in, and because they weren't around in the days of Mount Gox or in that, let's say, the Quadriga cycle, right? Like, or the time Quadriga went down, that was, I think, the 2017-18 cycle, right? Or maybe it was like 18-19 in that sort of bear cycle. So isn't it interesting as well? Like Caitlin Long was pointing this out earlier, that every cycle has its little story, right? Mount Gox in 2013-14, Quadriga in the bear cycle of 18-19, and now we're in this cycle with FTX going down and all of these other people going down. You know, it's sad in a way, but it's also an opportunity, right? Like, this is a reminder for people, the people who were previously chasing yield. Now they sort of wake up and take that wake up call and, okay, now I need to learn. How do I get a phone wallet? How do I get a hardware? How do I think about, in the future, as I get more advanced personally, is it time for multi-signature, right? These are conversations people have. People have to have that exploration. So, it's a life cycle. But yeah, to answer your question, yes, we are seeing more interest in terms of self-custody.
I mean, it's the price of tuition, right? Like, everybody has their own price of tuition that they hit, and how conscientious they are about what they're doing based on the amount of money that they're dealing with. And so, yeah, we see it. And these tuition checks keep getting larger every cycle because there's more people, right? There's more people, and maybe some individuals just get cocky with, and as the size of institutions that are involved grows, yeah, we're going to see, plenty of money is going to go to the university degree of holding your own Bitcoin. So we'll see more of it for sure. I wanted to posit a question to everybody. Where are we lacking right now? What is there to improve upon to help more people kind of, beat down this path and make it more accessible for others?
One pathway I find interesting is maybe some of this mini-script stuff, right? Like this idea that you could start, like in the future, we don't know exactly. It's early days, right? But you could imagine in a Taproot world, people have special kinds of multi-sig, right? Like maybe they have a standard multi-sig is their 2 of 3 with the right backup, and maybe it's got somebody else who has another key as and it degrades down. Like as an example, maybe it starts with 3 of 5, and over a few years it degrades down to 2 of 3 or 1 of 5, 1 of 3, that kind of thing. So there's a few ideas. I think I'm excited to see what's coming with stuff like, things like Nunchuck and Keeper and things like this, where, we're kind of doing more of an NFC style, and maybe that's going to help people, like if they get their tap signer, the tap signer card, and they do that first, they get started with that, and then maybe that's an easy way to go. Maybe that's a possible future direction, that you can start with a tap signer and then move up to, the cold card or other kinds of devices.
Yeah.
I
feel like
it's,
you go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, no, it's nice to have a lot of options, right? That are not all pretty much the same, just a different vendor. It's nice to have like different sets of trade-offs, like different kinds of devices offering like, very, very different experience, different kinds of security, because, like people have a lot of different needs, and people live in different places, and people have like even different setups themselves, right? So, you want your pocket money in Lightning, you want maybe a little bit more money, for you to travel, but you don't want the keys on the phone, so you use the tap signer. But you don't want to carry like a cold card with you to your trip, right? Like, so it's nice to have all these things, and maybe you need to mix, right? Like you want your tap signer with a cold card on Nunchuck or something like that. Maybe you're using, you're co-signing with other people and they want to use Sparrow to do their part of the co-signing, right? So I think just like expanding the options with like true difference, it's sort of like it's going to help a lot in the coming years ahead. I think, especially like even starting like next year, I think a lot of this different solutions will sort of start to make sense to people that the older solutions didn't make sense to them.
Yeah. Max, I want to ask your opinion. Like what types of demographics in terms of, I guess, types of hodlers and versus solutions? Like, would you assign like, how would you break it down in terms of like, well, this person might use a solution like this? How do you see the separation between some of those use cases and individuals and what they might use?
The problem with demographics that as we offer, like if you ask me from my point of view and my experience, we offer anonymous trades and anonymous lending and borrowing. We don't know who our customers are, so I'm not sure I will be able to answer you the question about demographics. I don't know. Maybe there's a like 80 years old grandma, trading on HodlHodl at the moment, or like 18 years old boy trading on HodlHodl. Who knows? Mm-hmm. Like that's the beauty of Bitcoin, allows us to do that. But if I might answer your previous question or add some comments, I'm not going to be original, but I think that the huge thing that we need to improve is definitely in terms of UI UX, like simpler noob type of things. That's what we are trying to improve. Even building non-custodial solutions, which is really hard to build, and technically these things are sophisticated. And another thing is that not only getting the variety of different wallets there, like mobile wallets, hardware wallets. Of course, the more wallets, the better. Multi-sig wallets, one-sig wallets, whatever. But also getting the variety of different non-custodial platforms, products, so that you can always understand that there's no reason for you to store your Bitcoins on any certain exchange, to trade or to borrow or to earn yield, although I'm not a fan of the last one. But anyway, we get the variety of wallets, we get the variety of non-custodial solutions that will allow you to hold your keys, or they will trade with you directly. Like they will send Bitcoins directly to your wallet, not keeping them if you buy from them, for example. Mm-hmm. And we will get more and more people, because now, like if you will check the breakdown of exchange customers, like 70 or 80% people use exchange wallets because they need to trade and they want to buy and they want to sell, they want to earn yield, they want to, there's only like 20-30% of people who are just using the exchange to store their Bitcoins. And actually the amount of these people are decreasing. So we need to offer alternative solutions, how to trade with Bitcoin in non-custodial fashion, how to do many financial operations, and then we will see that the amount of people will start to grow.
Yeah. I think you're spot on, especially with UX UI. What my hope is that through the bull market, a number of companies and people that are designing, various products and wallets and everything, that designers have been hired with some of the influx of the money that we've seen, and that those products are going to start to roll out throughout the cycle. And I think, I've definitely seen it in my interactions with various wallets and just in general, the ease of getting a newcomer to try something out and understand what they're doing is much smoother than it used to be. But yeah, there's always room for improvement, and like easy UI UX in the eyes of a Bitcoiner it's entirely different from your normie friends, because they're used to the easy UX UI of like their day-to-day applications that they have on their phone that are, tap here to do this one thing. And like, not having to copy and paste information, write things down. There's a lot of steps that, yes, are kind of necessary in self-sovereignty, but I think we can definitely streamline things, make it seem friendlier, more accessible, while still being secure in it. And I think that's happening. But it's a longer road than we want it to be, I will say.
Yeah, it's true.
When you look at like wallets, some of the Lightning wallets, like Breeze, Phoenix, Moon, we're pretty much there. Like you open the thing, it just works. I mean, there's nothing to do. It doesn't even ask you to do the backup until you actually put money in it, right?
Yeah.
So, is it great for real money? Of course not. But like, for you to start, or for somebody that doesn't have more than $100 worth of Bitcoin anyways, like, who cares, right? I mean, that person would have lost a Bitcoin or that dollar bill regardless. So, I think we're there. Like, it's just, they even, all of them now back up to the iCloud, and is there a lot of privacy trade-offs that could happen in all this? Yes, right. But you can't have it all, right? And I think, like, what's really cool is that, like, you talk to the people. I just had a panel with Breeze Phoenix guys, and these guys care about people's privacy, about people's security. So, even though they will make some trade-offs and some compromises, like, the heart is in the right place, and they'll keep on improving to try to make that with less compromises, right? This is what's so nice, at least, like, about stuff now. So yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought up those wallets in particular, because I mean, obviously kind of different models in each one, but you're right. Like, out the box, you can download any of those, pretty much boot it up, and you're good to go. And when it is time to back it up in some way, the options are quite simple. And it varies from, like, again, cloud backup or email backup to you actually can write down a seed phrase in some instances. So it is getting easy. And of course, there's going to be trade-offs, right? Like, for those people that are like, I don't want any cloud anything, and I'm not going to do that. Well, that's fine. But you just know that that entails additional, steps in order to properly secure things. And that's kind of, Bitcoiners are used to dealing with compromise. We've spent years and years compromising, making, well, we can't do the following things yet because we don't want to sacrifice the integrity of the base chain. And then we've finally, are able to now build on top because we were uncompromising in that. So I think solutions will come forth, and even the ones that do come forth that are super easy, I think you'll gradually have less and less to compromise with in using them. So yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to add further to what I've just said there, but
maybe one point I'd just comment. It seems interesting to me that obviously we have our world where we're kind of constantly pushing self-custody and all that. I think there's a whole world out there of people who are, let's say, peer-to-peer traders or things like this, where some of them just, to them, it's almost foreign, right? If you talk, like, they might be a peer-to-peer trader person who's using Binance like it's the banking app, and so they'll say, "Oh, pay me into the Binance," and, like, in a way, that's actually what we're trying to fix, right? We're trying to get more people to actually understand why they need to, like, okay, even if you're using a custodial exchange just for the actual trades part, of course, it'd be great if they could use, HodlHodl and not, non-custodial exchanges. But they I think it's getting them to make that jump, like, to even start to understand why to not, to actually start using the non-custodial technology instead, right? And I think that's maybe the big hurdle that we have to sort of part of that is technology and innovation and and some of that's education, and part of that is just people learning their lesson the hard way. So yeah, it's kind of a mix of all of those things, isn't it?
Yeah. So I'm going to leave a final question. We've got about 5 minutes before this panel wraps. So my final question here, and we can kind of take this where we see fit, but do we get to a point where self-custody is normal, or, like, at least pretty widespread? Or do you think that inherently just the fact that people always want the easiest possible option, is it always going to be, like, a lot, more than 50% of people have their funds with a custodian at all times? Or are there enough implosions? Are there enough tuition bills where it becomes ubiquitous that, more or less, if you're a Bitcoiner, you're probably going to be holding keys, or, like, at least, the majority of people?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think Bitcoin is available to everyone. It's not for everyone. like, you know, everybody, you know, it's a personal responsibility thing, and we know that humans, personal responsibility is not evenly distributed. So I think the majority of people will not self custody, but I think we're gonna have enough scares that anybody who is willing to or was on the fence will, and that's already a huge win. That's already that's not possible with fiat, right? You can't take a bag with your $100,000 in savings off the bank and just keep it at home, but you can with Bitcoin. So I think the win is the fact that whoever wants to can, and all the people that we can help or drag them kicking and screaming will. And I think in this process we also make custodians better, right? Like we're gonna force them to be better and do better, because Bitcoin is gonna keep them a bit more honest too. So yeah, it's not maybe what some people want to hear, but I think it's it's the truth.
Reality check, hey.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, but you're right. Like, I think, you know, we get many more people self-custodying, which you want. You get actual consequences for anybody who decides to play fiat games with people's Bitcoin if they are custodial. And then I think we also get more options where, again, like HodlHodl and other peer-to-peer exchange options, we get more of those kind of proliferating for those that have seen history, and that becomes a more normal thing of, oh, I'm gonna purchase a Bitcoin peer-to-peer through somebody that, you know, that you know, I'm not ever leaving custody anywhere. So I think all in all, it's a positive, but you know, we got a little ways to go. Maybe, Max, do you have any final thoughts here? And then I'll ask Stefan for any final thoughts as well.
Yeah, I agree with Rodolfo that I honestly, I do believe that majority of people will still use custodians. The question is, what will be the amount of majority? If there will be 1 billion people using Bitcoin in, let's say, 5 years from now, and majority, let's say 60% will use exchanges, and we will have 400 million people doing the self-custody thing, for me, that's more than enough, you know. And again, agree with Rodolfo. Our main goal here is to provide solutions, you know, show the path. If the person is dumb, nothing will change him, nothing will help him, you know. You will get burned with Celsius, with FTX, you will get burned with another mumbo jumbo that will pop up in 3 years, whatever. Like, it's just a vicious circle that will never end with stupid people, you know. Unfortunately, that's how it goes. I'm not a dreamer in that sense. I'm a more realistic person. So yeah, these are my final thoughts.
Awesome. Stefan, I'm going to toss it to you. And with your final thoughts, maybe give people a call to action if they haven't taken self-custody yet.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so look, I think I agree with NVK and Max. Probably the best we can hope for, realistically, is let's say a large minority, right? We may be able to get something like 40% who really know and understand self-custody, or at least know how to take the first steps. Just the nature of the way the businesses in the space work, it's kind of like that. But at least if you can be onboarding people and responsibly trying to encourage them to self-custody, and I think if there are enough of a, let's call it a large minority who hold them honest, right, and start doing bank runs, basically, community bank runs is the way in Bitcoin. Not your keys, not your coins. And so I think the lesson, I think the parable or the moral of the story for people is to just take the lesson, if you can, learn from other people's mistakes. Learn from Mt. Gox, learn from Quadriga, learn from FTX, learn not to sort of chase irresponsible yield products, and just do an on-chain transaction, right? Start that process. I think most people get scared, or they do what I call analysis paralysis, right? They're sort of assessing the options, and then they just, because they're so worried, they just never start. I think the main thing is to just kind of put that to the side, just take a start, get started, and slowly advance your way up. I understand that for a lot of people, that it never enters their mind, right? Because they're stuck in this kind of fiat banking mindset where it's all in the app and I never have to think about it. But over time, if you haven't been canceled yet, you will be. So give it time. People will get canceled, and then you will have to learn. You'll get forced to learn. So pain will be the teacher, sadly. But at the same time, there's an opportunity out there for something new and better with a Bitcoin financial system. So let's look forward to that at least.
I love it. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to say a big thank you to all of you, NVK, Max, Stefan. Appreciate all you guys. Thank you for taking the time out to chat this evening. Anybody watching, if you're not following, what are you doing? Follow all of them. But yeah, I appreciate all your time. Have a great Christmas, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Take care.
Right.
Merry Christmas.
See you guys later.
Cheers.
All right, everybody. How was that? First one out of the park. Max from HodlHodl, NVK with CoinKite, Stephan Livera working over at Swan. Yeah, self-custody. It's important. If you have not already taken self-custody, this is your call to action. Go do it. If you haven't tried it, a wallet, download Moon Wallet, download Blue Wallet, something on your phone, really simple. Try it out. Take your first $50 off the exchange. Just learn how to do it. Do a single transaction. Try sending it back and forth. That's all you need to do. There's your first step. Your first step towards self-sovereignty. And that's our next panel, where I'm going to bring in the gentleman right now. We've got three of them. We've got Matt, we've got Seedsigner, and we've got John. Oh, damn, John, you are so festive. Everybody, look at your backgrounds. It's like log cabins and Christmas trees and Christmas Santa hats and everything. Damn, you guys have upped the ante. Every panel from now on, you've got a challenge. So, gentlemen, thank you for being here. I appreciate all your time. I'm going to give a quick intro and we'll just dive right into it. Matt Hill is over at Start9 Labs. Chatted about them at the top of the show, but if you haven't checked out Start9, check them out. John, welcome from Futurebit, home mining made accessible. Stoked to have you, and of course Seedsigner, dude. What you and the team are building is fantastic. And again, great resources for all Bitcoiners. So if you guys are unfamiliar that are watching, then go give them all a follow. But I'm going to give a little preamble and we'll dive right into it. I'm going to throw questions at you guys. So this panel is on building your own self-sovereignty stack. And so the idea of sovereignty, it's the authority to self-govern. And, a short AKA, don't tell me what to do. So any Bitcoiner has already taken the first step to choosing their money. Don't tell me which money to use. Now this panel consists of people dealing with things like key management, node infrastructure, mining, even general data hosting. And so I'm going to open it up to you guys in terms of, I guess we'll focus first on kind of the Bitcoiner. Where does the road to self-sovereignty start? What are those first steps down the road of self-sovereignty when it comes to Bitcoin? Anybody who wants to jump in?
I'll jump in on that one. I think how you arrange the panels is great, because I think the first step is, the first panel, right? It's taking your money and Bitcoin off exchanges. And obviously the events in the last couple of months have taught a lot of people a painful lesson of that. So now I think it's a good place where we're at, where people are starting to understand the full ecosystem of Bitcoin and what it is. That's just the first step, right? And it's there's a big rabbit hole that we go down after that. So people are starting to understand that Bitcoin is more than just the Bitcoin itself and exchanges. It's a whole protocol and ecosystem. And I think people are starting to understand that protocol and that whole ecosystem. And people are starting to see that there's solutions out there where you can run this whole ecosystem in your house, which most people never realized. So obviously that's what almost everybody here is doing. That's what Futurebit's doing. We're building devices where you can take it out of the box and you have Bitcoin, and not just Bitcoin, but the whole ecosystem in the box, ready to go, and easy to run. So I think that's the next step in this journey.
That's awesome. I want to toss it to Seedsigner here, because you kind of heard John say, that first step is, self-custody, and you've been kind of focusing on taking that to the extreme of not just self-custody, but like secure, key creation offline through your own your own parts source. So maybe you want to speak to this a little bit too.
We're taking self-sovereignty to the pathological level. So I've heard. I would say, as far as self-sovereignty goes, even before you take that first step, I'd also add that it starts like in your heart, and it starts with, as you know, a lot of us have heard people say, Bitcoin changes you. And so as you start to learn more about Bitcoin, because you have to do that homework, you have to do that research, you have to put in the time if you're really going to invest your hard-earned time and money into Bitcoin. Like, you don't get there unless you do the work. And as you do that work, I think it changes you on the inside, and it makes you question a lot of the dependencies that you have on the fiat world. And yeah, and again, as you alluded, the first step is just getting those coins out of an exchange, out of custodial custody. It's a little repetitive, but yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this. I think the ethos of Bitcoin begins in your heart. You have to hold your own keys, but then I love what these guys are doing in terms of taking other parts of your online persona into your own hands, like your data hosting, your interaction with the Bitcoin network, your ability to earn KYC-free sats. Like, there's so many different directions you can go in terms of taking ownership of how you interact with the financial world around you. And I love what these other guys are doing too.
Yeah, that's a perfect lob over to Matt then. Matt, I'm going to queue you up with a question. And I'm sure you can speak to this because this is kind of like your mission, but why do this? Why worry about all of these steps that we're discussing of taking self-sovereignty over, yes, your Bitcoin stack and everything, but your data? Why is this important? What are the consequences if you do not?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's a good question because we ended up where we are today because people couldn't answer that. Society at large could not answer that. And so we would continually choose, conveniences and security over, freedom. And then one day you wake up and find yourself without any of them because without freedom, the rest are gone. And so, ultimately, everyone has to make that decision for themselves at a time when it becomes clear to them what the trade-offs are. And unfortunately, we have very short memories as individuals and as societies. And so it sort of is bound to deteriorate. And one by one, people will become affected by these, gradually worsening circumstances until they wake up one day and say, okay, what can I do about it? Or even, what is it? That's usually the first question, is what is the problem? And then once somebody understands the problem, they start looking for solutions. And it's our job to be ready for them with the solutions. Also to be ready for them with the education around the nature of the problem and the existence of the solutions. But at Start9, mostly we focus on building the tools that individuals and families will need when they personally have decided enough is enough, and they're ready to at least take a stance and at most fight back.
Yeah, I like that, and again, the kind of road we're going down right now in terms of personal freedom and kind of protecting your wealth, but also your data. I'd encourage anybody watching right now to take a moment and think to yourself, what digital things am I relying on other people for? And this could be anything, right? It could be your passwords. It could be, all of your photos and things like that. It could be, again, the keys to your money, or it could be, I'm still sitting large amounts of my wealth in fiat bank accounts on the regular. And then think to yourself, all of those things can rug you at any time. Basically say, well, not yours. It never was. How difficult would that make your life? Because I had this moment earlier in the year, right? We had Canada basically say, hey, if you're supportive of this thing, goodbye bank account. And I mean, I'm lucky in that I was living on Bitcoin at the point, not that I didn't have bank accounts, but I still had that moment of being like, how much of a pain in the ass is this going to be? And the answer was still significant, but I at least had the thought process of, okay, but I can make it work. This will be a pain, but I still have access to my money. I will be able to use it. I will be able to make ends meet. And in the long run, it doesn't affect me if they shut down my bank accounts fully, right? But again, apply this to your data as a whole, and apply this again to your money, and you see how quickly things can change. And you know, we've talked a lot about how quickly kind of the geopolitical landscape is changing, and how easy it is in, again, a G7 nation here for them to just say, bank accounts, not for you.
If I could jump in there, like it's not just what can they take from you, but what of yours can they use against you? So a lot of people know about my background, having been a law enforcement officer for 15 years as someone who had access to privileged information, subpoena power, and information that was obtained by search warrants and government inquiries and such. And after I had completed my law enforcement career and stepped away, I read Glenn Greenwald's book on the Snowden disclosures. And even for me, as someone who had access to privileged government information, it was eye-popping the amount of data that these huge government data centers have access to. And that is a function of us, storing our messages in the cloud, storing our documents in the cloud, all of those kinds of things that we have come to rely on day to day. Like, the cloud really is just someone else's computer. And so, I just want to throw that out there. Like, it's a function of, you come back to Ayn Rand, and, innocent men are difficult to rule. So you have to create enough rules such that there are no innocent men. And, with what you're discussing about what happened in Canada and how, people's bank accounts were being frozen, seized, and such, like, I have real concerns based on, the Snowden disclosures and the overall trend that is kind of our, we see it with Twitter and Twitter's collaboration historically with intelligence agencies and the FBI and law enforcement agencies. I'll let these other guys jump in, but it's a problematic trend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's actually a good segue into what we're doing and my thoughts, especially in the mining space. It's definitely interesting to see how many people really put trust in centralized entities, especially to run the Bitcoin ecosystem. So mining right now is centralized in these huge corporate, centrally controlled, publicly traded companies, you see this whole other segment of people trusting in the government and wanting the government militarily involved in mining Bitcoin, let's say. I don't want to be a downer on the Christmas special, but I think the next discussion, the first issue was self-custody. I think the next problem in the next bull market is going to be this issue around censorship of transactions. And that's going to involve around the mining space. And why that's going to happen is because there's so many centralized entities controlling and being able to censor your transactions. Not many people know, but over 80% of the Bitcoin hash rate is controlled by a couple dozen entities. The governments could easily go to these guys and be like, listen, you're either censoring these transactions or we're shutting down your mine. And guess what they're going to take, being a publicly traded company. So that's why my mission and why I founded Futurebit was to make sure we can combat this. We need to make sure there needs to be a majority hash rate controlled by the people. 51% of the hash rate has to be controlled by individuals that are not censorable. And that can only happen if people understand the importance of mining and making sure that they're mining at home. Where the government can't go after 1 million or multi-million people. They can usually go after a couple dozen centralized entities, but they're not going to go after 10 million people. And I think that's an important narrative for people to understand. It's important that you're taking Bitcoin off exchanges and you're holding it, but that Bitcoin is run by these miners, and if you're not participating in the whole ecosystem, and then that's what we built at Futurebit, you're not participating enough. You really have to go all the way in.
Okay, let's be adversarial here and walk through a scenario. I want to go down the road of like nightmare scenarios where Bitcoin is attacked on every front. And so you were just discussing mining. Let's kind of tug on that thread a little bit. Let's say that governments go to these, and you know, there's some are like obviously geographically dispersed, but let's say there's a nightmare scenario where somehow like a number of governments where the majority of this hash are located manage to actually agree on something for once and crack down and say, okay, you've got to be censoring transactions, the following transactions, you got to always look for this, and then you push those out. You don't mind blocks with these types of transactions in them. What is the dynamic that plays out if we at least have a good chunk of the hash, you know, which is your stated goal, is home miners that can point to perhaps pools that won't enforce this? Like, we then have basically fees for transactions that are not given the green check mark by governments. Those fees go up, and thus incentivizing people to mine on pools that will accept those transactions. How do you see that playing out?
Yeah, I mean, it's not really, it's more of, you know, who is putting these blocks together. That's what matters at the end of the day for Bitcoin mining. So if there's enough people involved where, you know, especially through Stratum V2, it's a new protocol coming out where people will able to choose their own transactions and push to the pool itself. So the pools won't be the entities doing the transaction processing. That's once there's at least a few pools and a few blocks, that's a win, right? Because people can just point their nodes to those pools and they'll know 100% their transactions will be included no matter what a government is saying, right? So that's the minimum solution. And then, you know, past that, there's, you know, the 51% attack vector in mining, where, you know, those miners could collude and change the protocol. If you have 51%, that's almost impossible to do. But obviously there's many defense vectors from the node side. You know, there's plenty of ways to defend against this, but the number one thing is definitely being able to process transactions in pools that won't be participating in this.
Awesome. All right. Well, okay. So we kind of chatted about the mining. Then I'm going to lob this to Seedsigner. Maybe again, you've been focusing on kind of like the individual being able to secure their coins, and transact and build out hardware without anybody even knowing you have hardware. Maybe lay out the nightmare scenario that what you're building is hopefully hedging against.
There are a few different ways I think that nightmare scenario could go. One thing I worry about just by virtue of my background is someone like, hypothetically, let's say Vladimir Putin has a backdoor on a popular hardware wallet that a lot of people own, but it's a zero-day attack that, say it's against Ledger. And this is an unknown vulnerability in their tech stack and will allow somebody who has their hardware in hand basically to be able to extract a private key and obtain the funds that the wallet is supposed to be protecting. Now, historically with Ledger, I mean, there is a historic list of customers, but hypothetically, I don't think somebody like Mr. Putin is going to hesitate to go knocking on doors throughout Russia, wherever he has a hunch that somebody is holding a ledger that if they can get their hands on that device, they can extract keys and get money out of it. That's one kind of potential nightmare scenario. Another potential nightmare scenario is just hardware wallets not being available. It's not even an issue of them not being compromised, but it's just like if in some parts of the world, if you want to buy a hardware wallet, like you're either going to order it through the mail and risk alerting the authorities to your interest in owning Bitcoin or owning a hardware wallet, or you're going to have to purchase it through a black market source, and who wants to buy a critical security device through kind of a unknown sourcing option? So those are a couple of the options. What I hate to think about is Bitcoin being still legal, but somewhat neutered in such a way that it can only be held on centralized platforms or government approved platforms or custodial platforms that are regulated and strip out a lot of the core benefits of Bitcoin, like the permissionless of being able to send the money whenever, wherever you want, to whoever you want, and how much. There's no, there are no transaction limits on Bitcoin. There's no $600 limit that you have to be under to have a little more privacy. So it's a difficult question because there are so many different ways that this could go wrong, and we're just kind of trying to keep an option out there in case. There's a lot of different governments around the world. So for people who may have been born, in a place where things go south, we try to keep an option in play for them.
Yeah. I like that. I'm going to flip it on its head. I'm going to toss it to Matt, and Matt, I'm going to ask you to, in an ideal world, outline what again, this is like us. If we could paint a picture of what we'd like the world to be, paint a picture of your average self-sovereign individual for me. What does their stack look like? Like in general, what are they doing?
Man, this is like what I dream about and don't talk about very often because it's too delicate and fragile. But all right, so what I would like to see and what we're trying to build is a future such that individuals and their computers, and by computers, I mean any piece of hardware that is, performing computation and connecting on a network with other computers. This would include robots, devices that are internet connected. So our end game vision of the future is a world where individuals and families are utilizing their computers and their robots in such a way that there are no trusted third parties involved in the transaction. So, as a vision, I should be able to go anywhere in the world, pull out a device that is mine and all mine and doesn't plug into any, mothership clouds or anything like that, and remotely control an entire fleet of servers and robots. I should be able to watch live video footage of my home from the other side of the world. I should be able to have, a drone circling my property and a little vacuum cleaner that runs around and makes jokes. And I should be able to control all of these fully myself, with no subscriptions, no data porting back to the mothership, such that we have a future of, you will own everything and be sovereign, rather than you will own nothing and be happy. And that's possible. We know that this is possible. It is possible to connect computers on a network and remotely control them. Unfortunately, what has happened over the past couple of decades is the infrastructure that makes that possible is entirely hierarchical and centralized. But it can be done in a decentralized manner, and we know how to do that, and we're one of the few teams working on that.
I love that. So what I want to ask then, and I'm gonna put it to each panel member before we wrap here. We got about 5 minutes, so what I'm gonna say is, what is your first step for people watching that maybe they haven't really gone the self-sovereignty route? So I'm going to get each of you to maybe say, just give an actionable, like an action item for somebody to take that first step of, whether it be with their data, whether it be with their Bitcoin, whether it be learning something new. What one thing do you think somebody should do as soon as they get off watching this stream tonight? So I'm gonna go around. Matt, you just had the mic, so I'll give it to you first, and then we'll go John and then Seedsigner. So Matt, I'll give it to you. Oh, and I think you're muted.
Okay. Hey, sorry. I lost audio there for a minute.
Oh, sorry.
The essence of the question. I heard the beginning and I heard the very end, and then I missed the middle.
All good. So I'm just giving you a quick challenge before we wrap. Give the people watching an action item, their first step towards self-sovereignty, something that they can do after they finish the stream.
Sure. Well, the first panel is the first step, I think, as was mentioned earlier, which is, take control of your private keys, especially if those private keys are encumbering money, Bitcoin. So that's step one. But if you've already done that, which most people have, well, I shouldn't say that. A lot of people, I'm sure, have, and you're ready to sort of take the next step into a broader sense of, independence and digital sovereignty. We recommend to everyone who comes to us two things: run a Bitcoin node and Lightning node. I sort of group those together. Like, run your own node and connect to it from your client wallets. Don't just run a node and walk away and think that you're helping the network. And there's that misconception that that's sort of why you should run a node. No, you need to run a node and you need to use it for yourself to verify your own transactions. That's number one. Number two is self-host a password manager. It's this really low-hanging fruit. Using a password manager to navigate the internet is like number one on the list of things that you can do to improve your digital security. But using a third-party password manager has its own risks, as we saw earlier today with LastPass getting hacked again. So use a password manager, but you should use your own password manager running on your own server in your own home. It's really, really easy to do. It's a very low-hanging fruit. It takes a couple hours to set up, and then you can literally forget about it and browse the internet like you always would before, except this time securely and without counterparty risk. So run a password manager. We make it very easy on our device.
I love it. I love it. Awesome. John, I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to a minute to get out your actionable advice for somebody to do after this stream.
Yeah, I mean, obviously what Matt said is, I think the next step is just run a node. You don't have to buy a Start9 or a Futurebit device to do it either. Go buy a $50 Raspberry Pi and hook up a $50 1 terabyte drive, and you're ready to go. There's plenty of one-click solutions out there. And then once you make that step, start mining. You need to defend your own Bitcoin. So running a node and mining is how you do that. That's the whole ecosystem. Wallet, node, miner. That's what I got for you guys.
That's fantastic. I love it. Seedsigner, you're up last. Actionable advice.
I'm going to touch on what he said, wallet, node, miner. So I totally agree with these guys that node's super important in hosting some of your own information, your own data is super important, getting into a little bit of mining to safeguard the network. And I would also throw in, just from a Seedsigner specific angle, double check your backups. Just get into your backups. And if you can do it in a safe way with a device like a Seedsigner or some other secure hardware wallet, make sure you have your seed words, but try to recover your own wallet. Delete it from your coordinator software. Make sure you have your words before that. But a lot of people get locked into that device and think that somehow their Bitcoin live on that device. And if the device gets broken or lost or something, that their Bitcoin is gone. But the whole point of the 39 seed phrase system is your Bitcoins don't live on that wallet. They are secured by this super complex private key that is represented in a human-friendly way by your seed words. So you will sleep much better at night if you just verify those words are truly controlling your Bitcoin and safeguarding them. So yeah, give yourself the gift of a good night's rest on Christmas Eve and verify your seed words.
Thank you. Awesome. Well, gentlemen, I will say thank you so much for being here. I appreciate all of your time. People watching, if you're not following Matt Hill, John Stefanopoulos, and Seedsigner, go check him out again with Start9 and Futurebit as well. Give them all a follow. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time and have a very Merry Christmas.
Thanks, you as well.
Merry Christmas.
And Futurebit's doing a giveaway, so go to our
go
Futurebit
check it out for sure. And awesome. Well, gentlemen, thank you. Have a good night.
Later.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye, guys.
All right. How was that? There we go. 2 out of the park. We're an hour into the stream, and we've got more coming up momentarily. Up next, we're going to be talking Bitcoin and energy, but we do have a little 5-minute break here. But in the break, you will get instructions on how to enter the next contest on Twitter. So we will be back momentarily. I'll put up the banner for anybody that anybody pops in, but we'll see you in just a few short moments with another panel on Bitcoin and energy.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Big shout out to sponsors of the show, ShakePay.com. Again, the easiest way in Canada to be stacking sats. You can sign up, and with the link down below, after your first $100 purchase, they'll give you $10 for free. Now, some of the bonuses of doing that and using ShakePay is after you get your first referral, you can then shake your phone every single day for free sats. They also have a Sats Back Visa card. They have their Shake Paid program where they'll randomly buy somebody's purchase that you've done with your Sats Back Visa. All kinds of awesome stuff coming out of ShakePay. And these guys are huge advocates of self-custody. And so that's going to factor into the giveaway this evening. They're going to be giving away, and on my Canadian vernacular here, this is not a beanie. This is a toque. This is a toque. This is a ShakePay toque. So they're going to be giving away 5 ShakePay toques. And this is open to anybody here in North America. And so what do you need to do to enter? You're going to be tweeting out, I want you to give me your best self-custody pitch for noobs. Again, ShakePay, huge advocates of self-custody. So give me your best, short, contained within a tweet, self-custody pitch for noobs. You're going to need to tag myself at BTC Sessions, tag at ShakePay, and use the hashtag ShakePayXmas. And there will be 5 winners announced within 24 hours to get themselves a ShakePay toque. Anywhere in North America would be just fine. So get out there, get tweeting, and we'll see you, and best of luck to all of you.
Welcome back to ASIC Life Hacks. I'm your host, Tatum Turnup, also the host of Between Two ASICs, not a podcast. So this next application is one that we can all get behind. We all have wet clothes when we wash them, but the dryers, am I right? There's so many problems with dryers. 1, they don't mine Bitcoin. 2, dryers don't mine Bitcoin. So today I want to show you how you can dry a article of clothing with an ASIC. So here's a wet shirt, and then we're going to reach back here and power up. Things are okay, everything's fine. On our next edition, we're going to go over cable management for when you're doing this stuff too. Really surprised nothing stopped working there. Let's come back after a little while and check on our shirt. All right, now we're going to do a little progress check. It's still wet. Wetter than I would think, even if it was just air drying. The good thing is we've been mining Bitcoin. It's weird, the Ethernet port's not lit up. Hold on. Bad news, I wasn't even mining any Bitcoin the entire time. Don't trust, verify, I guess. Oh my God. We'll be back with more applications soon.
Fantastic. If you're not watching Tatum, you need to be, and he will be joining us later for the after party. He is backstage now, managing things like a boss, I've got to say, helping out a ton in the chat, getting people all set up. So yeah, thank you, Tatum, for everything that you're doing here. And it's at Tatum Turnup on Twitter, and on YouTube. Whatever he said. I got to give a shout out also to Mateo over at Orange Pill app. He gave me this sweater and I like it. It's not a dating app. Nonetheless, let's bring in our panel. We're going to be chatting Bitcoin and energy. So like I've got a buddy here, Nico. Good to see you. How you doing, man?
Good to see you too, Ben.
We've got some friends this time. Normally it's just the two of us doing some news, but I'm going to bring them up. We got Adam, Steve, and Ben, another Ben. So there's Ben.
Hello.
And there's Adam. Gents, welcome. Merry Christmas. How you guys doing?
Steve, that get up is just fantastic.
I feel like I'm outbend right now. I'm outbend.
My background with five of us is a little obnoxious.
It is a little obnoxious.
I'm just gonna do this just for this panel because the constant snowfall is a little much. Might detract from the conversation. But gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. I'm just going to do a quick round. Nico, obviously from Simply Bitcoin, he joins me every Thursday to do the news. We've got Steve and Adam from Upstream Data, and we've got Ben Gagnon, a member of the High Council of Bitcoin Bens in an airport. And you're with Bitfarms, right, man?
Yeah, I'm with Bitfarms.
Awesome. Well, gentlemen, we're here to talk Bitcoin and energy. And what better people to do that with than people that have their thumb on the pulse of the mining space and understand kind of how those things intermingle. So again, just to kind of lob you guys a softball to get this conversation started. I mean, globally, the narrative on energy in terms of what we see through the media has never been more confusing and muddled, where it comes from quality of energy, density of energy, green versus quote unquote dirty energy. And we've seen a lot of the ire in and around energy focused on Bitcoin because it dares to use energy. So I guess to get us started, and anybody can jump in on this, what do you think the average person is majorly misunderstanding about energy itself? And I know that's a broad question, but we'll start there and see where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, the reality is that, half the world has been convinced that using energy is a bad thing, when there's a direct correlation with the amount of energy the human civilization has been able to basically grasp. And you could see the prosperity and the amount of energy that they've been able to use. It goes hand in hand. So this idea that using less energy is somehow a good thing is absolutely ridiculous. And I think it's going to lead to catastrophic consequences. And that's not a theory anymore, as you're looking at what's happening in Europe, right? Just the catastrophic energy policy just led to skyrocketing energy prices. People aren't able to, afford keeping their businesses open. So I think the problem lies with this. Half the world's population somehow has been convinced that using energy is a bad thing, when in reality, using energy leads to more prosperity.
I think that's what I love about Bitcoin, right? Is because Bitcoin, it always comes down to like an education problem. And unless somebody is incentivized to go learn about something, unless they're interested to learn about something, it's not very likely that they dive very deep into a topic. And Bitcoin incentivizes people to dive into a lot of different topics, right? Finance being a big one of them, economics, right? Why is it that we can just, the US Fed can just print money out of nowhere? But energy is one of them, right? I spoke with Mark Moss and he mentioned to me how Kevin O'Leary, right, who started off coming into Bitcoin, how he came in and he literally was going to fix Bitcoin, right? He was going to talk about mining only green blocks or green Bitcoin, using green energy and things. And within a year, he had flipped his entire perspective, and he was like, "Oh no, Bitcoin consuming energy is a feature, not a bug." And so I think I'm hopeful at least that Bitcoin will get more people to think critically about what is energy, right? How does it really relate to everyday life, modern life? Is it a moral conversation, right? Is 1 watt of energy, equivalent to like 1 unit of destruction of the planet or something of that nature? Hopefully there'll be more critical thinking regarding it, because like Nico said, I think the majority of people have a pretty poor understanding. And they've been told that energy consumption is something we should minimize. Energy production is something we should minimize. And, you know, I think a lot of us wholeheartedly disagree.
Do you guys think, and maybe I'll toss this to Ben, do you think that Bitcoin is that learning tool, like that through proxy teaches people a bit more about energy, like just the very nature of how it works and the types of energy that it consumes, in that you need the most efficient, you know, sources of energy to be the most profitable. So like, do you think Bitcoin helps change that narrative and that education that people have, or lack of education around energy?
Yeah, I think it definitely does. I mean, I know it happened to me. Like after I became a Bitcoin miner, probably 18 months later, every single substation I see, you know, just gets me excited. I'm following substations on Google Maps and drawing the lines out and everything else. Something I never even looked at before suddenly became like a source of pure beauty to me. I think probably the most key thing is that people just don't even know what the definition, like the difference is between energy and electricity, which is a really shocking thing. I mean, they just think that this energy, which is everywhere, all around us in all these different magical forms, can just be flipped on with a light switch or something like that. They don't realize all the work and all the ingenuity that needs to happen into harnessing energy and converting into a form that's easy and useful for humans to use and be productive doing things, right? And the ability to be able to do that whenever you want, you know, in like kind of any scale that you want, especially on a really small kind of home level or small business level, is incredible. It's something that we've never really had before. In the past, you would have to go out, chop your own wood. You'd have to burn that wood. You know, you'd have to do all this different stuff. You'd have to build your own water mill or windmill or something to grind the flour. Like if the wind's not blowing, your whole business is shut down. Like people have no idea, you know, the difference between energy and electricity. And I think when you start getting into Bitcoin, you start really going down that rabbit hole on like, what is energy? What is electricity? What are the sources for it? You know, how can it be efficiently captured? What are the cost-effective ways to get that electricity? What are the not cost-effective ways to get electricity? Why is it super expensive in this part of the world and really cheap in this part of the world? And you start doing a deep dive onto the, you know, the engineering behind it, the distribution, the transmission, the economics behind it, and it just becomes a fascinating world. And it's really easy, I think, to just say, hey, we should use less of it. It's kind of a scapegoat to just learning about the actual technology and the actual engineering that's taking place. So I think that's, you know, when I speak with people who are experts in energy, they love Bitcoin, they love mining, they see its applications. When I hear people who don't like Bitcoin mining, I guarantee you they cannot tell me the difference between energy and electricity.
Yeah, I'd agree. Steve, I'm wondering, do you think this is fixable? Do you think the average person can get to a place where they at least vaguely understand these principles, or do you think that reality just has to assert itself over time, as it is in Europe right now?
No, the average person is stupid and will never understand. Well, first of all, guys, where's the Christmas spirit? Like, I'm dressed up.
I've got lights.
What do you guys? You guys are at home, except for Ben. He's traveling. Where is
Christmas override?
Oh, that is you do have a Christmas shirt on. Okay, I see. Attaboy. And you know I am Santa Claus to you, Ben. I got your ASIC in my garage, man.
Yeah, man.
We gotta hook up.
Hello for you as well.
I got his M30 for his black box in my garage.
That's gonna be a video
just
coming
on ice right now.
Yeah.
I would say you know, one thing that, you know, is the average person ever going to understand energy? I don't think so. I really like not in the sense that maybe everyone here does, because we have a keen interest in it and people have keen interests in different things. And I don't think the average person is going to ever care that much about how the energy is produced and how they consume it. I think the education can get better. What needs to happen is the average person and the average politician, more importantly, needs to get out of the way of energy system policy. The average person should not be voting on energy system policy. The politicians should not be involved, at least the way they are today, in energy system policy. If we got rid of that and let the engineers and scientists and experts plan, build, and operate energy systems for the grid and society as needed, we wouldn't have a lot of the silly problems that we currently have, especially if we kick the carbon accountants to the curb. Things would be a lot better.
Is that possible though? Because like, you know, people, the fact is people vote for the politicians that are enacting some of these policies. So do you think that, and I guess that's kind of like why I asked the question. Do you think we get to I mean, it seems like you don't think we get to a place where the average person understands this type of stuff. So what do you think is the end game? Because some places will get it and others won't. So do you think it's just, again, shit hitting the fan and people realizing the harsh realities of how this stuff works?
Yeah, I think cost of living goes up, continued malinvestment into bad power generation, into bad infrastructure, which results inevitably, you can't hide it, it results into increased costs. So increased manufacturing costs, manufacturing flees your country, job losses. That's exactly what we're seeing in North America, is all of our cheap energy is being suppressed. You know, our reliable energy has been demonized, and we've as a result, our manufacturing costs are basically the cost of a man hour has gone up, because that is what underlies the cost of a man hour. Is your energy cost is one of the big factors. So, you know, I'm sort of like pessimistic in the sense, I'm optimistic. I'm pessimistic in one sense. Like, I just don't have a lot of faith in general people because they're so easily swayed by nonsense and just like persuasive politicians. And you know, the whole carbon focus is a clear sign of that. Like, carbon is only one factor in the equation, yet it seems to be the only factor for a lot of people, and that shouldn't be the case. But I am optimistic in the sense that I think Bitcoiners, I think it'll take maybe a long time, but I think we're going to defund their deficit spending. We're going to eliminate their deficit spending. So that will end up resulting in them having to make better choices. That's all that will happen. And through reality, they'll have to make the best choices, which is the best energy systems, the ones that people need. So that's my optimistic take, if I sounded pessimistic.
I don't think it was that bad, but it is going to be like that dose of reality, right? They're going to have to take their medicine kind of thing. Nico, I want you to kind of tag in here maybe, but I mean, obviously Bitcoin has a huge part in this, in that it can gobble up that excess energy and help, again, be a source of revenue for people when, you know, you're not operating a grid at 100% capacity, when that max demand is not there. How do you see this playing out globally, like versus the people who get it versus not?
Yeah, look, I always say, right, I think incentives are going to win over coercion. And on a global level, over the last 2 years, you've seen TEPCO, which is Japan's largest energy company. You've seen ConocoPhillips, you've seen ExxonMobil, you've seen Gazprom, and you also saw Shell recently announce that they're getting into the industry, right? So that just, you know, goes to show that as much as the energy haters, to put it nicely, are trying to attack this thing on the social front, the incentives of Bitcoin are irresistible. And all that's on an international scale, right? TEPCO is in Japan. Those are American companies, ConocoPhillips, ExxonMobil, and Gazprom is in Russia, right? So, and, you know, Shell, also American company. And then recently, Jack Dorsey announced when he went to the Africa Bitcoin conference that he's going to invest in this this company called Grid. And it's basically trying to use excess energy in Africa, trying to monetize that, because Ben down there said it, right? The difference between energy and electricity. The reality is that when electricity is produced, right, it's not very efficient to transport over a long distance, and you can't store it very effectively. So what tends to happen a lot of the time is there's this overproduction of electricity, and if you don't use it, it basically goes to waste. And now Bitcoin, for the first time in human history, we found a way to monetize that excess energy.
Yeah, this is very interesting, and I like that you brought up Africa, but I think, I mean, nations in general that have kind of been, and some of these topics, they commingle. But up next, we're going to be having a panel on human rights and freedoms, and kind of how I imagine we'll get into some of the stuff that has been done throughout Africa in regards to their currency, and how some of the value that they create in those countries is effectively siphoned off. But you're now seeing an opportunity for some of these countries that do have sources of energy to be able to actually extract that value, that excess value, and actually keep it in a currency that can't be debased at the same time. I mean, does this down the line, again, for those that get it, does this help some of those countries that have been kind of screwed thus far step out from under that boot? Do you think, like, just again, the realities of those that maybe have access to energy but have not been able to utilize it in a way that is productive, or had it siphoned away if they were able to utilize it? Like, I don't know. I'll open that up.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I really want to get Ben and Steve and Adam's input into this, right? So Brandon Quittem wrote this excellent, article called, basically said that Bitcoin is this pioneer species. So if you have these isolated energy pockets in the middle of Africa that were way too far away from any cities, now you could potentially build societies around that. So it's a total game changer, right? And it's really interesting because Steve's company, is figuring out how to turn, natural gas into Bitcoin, basically. And then I know Ben is a big fan of hydro, as he's told me many, many times. So this is two different cases of two energy sources that are being made into Bitcoin, right? So Max Kaiser said it really, I love the way he put it, right? That Bitcoin is going to 51% the world's energy supply. And I really believe that. I think every energy company is eventually going to become a Bitcoin mining company. And I don't think that's a theory anymore. I think it's being shown when you have news about ConocoPhillips, ExxonMobil, Gazprom, TEPCO, et cetera, et cetera.
So it's all about waste, right? I mean, you go ahead, Steve.
No, go ahead, man. There's a delay. You're first giver.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I mean, to what you say, Nico, I mean, I think every energy producer and power generation company will, implement Bitcoin to some degree, right? At some scale and some capacity, because every energy producer and power generation company has waste, right? There's not a 100% efficiency from energy production, harvesting, or power generation to a downstream market. There's always loss somewhere in between. And what we're seeing is Bitcoin gravitate to where there's the most waste, right? And where waste is either readily available in the form that, Bitcoin miners can use. I've always said it before where, it sucks that these ASICs can't take natural gas, because it would make mining in the oil field just that much simpler. You do need on-site power generation, right? You got to generate electricity. So, maybe a lower hanging fruit than, the immense amount of natural gas in the oil field is the, places on grid hydroelectric, right? Ben is right over the target in the sense that, tons of hydroelectric facilities have plenty of waste. And if they don't have it all the time, they certainly have, seasonal or cyclical waste where there's no demand local for them to push to. So yeah, anywhere there's waste, Bitcoin makes sense, right? Bitcoin mining makes sense. I think what we're going to find is, those who try to go after mining Bitcoin, where it's not not a source of waste, they're going to have a lot harder time unless there's some other secondary use, right? Unless they're reusing the heat. But I think that's the next step then, right? Is where if you can take that byproduct of the heat creation from mining Bitcoin and supplement that into some type of a system like a greenhouse or, boat storage, lumber storage, salt production, I think people have done, and offset other costs. Well, then you can, theoretically mine Bitcoin at a loss, but you have a net gain, right? Where on the margin, it may not look very attractive, but overall, because it's supplementing or taking the place of another capital intensive process, it makes sense to keep doing it. And so it's going to be pervasive, right? I mean, Bitcoin mining is not going anywhere, no matter what regulators in what country try to choke it and shut it down. It's too pragmatic for too many core industries and core processes.
You know, as a third world country here in Canada, speaking of energy, you know, like what it does for energy, you know, you're talking about Jack in Africa. Well, up here in Canada, you know, we can't sell our energy to anyone other than the U.S. You know, like we can't ship our oil, we can't ship our gas. It's all going down to you guys. And, you know, I've always sort of teased, like, you know, when I'm talking to people, usually not in like board meetings or something, like if I'm at like pitching an engineer or somebody at an oil company, but if I'm shooting the shit with someone, I'm saying, like, you know, it's pretty cool. You can export your gas to the internet. You literally are completely bypassing the political blockades on our pipelines and on our gas and on our energy. And that's amazing. Like it, you know, it's its own market, right? Like what Bitcoin will pay you for your gas, what a Bitcoin network will pay you for your gas is a completely different and semi-independent price. Everything's tied together in a way, but it's generally independent of the market rate for pipeline gas, right? And sometimes it's higher, like it was through this bull market. Sometimes, like now, and most of the time, it will trend to be lower because it's less useful energy. The stuff you put in someone's home is going to be more valued, but that's just still pretty awesome. And so that arbitrage is there. And anytime, you know, any nation, you know, these fiat maxis, what they do is they bottleneck the financial rails, but they also, part of that, and actually the crux of that is also the energy rails, like the whole petrodollar thing, which your other guests know a lot more about than I do. But all the stuff they do to censor energy and to like monopolize energy and, you know, wage war on energy, Bitcoin sort of screws that up a little bit. You could literally export your oil to the Bitcoin network if you turned your oil into electricity, which you can do. Not saying that's like that feasible, but you could do it if you really needed to, right? If you had no other choice. So I think it's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, again, it's not feasible until the roadblocks that are put up for regular energy are again, so it's all relative. So
and Adam's talking about I'm mining for heat right now. You see my little S9.
I love it. I love it.
So I'm in my basement. It's frigid in Calgary.
As am I.
And I get no heat in this basement because I don't know who built this house, but there's no heat that gets down here. So I turn that on when I'm working down here. It's my office. And it's just solo mining. Like I'll probably never hit a block, but I value that heat. So if I hit a block, I'll be happy.
I mean, that's the greatest. That's better than any lottery ticket you could ever buy, right? Like you're heating your home, and then maybe you might get like, you know, you might get a bunch of Bitcoin out of it. Maybe, you know.
So fingers are crossed.
I like those odds better than my lottery tickets, right? So, you know, and I wanted to touch. You touched on again Canadian energy. We had Germany come to us and ask if we could ship them liquefied natural gas. Yeah. And we've got a lot of natural gas here, and we basically said, nah. Well, I mean, Trudeau basically said, nah, right? Like that was the
we'll buy your wind turbines and make hydrogen and to make that into what is it? What was it? Hydrogen into then methane? No, methanol, and then we'll ship you methanol. And we'll do that in Newfoundland, my home province. Yes, it's a great idea. Really great idea.
Yeah.
Terrible.
It's but again, a perfect example of, you know, Canada will be one of those places where, you know, at least nationally we'll kind of find out, well, you've chosen poor policies. Well, hopefully things turn around at some point, but
that's the thing, right? The more idiotic the policies become, the more deadweight loss there is, the greater the opportunity to, instead of do whatever, you know, the regulators demand with the energy, is to export it to the Bitcoin network, right? The opportunity grows to mine Bitcoin as the policies do more and more damage and cause more and more loss.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump in here with kind of my grand unifying theory, because all of you guys are talking about all these different things, which interlies with how I kind of view the world. Looking at why things are screwed up, my general view is politicians don't want to solve problems. They want to make your problem worse so that you are more reliant politicians. And it's an endless spiral that centralizes their power and gives them more and more power. And when you look at, what is the argument? They say, oh, we don't like fossil fuels because of the carbon. No, I think that's bullshit. They don't care about the carbon. The carbon's a complete smokescreen, because if you say, well, what about nuclear, or what about hydro, or what about geothermal? They say, no, we want the fishes, or we don't like nuclear, it's not safe, or, they don't even say anything about the volcanoes. They just ignore it entirely, right? It's not about the carbon. It's not about the reliability. What they want is irreliability. They're literally trying to engineer scarcity in our system to make it unpredictable, to make it unreliable, so that they can get more power, because the problem is there and only they can fix it. Only these grand politicians have the ability to fix everything. And so I think this is where it all comes together. It's like they're choosing the most unreliable sources of power, solar and wind. I mean, wind is a 1,200-year-old technology that they're trying to promote as the future. It is archaic. We've got England, who is using biomass and chopping down native forests in Canada, putting it on a boat, burning crude to bring over wood pellets to burn in a reactor in the UK. It's insane.
Unreal.
If you wanted to scale that biomass plant upwards, like, you would run out of world's trees.
But coal is biomass.
Yeah.
Coal is biomass. Why don't
crazy.
they label coal as biomass?
Bitcoin comes in here as this ultimate freedom tool.
Because that didn't help
you.
the EU get to their 50% biomass by 2022 or whatever their goal was.
And this show's going to be labeled.
It's all politics.
This is going to be labeled an extremist show. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I can
see
have at least 4 out of 5. I don't know about Sessions, but I know these other guys. So
I mean, even in Quebec, the province of Quebec is spilling 40 terawatt hours of water over the edges of the dams every year. That's in their own publications, and they say we don't have enough power. You don't have
ban the
enough power.
Bitcoin miners.
You
We
don't
don't
have
want no
enough
more
power.
Bitcoin miners.
40 terawatt hours a year is 4.5 gigawatts continuous every second of the day. That's what it equates out to. And they say that they don't have enough power. And their solution is, get it. Hydro-Quebec wants to build windmills. That's their solution. They don't have enough power. They're got too much water spilling over the dams. And so their solution is, let's build some windmills. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, so I guess to wrap it up, we got like 3 minutes here. I'll just toss out the question. What fixes this? Does Bitcoin fix this? Does just reality fix this eventually? What gets us to a place where we're much better off in terms of energy?
Separate money from state, man. Like they're using the money printer to basically fund themselves, fund this crazy stuff. The 1.7 trillion with the T $1 trillion spending bill. $65 million is going to salmon, and there's $3.5 million in that spending bill going to bee highways. Okay, it's absolutely become so ridiculous. The theft is so blatant. It's in your face. They don't care anymore. Separate money from state, fix the money, fix the world.
I love it. I mean, I think that's a fantastic spot to maybe to wrap it. But gentlemen, I'm gonna say, first off, Steve was the best dressed. Sorry to your other guys,
Thank you.
but I will say Steve was by far the best dressed here. I know Adam's had he's been in and out with the connection, but hats off to Adam for being here as well. Nico, Ben, fellow Ben, thank you for being here as well. Great conversation. I wish we had another hour, but I've got many more hours ahead of me of many more guests to come. So gentlemen, I'll just say thank you so much for your time. And Adam is here for the end. Adam, I'm just saying, bidding adieu. Nico had a good rant at the end here, but I do want to say very Merry Christmas to all of you. Thank you for being here, and we'll have you back anytime.
Thanks for having us. Merry Christmas.
All right.
Merry Christmas. Keep passion.
Merry Christmas. I'll see you guys.
Merry Christmas, guys. Cheers.
Awesome. And everybody, thank you for being here for that panel. We've got another panel coming up right now we're gonna be chatting human rights, and I see everybody backstage right now. I'll bring them up in a second, but I will just say, if you aren't following Denver Bitcoin, that was Adam, Steve Barbour, both of them from Upstream Data. Also Nico over at Simply Bitcoin, legendary. He does the news with me every Thursday, and of course Ben Gagnon over at Bitfarms. Give them all a follow. They are awesome dudes. They have a lot of great stuff to say, and definitely worth checking out what they're up to. But I digress. It's time to start our panel on human rights and freedom, and I'm very excited for this panel. I'm eternally grateful for everybody that's going to join me. So I'm gonna let's bring them up here. We've got the man, the myth, the legend, Alex Gladstein. Buddy, good to see you. We've got Lynn Alden. Good to see you as well. We've got Robert Breedlove. Everybody, welcome. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having the good beginning to your holidays.
Happy to be here. Nice to see you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Well, let's get rolling on this. I'm going to give a little preamble, and we'll just dive right into it. First off, Alex, I want to say thank you for having me out to a couple events in the past year and a half here. I came down to Miami when you did the Oslo Freedom Forum there, and then I came out to Norway just this year for the Oslo Freedom Forum there, and there's been just incredible discussions discussing and educating people on human rights in general, but you've kind of integrated this Bitcoin track that introduces Bitcoin's utility in this respect as a tool for human rights and freedom. I can speak to utilizing it. It always feels silly bringing it up in comparison to what other people have dealt with. But, there's some stuff happening here in Canada earlier in the year, and Bitcoin was a tool used for that, just for basic fundraising when it was deemed that you're not allowed to do that anymore. And Bitcoin still functioned under those circumstances. So, Alex, I'm going to toss you the first question. Why is Bitcoin useful as a tool for human rights and freedom?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for joining us actually at those events. You have a great way of explaining to the layperson how to use Bitcoin. So we find that very useful, and we'll continue to rely on your considerable talents for that. Why is it useful is because Bitcoin gives people money that can be emailed that isn't controlled by governments or corporations. And unfortunately, not all governments and corporations can be trusted. In fact, most of them abuse their power considerably. I know we have a lot of people in the West who believe in the ultimate ability of the state to manage money, to sort of process money, to tweak the issuance of money, and to set rules for banking systems. And I know we have a lot of people here who really believe in that possibility, that the state can be a benevolent actor there. And even if we are to extend them the benefit of the doubt and say, fine, despite everything we've seen, maybe that's true. That's only possible really for like a vanishingly small percentage of humans, right? So you have basically what is called the golden billion, which is, the people who live in Canada, the United States, the EU, Britain, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, basically a small group of what are known as market democracies that have property rights and free speech. Even in these countries, you're seeing huge transgressions on payments and on banking, whether it be in the United States with Operation Choke Point, or what you saw with the truckers in Canada, or what people have been seeing for years in Britain, where you can actually go to jail for a tweet. So there's massive erosion of human rights, even in what are known as democracies. But like, even if the golden billion can fix its issues, you've got 7 billion other people who live under considerably less trustworthy regimes, who are, either victims of dictatorship or, victims of some sort of interference by our own governments. And for them, the ability to tap into money that can't be controlled by corrupt governments who in their experience always abuse their power, and also can't be manipulated by corporations who tend to be quite exploitative. I know that we like to celebrate the power of free markets and entrepreneurship. But sadly, some corporations, especially on the global stage, end up wreaking havoc in poor countries, and multinational corporations have a really messy history in a lot of countries, and not least in the banking and financial sector. I think what I learned, a big lesson I learned from being in Africa earlier this month, was that Africa has not only 41 central banks that are not interoperable with each other, so basically like using money is a nightmare there, but also like 80% of all the flows that flow between Africans paying other Africans, let's say Kenya to Ghana, are processed by American or by European intermediaries. So this is what they call the colonial framework that still exists there. So you essentially have people trying to do business or send money to their family, and values being siphoned off, and rent is being sought and seeked, by people in the West. So that's kind of the system there. So, Bitcoin matters because it provides an alternative to this whole thing. And I just would say, as a final thought, I know there's a lot of skeptics out there, probably not listening to today's show. I know we have some people who get it, but I think increasingly just people have to own up to and admit to the fact that it's not great when a company can just kind of turn off your banking services for some sort of unknown reason. I think you're seeing a lot of people get pissed off at Twitter, kicking off journalists for it's not really clear what they did, right? Well, that happens all the time for millions of people with financial services just because of their nationality. They had a TransferWise account. All of a sudden, they got, they can't log in anymore, and they don't really know why. And that's the reality for so many people today. So I think Bitcoin is useful because it provides an alternative.
Yeah, well said. I want to toss this to Robert here. I've noticed a kind of disturbing mindset of a lot of people. I mean, there's obviously going to be, for a considerable amount of time moving forward, there's going to be a general deep-seated skepticism of Bitcoin. But further than that, I mean, I'm sure all of us have noticed it in some way, shape, or form, but even the term freedom almost nowadays I find carries this stigma where people associate it with, if you're using the term freedom, you get grouped in as a certain political ideology. It's no longer like when somebody brings up the term freedom, I see it in my social circles at home. They label you an extremist almost. I've seen this from a number of friends. And so, Robert, I'm wondering, what do you think contributes to what I would say is the word freedom in some circles being considered almost like a dirty word nowadays?
It's a really great question. I think we typically see these breakdowns in language, right? When the state starts to try and swell beyond its natural bounds. And I think it's actually pretty interesting. If you look at the rise of totalitarians historically, they typically want to attack journalism or media, have some control over the flow of information. And then the second real key point of attack is the money itself, to actually monopolize and control the money. And I guess if you added the third, you would get which it would be energy, right? That's the old Kissinger quote that I don't know perfectly, but if you control basically food, money, energy, you control the world. So, I guess you would have to ask the question of what's driving all the political polarization in the country. That would answer the question why freedom has become such a dirty word. I think there's arguments to be made that the printing of money is actually driving that gap between rich and poor. And I think the political polarity would mirror the economic divisiveness that's being created through the printing of money. So admittedly, that's kind of looking at it through one lens. But it is a strange world we're living in, indeed, when a word is as essential as freedom, that really the entirety of Western civilization is premised on, right? The idea of life, liberty, property, all aspects of freedom are being attacked. It's very, very concerning, to say the least. And just to echo something that Alex said, like this whole idea of why Bitcoin is useful in that context. I mean, quite simply, Bitcoin just lets people keep their earnings in something that other people can't take, other people being the state or government or anyone else. So I guess up until this point in history, we have operated under the illusion that we needed some governing body to organize society into a manageable, well orchestrated whole. But I think that digital technologies, Bitcoin specifically, are actually going to prove in the long run that humans are as capable of self-organization as a flock of starlings or any other instance of self-organization that we observe in nature. So, the key to all that really is freedom. You just let nature do its thing, and that includes human nature. So, hopefully Bitcoin is useful in that way, that we're just getting back to, or getting closer to, this ideal of just pure human self-organization without coercion and violence, which is a maximization of freedom, obviously.
I want to toss this down to Lynn. How do you think we make some inroads with the existing skepticism, both maybe, what we were just chatting about in regards to destigmatizing things like human freedom, as they've kind of been stigmatized, I think, in more kind of privileged Western countries, but then also in and around Bitcoin as a tool for these things. You've been at a number of these events and seen firsthand. What are some of the tactics that you've seen that have really opened eyeballs?
I mean, I think there's just various types of education. I mean, I think Alex's entire organization does great work, right? Is the whole theme there about basically human rights. And, I think one of the ways to phrase it is like something I've been kind of hammering home lately when it comes to financial freedom and money, is that there are 180 different fiat currencies in the world, right? Each one, something like 130 of them are like free floating. Another bunch of them are pegged, but pegs can be broken all the time. They can always be pegged and then reset, right? So really, you still have 180 different fiat currencies. They all have these like little local monopolies where they're enforced to be used. Very few of them are saleable outside of their jurisdiction, right? So a handful, like the dollar, are. A few others. Vast majority, other, let's say, put the top dozen aside. The other ones are just like completely unsaleable anywhere else, pretty much. And so you're basically relying on these little 180 different fiefdoms to manage their ledger. So they can manage your life savings, they can manage your ability to make payments, they can freeze your account, they can take your money, all these types of things. And so, I see in the West, people say, Bitcoin's like a solution in search for a problem. I've seen kind of some privileged people say that. I say, well, okay, put yourself in the shoes of someone that's not in a top 10 currency or top 10, fiat fiefdom. They're in, one that's either highly inflationary or authoritarian or both. And what are their options, right? I mean, the other day on Twitter, I asked, like, if you were going to sell a home in a country with a severe currency problem, and you wanted to store that wealth in liquid, stable form for 2 years, and then redeploy that money into some other property, how would you do it? And some people were like, I'd get dollars. I'm like, well, where are you going to hold the dollars? Right? It's like, like some people are like, well, I'd hold it in physical cash. I'm like, okay, you're going to hold a house worth of physical cash in like your apartment. Every time you leave, you're going to hope you don't get robbed or the thing doesn't burn down. You can hold it in a foreign bank account, but in a lot of countries, like half the population doesn't have a domestic bank account, let alone a foreign bank account. You could some countries that you obviously hold dollars in the local banking account, but they can be confiscated and like forcibly converted back. Some people said stable coins, but then you're relying on a foreign custodian. That works, for many of them, but it's it's not a perfect solution. There's physical gold, there's Bitcoin. I mean, obviously Bitcoin's still new and volatile. So basically it's kind of a sad problem that so many people just they can't answer that question easily. How would I store value for 2 years? And actually, the reason I asked that question is because I have family in Egypt that are kind of in that situation. That's actually what triggered like my, I was just like, it's funny that this is like a problem. And so I think basically just bringing up specific use cases, like specific anecdotes, specific things that are happening. I think Alex is great on that. He always has like, every one of his stories has like this lists of like specific people, names of people, specific countries. Here's their problem and what their solution was. Right. I think when you put a face on it, when you put an example, And that combined with just say, kind of first principle analysis, like, so what makes good money? Talk about like, what is freedom? What circumstances would you restrict someone else's freedom? Like when you kind of put it on them, it becomes much harder for them to answer, I think. And so I think there's multiple tactics. Everyone kind of has their own gifts, their own experiences, their own backgrounds, their own expertise that lets them educate people in the way that, what resonates with people like them.
That's awesome. I'm Alex, actually, Lynn, I'm glad that you started bringing up specific examples, because I kind of wanted to go down that road. Now, Alex, you were just, if I'm not mistaken, you were down at the African Bitcoin conference, were you not? Were there some? I'm wondering if maybe you could hone in on some of the signal there. Like, what were some of the examples of what people were using Bitcoin for, the problems that was being solved there?
Yeah, well, I think it's not that different in some regards to, let's say, Canada and the United States, where you have a small group of people who are, have learned a lot about Bitcoin, spent a lot of time thinking about it, reading about it, and who are kind of, let's say, investing in it for the long term because they think it's going to be really valuable in 5, 10, 20 years. So there's like a small hardcore group of those folks, but overwhelmingly, the way that Bitcoin is used in Africa is to defeat or overcome the cross-border payment issues that I was discussing earlier, where again, you can't send money within Africa or from without Africa without considerable trauma, fees, delays. Sometimes it's like actually impossible to get money from one place to where you want it to get to. So I met a lot of entrepreneurs and communities and businesses that basically act as the fiat off ramp. So you have, whether it be in Congo or Somalia or even more developed countries like Morocco or Egypt, you have people whose job it is to receive. They make a platform basically, and they receive Bitcoin or stable coins from abroad, and then they like convert it to local fiat for you. This is a huge business in Africa right now. Like, we're talking monster business. And it's going to grow big time, until people figure out kind of and are comfortable with using Bitcoin on their own in a P2P way. Like, this is really a huge area that I'm seeing astonishing growth. I met a guy who is from Mogadishu. That's like where he was flying back to. I was going back to the United States. The dude was going back to Mogadishu, where the government had been like abducted a week before. Like, this is some Somalia, right? And he's got 30,000 clients who use his business, and the average payment that he handles is like $50 to $100. And 6,000 of his clients are refugees who live in Kenya, who brought their like Somali KYC with them when they went there, when they escaped, and they can use his platform still. And whether their business is doing services and getting paid, or whether they're receiving remittances or gifts from family, those amounts of money are coming in, and then his company swaps them for whether it be like the local currency, which in Somalia is actually dollarized, or the Kenyan M-Pesa mobile money or whatever. So that's just an example, and there's like tons and tons of businesses doing that. One is called Yellow Card. It's a big East African exchange and off ramp. That like tons of their business is involved in this. So I got to spend a lot of time with the Yellow Card guys and learn more about that. So I would say that the main area right now is like fiat off ramp, but I think mining is going to be really big as well. I mean, I don't know if you saw this, but you know that Shell is announced like a pilot with Crusoe to do nat gas flaring, right? Well, you know where they're doing it, in Nigeria, right? So in the Delta, apparently there's like more flared gas there than like anywhere else. Like, people who were Nigerian were telling me that when they grew up, they remember seeing just fire in the sky like every night. And there's like such an enormous amount of flared gas there. And I met a kid who learned about how to mine on Bitcoin on YouTube. He's like 19 years old, from northern Nigeria. He's got a mining business now, and he's building like a container based product to harvest Bitcoin off of flared gas in the Delta in Nigeria. I'm just like, this is insane. Like, people are so persistent and hardworking and creative that it really just blew me away. But I think that mining's something to keep on the radar. But I think the big thing right now is kind of cross-border payments. Yeah.
It's pretty stark when you see, again, what the status quo was prior to some of these things being available and how much of a pain it was and how much easier it can be made. But even to your point in and around mining, you've got a number of countries where, again, they don't control their own money. So that's a mechanism to kind of siphon away any value that they produce. And now they have a way to use, local energy and be paid in a money that is outside of the state that used to control their money, and the freedom of transaction that enables as well. So it's really kind of like hitting all of these different check marks on the list of things that make these countries more self-sufficient and again sovereign from the powers that be that they used to have to answer to.
Well, why shouldn't America pay a European or an American to get their money to their family in Somalia, right? So in this case, yes, it's a business. Yes, he's taking a fee, but he's Somali, right? Like, and it's a local business. And I know we want to be like suspicious of KYC, of course, and et cetera, but like, hey, like there's a lot of legitimate businesses popping up in this area. And it should outrage anybody that 80% of the flows that connect Africans together on this planet are essentially still imperial or colonial. Like they get managed and they get profited off of by people in some other country. It's crazy.
Yeah. I'm gonna toss this to both Lynn and Robert to tag on. We got about 5 minutes here between the two of you, but I'm gonna say, in a world where all of a sudden you have nations that have basically been shat upon by the rest of the world, for lack of a better term, all of a sudden become independent in all the senses that we've just spoken about, and kind of gotten these freedoms that they previously didn't have. What does the world look like 50, 100 years out? I know that's a very long line, but like, what I'm getting is a generation or two down the line, how does the dynamic of power globally begin to shift? What does that begin to look like? Either one of you.
I'll go quick, so I'll leave you a lot of time, Len. I think one of the key things Bitcoin does is just inhibit centralization, right? It's almost like the only enemy of Bitcoin in a way. Obviously, no individual is an enemy to Bitcoin, but the phenomena of centralization itself, political centralization, financial, is inhibited by Bitcoin. And so that means a lot less power getting vested into so few hands in the future, right? This is the power of decentralization. And so if Lord Acton was correct, then we should have a lot less corruption in the world, because there would just be less opportunity for bending and twisting rules or exploiting honeypots or otherwise leveraging political hierarchies against individuals. I also think obviously prosperity should boom, right? The more theft you get out of the system, the more productivity should increase. I also think the freedom of location is interesting, kind of like the situation you guys are just describing, that a small community could just find an unused waterfall or other energy source, right? And start to self-organize a community around an energy asset in that way, and could monetize it themselves, obviously, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we're a much richer world, much more distributed geographically, much more innovative overall, given all the additional freedom that Bitcoin affords us. And I think Bitcoin is basically the truth of money, as kind of the key point we're all saying here. It's the ultimate money. And if the truth sets you free, then no wonder Bitcoin is setting us free.
I love that.
All yours, Lynn.
Yeah, Lynn, take it away.
So I'll tie the long term into the present. So we kind of just in the past couple of years got to a point where more people in the world have smartphones than bank accounts. So basically, banks had like a multi-century head start, and then given a couple decades, depending on exactly where you want to measure it from, smartphones just came up exponentially and eclipsed the number of people that have bank accounts. And that's partially just just technology, Moore's law, gets exponentially cheaper over time up to a point. But it's also because every jurisdiction has to essentially recreate the technology of banking, right? And so individual jurisdictions can mess it up, either through corruption and other reasons like that, right? Or just colonialism. Like they're pressured from outside sources that messes it up. They're not able to kind of bootstrap it. There's all sorts of reasons. Whereas with technology, if you solve something once, you can then spread it to the world, right? And so it's like once people get past like the current education problem, the fiat onboarding problem, right? There's these different types of bottlenecks. If you get to a point, going back to your question about the future, if more and more people are on like a shared protocol, a shared standard, and if that whole vision is successful, basically they're not having to recreate the wheel every time in 180 different jurisdictions. You basically have this like global form of communication of value, and then going back to what Breedlove said, basically you have people can organize around energy. People are more mobile. People are harder to censor. People are all sorts of things like that, and you can also redeploy these technologies into we're seeing like peer-to-peer speech, right? So different types of encrypted peer-to-peer applications that make it hard to clamp down on spreading information as long as they have some sort of access to the internet. So I think that's one way to think about it, is just that it's essentially using technology to solve a problem that banks just given centuries have only been able to solve really for the developed world. And even then, I mean, as you know, even in developed world, there's still censorship, there's still inflation, there's still all sorts of problems like that.
Music to my ears. I like the picture you painted. I look forward to that hopefully playing out. Maybe sooner rather than later. But there's a lot of work to be done. And Alex, I will say that you're putting in the work and trying to make that a reality. And I'm glad to have in any capacity been a part of it. But I'm going to, I guess, wrap us now. I'm going to say thank you so much, Alex, Robert, Lynn. You guys are legendary. Was again more than ecstatic that you guys could make the time to be here. So have a very Merry Christmas, and we'll be chatting with you guys again soon.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Onwards. See you soon.
Merry Christmas. All right. So we are wrapping that panel in about 5 minutes here. We've got another killer panel coming up. Make sure you do follow Gladstein, Breedlove, and Lynn Alden. Again, tons of interesting information coming out from all of them. And in just a moment here, we're going to have Michael Saylor, Tip, and John Vallis. We're going to be talking about incentives. So we will be back momentarily. Enjoy. Again, we've got another competition going here, so be sure to check that out. And we'll see you in a few minutes.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Shout out to sponsors of the show, privacypros.io, the Bill Funnel. Excellent way to be backing up your important seed phrases for all of your wallets. So why would you use something like the Bill Funnel? Well, if you're just writing crap down on paper, then you open yourself up to things like fire damage and water damage. Stuff you just don't want to be having to worry about on a regular basis. And so this is how I'm backing up my important Bitcoin wallets with the Bill Funnel. Now, they've also got tons of other stuff here on the website. They've all got all kinds of different hardware. They've got Faraday bags. If you're a tinfoil hat person like me and maybe want to block outside signals from even reaching your hardware or wiping your hardware, then this might be for you. But definitely consider getting your seed phrase in solid steel. And as a matter of fact, Privacy Pros are doing a giveaway this evening. So they're going to be giving away 3 Bill Funnels, obviously to 3 different people. So what do you need to do to enter this evening? Well, you're going to tweet out, and we want to know what's the worst seed phrase or backup accident that ever happened to you. You're going to need to tag myself at BTC Sessions, tag at Bill Funnel on Twitter, and you're also going to need to use the hashtag PrivacyProsXmas. Now, this competition is only open to people in the US of A. So sorry, my Canadian brethren. I guess we're cut out of this one, but that's okay. Everybody down in the US of A, be sure to enter on Twitter. There will be 3 winners announced within 24 hours. And once you are announced, we will reach out via Twitter to get you sorted. So get entering. We'll see you out there.
Hey guys, welcome back to ASIC Life Hacks. I'm your host, Tatum Turnup. also host of Between Two ASICs, not a podcast. I hate in the winter whenever it's really snowy outside. All right, so I live in Louisiana, so it never really is snowy, but there's occasional cold spells that, you know, make us have some patchy ice, and I'm just walking and I just slip. This is what it kind of is like. Oh God. Oh jeez. Oh. Wouldn't you really like if that wasn't what happened? I'm going to show you how you can use the heat from an ASIC to make sure that doesn't happen. All you got to do is put your ASIC or ASICs outside. Thinking about it now, there's probably going to need to be some more steps you take before you get to that point. However, I'm just going to show you essentially what happens. Yeah, there's got to be a lot that goes into this, but I'm going to show you the end result of what happens, okay? This is what happens when you have ASICs helping with that evil ice. So as you can see, the amount of ice is significantly less than what it was before without the ASIC. Now this doesn't mean that it's still... So the ice experiment was probably the most effective that we've seen so far. Oh my gosh, this is exhausting. We still got one more. Catch y'all in a little bit.
Fantastic. Tatum with the hot tips. If you missed the first couple, go back and watch them because they're excellent. Solid advice from Mr. Turnip. We've got a hell of a panel right now. Very excited for this. We're going to be talking about societal incentives, kind of how Bitcoin impacts those. So I'm going to welcome my panel in now. We have Mr. John Vallis. We've got
Hey,
Tip,
buddy.
and we've got Michael Saylor. Welcome, everybody.
Hey, guys.
How's everybody's holidays going?
Amazing.
Awesome. Nice
Good.
and warm.
Well, I'm super glad to have you all. This is going to be a good time. I mean, much shorter than I would have preferred, but yeah, I'm glad to have you all back. You've all been on the show before, so thanks for taking the time, especially this close to Christmas. But let's dive into it. I'm going to give a little preamble. I'm just going to open it up to comments and get the conversation going. So, I mean, you can kind of look at the idea of societal incentives pretty broadly, right? You can go from institutional incentives all the way down to the individual level. And these are, you know, pretty intertwined. They can influence each other. I've, on a personal level, experienced kind of a journey of self-improvement spurred on by the values of low time preference that I've come to understand through Bitcoin and people talking about Bitcoin. But, you know, conversely, Michael, you probably look at this a lot through a lens of company policy, being on a Bitcoin standard, all of the considerations that entails. And even higher up than that, we have, you know, world governments now that are starting to navigate these waters as well. So I guess my first question here will be, how do the incentives of Bitcoin differ from the status quo today? What's different about Bitcoin that, and how does it change our current incentives? Whoever wants to dive in first.
Tip.
Yeah, sure. I'll go first. So to me, I think Bitcoin specifically, what I'm bullish about is that it creates the incentive for people to be more engaged in society. And Ben, to your point, it does this at so many levels, at a societal level, at an individual level. At a societal level, like Bitcoin aligns our incentives by giving us all skin in the game, because anyone can hold and access a piece of Bitcoin. Like the minimum amount is less than a cent for you to hold. So when the ecosystem grows in value, so does your piece of Bitcoin and your purchasing power. And the way the ecosystem grows in value is driven by the individual level incentives, because Bitcoin makes it easier for individuals to be rewarded for their contributions. So now that we can move like any amount of value over the internet without any friction or anyone's permission, like all sorts of interactions can have value attached to them, like even as small as a like on social media. And so like it's through these micropayments that's never happened before in traditional worlds. You can actually like bootstrap your like ideas, and you can receive value instantly and directly from users, which encourages you to keep like building and iterating and sharing your creations. And also from the user's point of view, like you want to support the things that you wish to exist in the world. So you allocate your funds towards shaping the direction of that project through tipping and streaming and donating. So now on both sides, there are like incentives to engage and contribute ideas, which hasn't really been possible in a world where everything kind of centralizes. But then also these actions kind of create pure price signals to show the rest of the market what's working. And as a result, all sorts of ideas can now be funded and shaped at a grassroots level, where we're all aligned in wanting to do what's best for Bitcoin, because that's how we grow our wealth. It comes full circle. And I think that's kind of like the magical thing about Bitcoin that you don't really see in a traditional world, where everything goes through kind of like a central entity, and the ideas get shaped top down.
It kind of gives that like you were saying, like a monetary feedback. The speed of that, the speed of the price signal is expedited, right? So you get it's not always instant, right? We've seen price signal in some instances go slower than we'd like. Some of these implosions, reality takes a little bit of time to hit, but like compared to the status quo of how things would previously be strung along and be lifted up with our traditional financial rails, or lifted up with central banks correcting mistakes that people have made, we get that reality check and that price signal a little bit quicker. So I don't know. I'll jump to John, and then I'll jump to Michael. But what do you think in regards to this price signal being expedited?
Well, yeah, I mean, I certainly think that's what happens when the price signal can effectively move at the speed of light, and capital is priced naturally, let's say, without perversion or intervention or distortion. And so I think, this whole idea of the value enabled web and our actions online having a cost. And I think broadly speaking, what that will do is just help us separate the signal from the noise, and those signals are what become the incentives. And then I think, 2 points broadly speaking. Again, I think one, and this will take time to play out as everything does when we talk about Bitcoin, but currently when you have a money like the one we have, where it's controlled by, let's say, government / the people at the top of the banking system or the institutions, when you're competing in a market, the top prize is not just the accumulation of capital or wealth as it might be. You're a competitive monopoly of some kind, or you've dominated your industry. The top prize actually becomes regulatory capture, because if you can capture, the regulator, then you can build a moat around your business. You can make it prohibitively expensive for competitors to enter into your industry. You can do all sorts of things to gain more power and control. That's kind of like supra market. That's not determined by your ability to compete. And that is largely by virtue of the fact that government / banking institutions create and control the creation of money and the allocation of capital and all that kind of stuff. And so when that is limited and potentially eliminated in the future, then I think we have a market that is far more merit-based, far more competition-based. And so people will be competing basically to accumulate the most wealth and capital in the market. And that will be the highest incentive. So there won't be this additional incentive that's power and control that allows you to manipulate markets outside of your ability to compete and provide value. And I guess the last point I'll make in this intro part is, I think one of the things that is really interesting about how Bitcoin acts on psychology and culture, and Ben, you mentioned it, that being involved in Bitcoin has changed you in a variety of ways that you would deem positive. And I think all of us on this panel would say the same, and I think everyone listening would say the same to some degree. And, there's definitely a lot of reasons for that. And time preference is definitely one, and delaying gratification and undertaking large, thinking about the future more, let's say, and thinking that you have a future. But I think it's also that Bitcoin has certain characteristics or attributes by virtue of how it functions. So one might be Bitcoin can't lie. Bitcoin propagates truth. And so there's this, if you translate that attribute into the human domain, you might call that an ethic of honesty. Be honest. Bitcoin can't be violated. You translate that into human domain, you might say, don't steal. Bitcoin treats everyone the same. Everyone is subject to the same rules. You transmute that to the human domain, you might say the ethic of fairness. Bitcoin is based on proof of work. You translate that into human domain, you might say the ethic of humility. Bitcoin allows you to be more self-owned. Again, in the future, when we're not so surreptitiously and overtly stolen from, that you are the only one who allocates your capital. And therefore, if you have, the ethic or the attitude of generosity, of charity, of compassion, that you can't rely on that being outsourced to the government or whomever, the social welfare system, whatever. You're in control of those ethics, and you have to find them within you and decide how important they are to you. And so, we could probably keep going with that, but you get the point that these attributes of Bitcoin are transmuted into the human domain, and they emerge as ethics. And I think we see that, broadly speaking, in the culture that's emerging around Bitcoin, that people value things like honesty and humility and hard work. And another big one is nobody can own Bitcoin for you, right? You have to own it for yourself. That's a profound sense of responsibility. So that's the ethic of responsibility. And that is being propagated in the culture. And so what happens is those ethics become elevated and propagated in the culture. And as a result, they become the incentives. And so you are rewarded when you express those ethics in your behavior. And that is a big way in which I see Bitcoin altering the incentives, the societal incentives that we engage with. And it's great, because wouldn't you like to live in a culture where, those ethics or those moral behaviors that we'd all probably more or less agree on were the ones that were most rewarded, that were most incentivized, that even if you didn't really understand them internally, you haven't done all that work, whatever, the signal that you're receiving is to act in accord with a certain ethic. And so, it's still early days, but I see that happening in spades in the so-called Bitcoin culture.
Yeah, so I guess I'm third.
You can dive right in if you want to tag in.
Thinking about the social incentives, I think Tips pointed out that that Bitcoin can allow virtuous cooperation across a host of applications at all frequencies, and this is unique and revolutionary, and create a lot of beautiful things in the world. And John's pointed out that that Bitcoin is virtuous, and it gives us an alternative to a corrupt system. When I was thinking about it, I said, so how does it improve social incentives? And I had I remembered something I'd read. Someone said, fiat creates poverty and chaos as the energy flows into goods and esoteric assets, and it dissipates, thereby making everything in the society more expensive. And the Bitcoin system creates order and prosperity as the energy flows into the money and persists, therefore making goods less expensive. And I think you could just say, my point of view is Bitcoin improves the social incentives because it completely aligns 8 billion individuals, 4 billion families, 400 million corporations, 195 countries, everybody in the world, the working class, the poor, the middle class, the elite, they all are aligned around this idea of virtuous, honest, ethical, technically sound, economically sound money. And the alternative, the fiat system, is, in essence, since all the currencies are collapsing, people that want to take a long view and they want to plan for the future, they have to store their energy across 10,000 property markets, 40,000 listed companies, 100 to 300 private companies, 195 countries, thousands of collectibles, thousands of bonds, thousands of ETFs. And I just mentioned a few things. And all of us are going to fight over which of those things are virtuous. And then we're going to have an incredible bureaucracy in every single nation state attempting to properly regulate all those things and control who accesses all of them. So in the absence of perfected money, you just have a chaotic, expensive, inefficient economic order, and that puts everybody at each other's throats. And in the presence of Bitcoin, which is perfected money, I think, well, my time horizon stretches out because I can see 1,000 years from now, and I certainly can't plan for 1,000 years on gold or pesos or dollars or yen or bonds or stocks or collectibles or Beanie Babies or baseball cards or diamonds or ETFs or nothing, right? So I can see 1,000 years in the future. My space horizon stretches out. I can see forever, or at least I can see all around the Earth. I could, imagine seeing not 13 miles to the horizon, but I can see all the way around 25,000 mile circumference of the Earth. I can see it all. My domains all merge. Now I can see everyone trading with everyone across every jurisdiction. And, as Tip pointed out, you can do it across unique applications at frequencies, every second that you could never imagine. So that just seems like it definitely improves our social incentives.
I want to tag onto something that you mentioned there. So you were saying, I can see out 1,000 years. We've definitely, as a society, gotten away from the idea of multi-generational projects. You used to build a cathedral that you would never see to completion through your lifetime. So it would be
one of the best examples.
Yeah. And do you think that with a switch to Bitcoin, we get back to that, where we see projects that are started that people know full well they will never see the end of in their lifetime, but they I guess have a common purpose, a common goal. They can see into the future. They can see where society is going, and they're more likely to contribute to that. You can bridge across nation states. You can bridge Africa to Asia to South America to North America, four companies in 4 countries. You can bridge that. You can bridge across time, across generations, right? You have a material to actually construct both of those economic plans. And in the absence of Bitcoin, you can do neither. Damn.
Yeah, Ben, I think the answer is definitely yes. And what's interesting about it is it's not just the capacity, to see into the future and that degree of stability and security that you can kind of project out into the future. But as a result of that, and I think we all, again, have this in a microcosm in our own cases, is when you have that degree of security and stability, other considerations emerge in your mind, right? The anxiety about the future gets dialed down, and the deprivation gets dialed down. You have more abundance, and you start thinking about the future. And you also start thinking like, well, what do I want to do now that I'm not forced to do things? And I think this necessitates a consideration of meaning. Like, what is most meaningful to you and what is most valuable to you? And I think that, the cathedral example is great because, and I'm sure there's nuances in every case where cathedrals were built, of course, but punchline being, not only was there the capacity, but all that capacity, all that mathematics, all that architecture, all that capital went into building something that was imbued with an incredible amount of meaning, that was a representation of something extremely meaningful. Now, I'm not saying we're going to build cathedrals around Bitcoin, but I think there's going to be a lot of discussion and thinking about the question, like, what is worthy of our devotion, of our capital and our time, even so far as that we won't be around to see it to its fruition, as you mentioned. And, whether that be building things that express the degree to which we value or find meaning in innovation or exploration or discovery, like spaceships and starships and all that kind of stuff, or whether it is something more earthbound of a manner that we haven't yet come across, or maybe it is a revivification of some of the religious ideas, if not the institutions that's carried them. But punchline being, I think we'll both have the capacity and the interest in these questions of what is of the highest meaning and value to us. And I do think we will devote ourselves to them even beyond our material existence, let's say.
I like that you brought it back a little bit to the individual level there too, where you said, well, now you have the capacity to kind of, be more thoughtful with your time. I wonder if because right now the average person doesn't have even a cursory understanding of kind of how our money works or the implications of how it works. And right now, your average wage earner, they enter into a contract with an employer with the understanding of, oh, I'm getting X amount of units per hour of my time. But their understanding of what that accomplishes for them at that point in time, that contract is effectively broken immediately, right? Their expectations of what I can afford with this number of monetary units for this hour of my time, it dissipates very, very quickly. And so inherently you're put in a position of having to argue that you deserve to keep pace with the debasement. But with Bitcoin, that kind of gets flipped on its head, and from a societal level, it switches that dynamic where the company is now put in the position of, if you're doing an hourly wage for an individual, well, the purchasing power of that hourly wage continues to appreciate over time, and so hopefully the productivity of that employee also appreciates over time. But if it doesn't, then you're in a position of, as the employer, you are now beholden to the blue collar worker, who you then have to go to and say, well, your productivity has not kept up. Because of this, we think that your wage should now be this instead, and then risk losing that employee, having to retrain somebody new. So it like the entire way society is structured right now, where the blue collar worker it's on their shoulders to argue and claw back the purchasing power that they've been basically stolen from their wages. It completely changes that. And you're right. It gives people that ability to more carefully think about their time. It changes that power structure. And I want Tip's thoughts on this. What does that do to the average person when now they're in the position of power instead of this top down that we've seen?
Yeah. I think like when our money is just an effective tool for savings, we don't have to stress about that rat race of fiat when you're constantly like chasing the quantity of money to mitigate that decreasing quality of money. And so Bitcoin helps the individual to just achieve that financial independence sooner. In the meantime, while we're working to build our stack, we don't have to devote so much time and effort and brain space into like Michael said before, financial planning and all these different types of assets. And we have to all be magically fund managers with expert skills in asset allocation. And, we're risking these massive setbacks where we can lose it all through speculation because we're trying to keep up with the pace of our loss in purchasing power. And as John said before, when the money is taken care of, when the wealth is taken care of, it frees up so much of our time and energy and brain space to experiment, to have leisure, to have the ability to create and unleash this like dormant potential. Like everyone has that something inside of them that they're kind of just like suppressing because we have to work today. It's a 9 to 5. And so like all of that comes out with the freedom to explore, to do what you love to do. And I'm just most excited to see the plebs show the world what they have. Like, show us what you got and you will be rewarded with cold hard sats. Like, I'm so excited for that. Imagine the beautiful world that is going to get built from this.
What
Cheers.
Michael, I'm going to ask you, what does that transition look like? Like, how do we get from where we are to the picture that Tip just painted? And is it a difficult transition? Like, is there collateral damage in the meantime? Like, where are we going?
I think that that we just all have to set a good example and live by the words of Matt Odell. Stay humble, stack sats. I think the Bitcoin ethos has been highlighted this year, and the importance of it is highlighted this year, because the ethos is you have to work hard, but doing whatever you do and generating income in whatever the local currency is that you get paid in. But if you work hard and then you stay humble, you don't no crypto scamming, right? No shit coining, and then stack sats, and then the objective public will be inspired by that example. I think that 99% of the world is just watching what's going on, and they see the example of FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried and all the crypto scammers, and they're horrified by that behavior. And then they see the example of the Bitcoiners that stay humble and stack sats, and we build better apps on Lightning, and we keep accumulating, and we keep educating, and we keep inspiring. And I think they will join our cause. And next year, there will be many, many people that will look at the entire crypto thing, and they will say, there is one good thing out of this, the Bitcoin ethos, the Bitcoin network, the Bitcoin community. And then we'll just get a bit more support. And then each year thereafter, right, this is why laser eyes matter. Think about, not that I'm going to name names, but think about all the people that have suffered reputational damage and economic damage and physical damage because they took the laser eyes off, and they ambled into the FTX zone or the crypto zone, or they started doing this and that and the other thing, and everybody was just too cute, right? Too cute by a factor of 10. Juggling razor blades, and you just keep coming back to the observation that the objective majority that has all the money and all the power in the world right now, they're just watching how we behave. And if you believe in humanity, then you believe that people are basically honest and well-intentioned, and they want to do the right thing. And so they're going to look at the future, and if they see an honest, ethical money that's technically superior, that's economically superior, well, then they're probably going to adopt that money. And sometimes it's painful. You got to grit your teeth to get through years like 2022, where you have to live through the Terra Luna 3 arrows and all the attendant meltdowns. But that's the path forward, right? Keep the laser eyes on, stay humble, stack sats, move forward, upgrade the ecosystem, and don't get arrogant and presumptuous. I've said before, all the things I regret in my life are my good ideas that I felt as though I was successful, and since I had already succeeded, I could now move on and do 10 more things. And you can see a lot of people in this industry do that. And if you came back to the one good idea, Bitcoin, educate people on Bitcoin, work hard to buy more Bitcoin, stack your Bitcoin, don't lose your Bitcoin.
It's interesting. I feel like, again, the people that are learning the lessons first tend to be the plebs. So they're the ones that on a smaller scale learn the lessons, and then we're seeing it work its way up the ladder where larger and larger entities are learning these hard lessons, having to pay that tuition. This year is a fantastic example of that fiat shit doesn't fly, even if you're a large institution. You can't have that paper Bitcoin for very long before you implode. And it's a reality check on everyone. I'm wondering if you guys think that, again, in the grand scheme of societal incentives on a larger scale, do you think that we see the same lesson that's been learned on the individual level, and then with larger and larger exchanges and entities, do we see that at a bank level and maybe a nation state level where there's paper Bitcoin that ends up in implosions? Does literally every level of this hierarchy have to learn that lesson?
I mean, there's nothing like touching the stove, right? To know that it's hot and it'll burn you. And I think that's pretty much an evergreen sort of, that's an age-old wisdom for a reason. And so I don't think it matters what scale you're operating at. There's going to be people on every scale that do that. And it's great if you can learn the right way without getting burned first, but very few people are humble and wise enough to do that. So I'm sure that the same thing will continue to happen as this reaches, you know, every scale it goes through.
I prefer to take a cheerful, constructive view toward this, which is, I think Bitcoin offers individuals hope, families hope, corporations hope, policymakers and governments hope, academics hope, and we're educating them. And I think they're going to adopt. They are adopting it. And if we educate them well and they're wise, they'll adopt it in a responsible fashion. And there's going to be some, they're going to move too fast, and they're going to move in a very irresponsible way, and they're going to drop the ball. And yeah, there'll be some that will fail, but you know, at the end of the day, it's everybody's responsibility to act, you know, to do the right thing, to act like an adult. And that the same is true at the nation state level as it is at the individual level. I think Bitcoin offers everybody the chance to do the right thing. And, you know, we'll see colorful examples of people that may be, you know, spectacularly wiped out along the way, but I wouldn't get down on that. I think that the optimistic thing to say is corporations can adopt Bitcoin to solve their problem, right? And banks can solve their problem by adopting Bitcoin, right? It's a solution to them in the same way that electricity is a solution to them. And, you know, every kid, you know, the word getting shocked, right? The word shocked means you underestimated the power running through the wire and you shocked yourself. But there's not a single person, government, institution on this earth that doesn't want electricity and doesn't need it. So Bitcoin is like electricity, and some people are going to get shocked, and some people are going to burn themselves playing with fire. And you know, it happens. I was a Boy Scout once. I said to my dad, I want a knife. My dad said, okay, you be careful with this knife. I said, I'll be careful with the knife. You know, I said, I want to go like carve up things I want a bigger knife. He said, be careful. I said, I'll be fine. And of course I cut myself with the knife because everybody always does. And that's how you learn.
Yeah.
But whatever, it's technology.
But, you know, Ben, just on both of those points, and we're talking about incentives, right? And why is it, we talk about orange pilling people a lot in Bitcoin, right? Like we want to share the good word. But, you know, why do celebrities get paid to endorse certain products, right? Because their allure, their example creates an incentive that inspires behavior for people to follow. And I don't know if it's just me, but, you know, I think some of the wisdom that Michael just shared and what you were saying, like, I think the, you know, shoving Bitcoin down people's throats sort of approach to orange pilling, people are realizing that that's not very persuasive. The most persuasive thing to do is to, you know, imbue your life with the benefits and the principles and the ethics of Bitcoin and let that show, right? And, you know, broadly speaking, as cliche as it might sound, that means like be the best you can be with Bitcoin. And that is what, you know, people love to buy, they hate to be sold, right? And so people will observe you and, you know, whoever's in your life, and they'll say like, why are they so optimistic about the future? Why are they engaging in work that they find meaningful? Why are they so happy to be hanging out with all these people they met, you know, on podcasts and online? Why are they so, you know, fill in the blank, fill in the blank, fill the blank? And that's what everyone wants. Everyone wants a happy, meaningful, you know, peaceful, stable, secure life and family. And I think Bitcoin is a tremendous tool for you know, creating those things in your life. And so I think it's upon all of us to just maximize its potential, and everything else will fall into place. And that will be a very strong incentive in itself.
I love that. I'm gonna round this out here. I'm going to give Tip the last word, and I'm going to ask you a quick question. on a personal level, how has Bitcoin changed your demeanor, how you live your life, and kind of your outlook into the future?
Oh, it's a positive effect. And I think for me personally, I love that I'm like more myself on the internet because the internet doesn't care who I am. Neither does internet money. There are no restrictions. There's no discrimination. There's no rulers. And so seeing that all the incentives are now aligned towards building a society where it's like, you know, if you add value, you'll be rewarded. I love that. I live for that. And I mean, to all the plebs out there, like, go to Stacker News, go to Guys, or go to Fountain, create something. Again, show the world what you got and you will be rewarded for it. That's how I'm trying to live my life, and I'm having so much fun doing it. So I just want everyone to join me and have fun living your life with Bitcoin. So yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Amazing.
Great message. Create value and store the fruits of your labor in something that can be debased.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty simple. John, Michael, Tip, I am so grateful that all of you could join me. I know it was brief, but I want to again thank you for being here and wish you a very Merry Christmas. So have a good holidays, guys.
Thanks for having us, Ben. Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry
Bye.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas. All right, everybody. Awesome. What a good chat. That was fun. We've got a panel coming in. We're going to be chatting a little bit about world adoption. So we're going to get that going in just a moment here. Very excited for this. Again, big thank you to Michael for coming out, to John for coming out, to Tip for coming out, and everybody else that's been involved in the show thus far. But yeah, we're gonna be chatting a little bit about world adoption. I'm just changing up my background here so it's not super obnoxious because we may have a larger panel. We'll see here, but I'm going to start bringing them in now. We have Samson Mao, we've got Joe Hall, and we've maybe got Jack Mallers in there somewhere. It's kind of dark. Maybe he needs to turn on the lights in the closet. We'll see. But gentlemen, welcome to the show. And Jack, if you can hear me, we'll get them rolling in a minute here. But, yeah, how are you guys doing? How's your holidays so far?
Good, Ben. Good to be on your show. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, thanks for being here. And Joe, you look very fast. What's on your head?
It's
oh
antlers.
man, you came prepared. It did
Yeah,
not
man,
fit in the frame. I appreciate it.
I've got a selection. I've also got this, and if not, I have some hats behind me as well. Wait, that's
amazing. And there he is. There he is, Mr. Mallers. How you doing, man?
Gentlemen, Merry
Welcome.
Christmas, Happy Holidays. How are you?
Very Merry Christmas. I'm great. Thanks for taking the time to do this. I appreciate it.
Are you kidding me? Thank you. You're going on what? Hour what with hours left? Thank you.
We started about, we're going on hour three pretty quick here. I'll be here for, I've got another 3 in me, I think.
Yeah, at least I could do. Good to see you.
Nice.
Well,
do you need a bathroom break, Ben?
Oh, don't worry. I've scheduled, this thing is down to a T. I've got pre-recorded stuff on the hour for 5 minutes where I can run out. It's great. Yeah. So I learned from last year where I just about exploded by the end. So we're set. Well, gentlemen, thank you for being here. I'm going to just dive into it because we only got like half an hour for these panels. They're jam-packed. So we're just going to get into it. We're chatting about world adoption. And you know, we've got people on the panel that are dealing with that in various capacities, whether it be Jack and everything you're doing with Strike, Samson, you're doing nation state related stuff. Joe, you're traveling around like a madman. I think you're in a new place every week when I see you. And so the last panel that we had was relating to societal incentives, ranging from nations all the way down to individuals. This panel is focusing more so kind of what is actually happening at this early stage as the world is onboarded. So I kind of want to, if we can, focus on lived experiences, actual solved problems for real people in populations thus far. So I'm going to start with a kind of broad question, but what are you seeing that excites you in terms of Bitcoin adoption in what you're working on, to whoever wants to jump in first, but what's exciting you right now? Who's the most excited?
Let Joe go first.
Yeah, I'll go. So many things, but in particular, this comes from experience in Senegal at the start of this month. It was the second time going to Senegal, and you've got a massive unbanked population, right? But they've got smartphones, and there's this Bitcoin thing, which obviously circumvents that whole need to have a bank account, prove your proof of address, and present various documents to show all those documents you need in order to open a bank account. And we were there. I was there with Paco and a load of other Bitcoiners at the start of the month, and I was giving out sats like a madman, and everyone was desperate to get hold of Bitcoin. And I was like, why is it that people don't have Bitcoin here? Like, we take it for granted in the Western world that you can just, go on an exchange and buy it, or there's a peer-to-peer system set up or whatever. But in so many countries around the world, it's actually very hard to get hold of Bitcoin. So we don't even realize that there's this, sort of unmet need to provide Bitcoin there. And so we can, whereas we've messed up in the Western world with these centralized exchanges, which are all basically, as we've seen this year, a lot of them have gone up in flames. With the developing world, there might be a way in which we could create these Bitcoin economies, or these Bitcoin, countries, without even a need for an exchange. Circular economies being like the classic example. But I'm excited to see what other sort of ways we can get Bitcoin adoption without using sort of a centralized exchange. So yeah, that's probably one of them. I can go on with others, but I'm going to throw that one out there first. And
let's get some thoughts on the rest of the panel. So Jack, you were just in Africa, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was your experience down there? What are you seeing on the ground? How people are using this stuff? How things are going?
Oh my goodness. Ghana for me was this first time in the continent for me. And it was a mind-blowing experience. To be totally honest with you, firstly, it had nothing to do with Bitcoin. Why it was mind-blowing. There's an energy in that continent. I think people in the West, I'll speak specific to the United States since I'm an American, very insecure, very privileged. There is a deep fear of looking in the mirror and admitting that we have problems. There's a lot of passive aggressive infighting. There's a lot of projection, neglecting issues, and inferring that it's always someone else's fault. When I got off the plane in the continent of Africa, it's the exact opposite. These are people that feel generally mistreated, feel like there is a lot of hope and opportunity compared to how the last few hundred years have gone for them. And you can feel it. Where I'm from, someone may whisper behind your back and say, I heard that guy voted for Donald Trump, or I heard that guy's not vaccinated. No, seriously, that guy doesn't like the vaccine. That guy doesn't like the right politician. It's a lot of passive aggressive nonsense. And in Africa, it was crazy. They don't have time to not like each other. It's a brotherhood. It's a sisterhood. It's a banded together. Or if you don't like the same food, you don't like the same politicians, there's a lot more important things to worry about. And it was the coolest thing in the world. They're active builders. They're very optimistic and passionate, and it comes through violently. And so first and foremost, that has nothing to do with Bitcoin. I just think it was a cool reminder of how big the world is and how different lives can be. And then I think that there's a very natural overlap for Bitcoin in that attitude. I've lately described Bitcoin as the world's new house on the hill. I think the United States of America was at one point the greatest startup of all time, right? It was this idea that you looked at the United States of America for hope. You immigrated and migrated there for freedom, for equality, for a better future, to achieve your dreams. And I think the world is actually starting to turn to Bitcoin in that way. America is not the house on the hill anymore. I don't think people aspire to be what we're becoming. And you can start to get a sense within Africa that it was their house on the hill. It was that it is where you got equality, freedom of speech. It is where you seeked hope, job opportunities, and general aspirations to live a life that you dream of. And so I don't know if that was the answer you were looking for, but it's a very inspiring trip.
I love that. I mean, again, like America was an idea, right? And in the absence of that idea being pushed forth within America in some instances. Well, that idea is now kind of found a home that is native to anywhere, right? Anybody can be the quote unquote American, at least as an ideal, anywhere now. And it opens up that freedom, that ability to transact and save your money as you see fit and provide value for people. It's now become global. It's incredible.
Yeah, Bitcoin has this really innate property of absorbing and capturing energy. It's really difficult to make massive progress when energy is dispersed in different directions, even if unintentionally. If you have 8 billion people that need to be marching together, because above all nation states is humanity, at the end of the day, despite our disagreements, we're all on the same team. Bitcoin has this really cool ability naturally that it's able to channel energy from all walks of life and all parts of the planet and march us in the same direction. It is super cool in that way. So it acts as this newfound modern day house on the hill that can lead humanity to a more prosperous place. And the last thing I'll say on my experience now, more practically, that was a little bit.
That's okay. It was great.
Talking about any use cases, but a word that the other Jack uses all the time that inspires me greatly is necessity. He talks about this all the time. Is there a necessity to do commerce in the Western world? That's a debate, right? And it depends on who you're talking to. There is necessity for cross-border payments in Africa. And there's a lot of data and history there. And so it was also really, really, really cool to see the natural necessities versus what we speculate on Twitter to be cool. But in practicality, maybe there's not much of a necessity. So for me, there was a necessity in getting out of local currency. And there's the debate of stable coins versus Bitcoin. It's not up for debate that they don't want to hold their own currency. It's up for debate of what to them is perceived to be safe haven, whether that's Tether or whether that's Bitcoin. And then the other is the difference between the necessity and pure desire and need to go shopping with Bitcoin versus the pure desire and need for cross-border payments and being able to escrow physical value to other continents. And the cross-border payments, it's painfully obvious whether you like it or not, that that's far more a necessity, and natural adoption curve is way more explosive there than in commerce. It's just the reality of it.
Interesting. I want to toss it to Samson because Samson, you've been also gallivanting the globe in a variety of jurisdictions. And I'm curious about your lived experience and what you've been seeing. And maybe you can, pull some examples of kind of what you've encountered as Bitcoin is looked at on a global stage.
Sure. So unfortunately, I didn't get to go to Ghana, and I have yet to go to Africa. My focus is still on Latin America. And for me, and I guess the rest of the Jan 3 team, we think Latin America is the most interesting place for adoption, not discounting Africa, but there is a sea change happening there in terms of politics. And a lot of it has to do with anchoring of El Salvador and them setting the example. So for us, we want to really devote our energy to that region. But on one of my last trips, we were in Argentina, and I got to see firsthand how people living under double-digit inflation, or basically hyperinflation, live their lives day to day. You know, you're converting money to pay for things, like maybe dollars to pesos, and you're basically operating on a just-in-time models. For us, we were converting dollars basically every few days so we could pay for dinner, because we didn't want to convert all at once in one batch. And we actually were losing money through the entire time, actually gaining money the entire time. So if we did convert all in one batch when we first arrived, we would have lost by the time we left. But it's just an eye-opening experience going to see that. And I believe it's important for Bitcoiners to go into the world and actually visit other places. Much like Jack is saying, until you go there, you don't have that full perspective. And a lot of people in the West, living in Europe, Canada, and the US, we're kind of very comfortable. We have access to all the tools and financial infrastructure that people just don't have. And it kind of blindsides us to being able to understand the necessity of Bitcoin and other tools such as stablecoins or other ways to get dollar-denominated value. But if you want an example of the practicality of Bitcoin adoption, I can give you one. So we were in El Salvador. We were out at Campobello, Like basically, it's away from the city, about an hour's drive, and we were just having a relaxing getaway or team retreat. And we needed to book a videographer. And there was no way for us to pay his deposit, which he required, aside from using Chivo. So because there was already an install base, so you can think of this as their local version of PayPal or Venmo or Wise, we could send him the deposit that he requested before he would commit to doing the work for us. But it just goes to show, like, having these tools at the disposal of the people in Latin America is a net benefit, because it enables opportunities and commerce activity that otherwise would not have been possible.
Mhm.
So I think it's a gradual rollout, and it's going to be slow at first, but it is happening, and it's happening very rapidly.
Joe, I want to jump to you because I saw you doing this thread while you were down there, your experience as you were using Lightning and playing around and interacting with merchants. And, you know, as Samson said, it's going to be a gradual thing as this stuff rolls out and is smoothed out. But you had some very interesting experiences down there. Maybe you could give a little recap of kind of like what your lived experience was, where you think you'd like to see this go down the line. How were things for you?
For sure. Yeah, I took a lot of flack for that as well. But I was just trying to tell the truth of, you know, I live on a Bitcoin standard, and I have done for 18 months now. And I wanted to continue living on a Bitcoin standard in El Salvador. And unfortunately, I failed. And there's a couple of funny instances. Like, you know, you'd be in a restaurant and they'd be wearing, of all things, Jack, they'd be wearing a Strike t-shirt. And, you know, you'd go to pay and they'd be like, oh, no, we don't accept Bitcoin anymore. I'd be like, you're wearing a Strike t-shirt. Like, come on. Of course you do. And, you know, you'd eventually talk them through it, and they'd reluctantly accept Bitcoin. I mean, for the most part, yes, you can use Bitcoin, but it's slow, and it's slower than, you know, those giddy and enthusiastic Bitcoiners around the world look at El Salvador and think, brilliant, you know, I can't wait to go there and spend my sats there. And I mean, I've since had lots of time to think about it and speak with other Bitcoiners about sort of the adoption process there. And I think it was Obi that put it like really succinctly. He basically said, you know, El Salvador has adopted a new language. And the president has, you know, apart from Bitcoin Beach, where everyone was already fluent in, say, Chinese, the president has said the whole country needs to start speaking Chinese, you know, in the next week or so. And inevitably, maybe a few places will start to learn a few words, string a few sentences together, but no one is going to be speaking like bilingual Chinese within a year's time. And, you know, Bitcoin, for many of us, you know, we spend hundreds or thousands of hours studying this thing before we even think about, you know, going all in or, you know, living on a Bitcoin standard or whatever it may be. So, of course, there's going to be these sort of niggling processes at the start. But I also think there's a lot of value that we can get from telling the truth and showing certain things, such as, you know, cracked phone screens don't work very well with QR codes, or dark mode for apps works terribly in brightly sunlit countries where, you know, farmers are in fields all day and might have bad eyesight because they sleep in a house that has, you know, an open fire in it. So naturally they have bad eyesight. So, you know, dark mode they're going to struggle with. I mean, this was the experience with Osmo wallets. You know, they've learned this through Guatemala's Bitcoin adoption there, and they've realized, okay, how can we make it the most user friendly experience for people on the ground using it? And yeah, there's a lot still to be done, and a lot still that gives me hope and makes me want to work even harder. But of course, you know, the Bitcoin adoption doesn't happen overnight, and we're going to be at this for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. I don't know. And yeah, as Samson says, across the whole of Latin America, and as Jack points out, across Africa too. I mean, I'm the most bullish and the most excited about Africa, of course. And yeah, can't wait to go back there and, you know, let the sats flow there even more. You should come out as well, Ben.
I would really love to. Yeah, I was very jealous watching a lot of the stuff that was going on down there. I would have loved to have been a part of it. I will. It's on the bucket list, so we'll see. Jack, I do want to go to you really quick. In regards to kind of what Joe was saying, like obviously this is a gradual process, and you're going to get people that, they use app X, Y, and Z, or maybe they get on a Chivo and like the experience isn't at what we've come to understand from other options out there. And there's confusion, and there's people that are just navigating this new world that we're in. What's some of the feedback that you have gotten in terms of areas to improve? What are some of the top things on your priority list of like, shit, people either don't understand this or it's difficult to navigate, we need to fix this and we need to work on this? What's top of mind?
Oh, Jesus Christ. The whole at Strike as a company, or specific to Joe's experience in El Salvador?
I mean, in general, like what are average people having trouble grappling with as they try to accept or use Bitcoin?
Accept or use, so in a commerce setting.
Yeah, we'll say that. Or even cross-border could apply here too.
I think, oh my goodness, there's a huge history to Visa and the card networks that I said as much as I was allowed to say from lawyers on stage in Miami. It was quite the whole story behind that is very interesting. But there's a story to how we got to where we are, and so there's a huge difference in the incentives that go behind these things, how these things came about. Visa in 2007 was a nonprofit. We'll just give that a second to marinate. In 2008, it went public. So there's a lot to break down in how we got here. Here's another one. Apple Pay is non-existent in Latin America. That's a blanket statement. In some places, it may have just launched. So how do you go for a user experience where Apple Pay hasn't been successful? To Joe's point, the amount of user experience glitches, and it's very difficult. I think it could take as long as it needs to take. You're talking about, in my opinion, some of the more grand sweeping change in payments in the history of digital commerce. And then the things that we're learning are, my goodness, how to incent a bank like Capital One to want to use Lightning instead of Visa, all the way to merchants and giving us direct feedback on the QR codes they don't love, the issues with NFC. I think at the end of the day, though, what we all should aspire to is deliver an experience that hones in on necessity and provides really clear value to whoever's using it. Sometimes I think as Bitcoiners, we lose that a little bit. It's this kind of notion that we're going to take the world and convince them to meet us over here. And I love the idea of we're over here and have spent a lot of time understanding Bitcoin and just finding ways to make it valuable over here where everybody else is. And just a reminder that that's probably the most mutually beneficial approach to planet Earth. And it probably, if your end goal is to hyper Bitcoinize and convince humanity that this is the best money and that fixing the money can fix the world, it's probably the best tangible steps forward. And so I think Strike's victim of getting too ahead of ourselves in certain ways. We've learned a ton. And so that's my blanketed answer. I don't know if there's anything in particular you want to dig into there, but learning a lot running this company.
Yeah, well, I can imagine, right? Like it's no easy task, but I mean, it is providing utility for a lot of people. And I mean, you're going at things from a totally different perspective of what somebody like Samson is kind of working on, right? Like you're kind of like, more or less the end goal is freedom of transacting on an individual level, right? Like empowering people to be able to pay anyone anywhere in countries that have been, up until now, very disenfranchised in that. I imagine that's entirely different from, Samson, you're dealing with, convincing nation states that this is something that, well, maybe you can chat a little bit about like what your goals are and how they differ from what, not the goals in general. Like, I think we all have a good, similar end goal, but like, what is your trajectory looking like as opposed to what Jack is working on?
Right, so we actually do have a wallet in development. It's a rebuild of Aqua, which was started at Blockstream. So we're also trying to figure out the best way to onboard people into Bitcoin. And I think one of the strategies we're employing is that we don't want to say just go into Bitcoin, and we want to give them the tools that they need for what they're trying to accomplish. So we do want to support stablecoins. We do want to support conversions of different cryptocurrencies into Bitcoin, but we don't want to fight them and just only support Bitcoin, because I think that is not the best way to reach the most people. You have to meet them on their own turf, which is sort of what Jack is saying there. But at the same time, we're also very much focused on Bitcoin adoption. We brought on Prince Philip of Serbia. So I guess it's a mix between developing and launching this Bitcoin wallet and also working on nation state level adoption. It's kind of what we've been assigned with, and we're rolling with it. So we have a lot of people around the world making introductions to us, and a lot of people reaching out to us to get feedback and information about how Bitcoin laws could work, or potentially legislation around digital assets too. So it's a bit of everything right now that we're doing. So it's a mixed bag, I would say.
What are some of the biggest hurdles? Like if you're
yeah, come on, spill.
Yeah, like
what do you see with these countries, Samson?
What's the push? But like you walk into a room and you say, Bitcoin makes sense for you guys. What's the first most obvious, like, you're full of shit kind of reaction that you typically get?
Well, it's probably worse now after the crypto collapse and all the FTX stuff, right? But I would say, like, earlier, Saylor and John and Tip were talking. They were talking about making people understand why they need Bitcoin, and I think it's the same at the nation-state level. It's really a lot of fundamental education. In fact, you don't really need to talk about Bitcoin. You can just talk about money, the economy, and just general ways to prosperity. And those types of discussions eventually will lead you to the Bitcoin rabbit hole. But you don't need to hit them on the head and say, you guys should adopt Bitcoin. It's the best thing for you. Because you have to, it's basic sales, right? If you want to help somebody, you have to ask them what their problems are. Maybe it is connecting their diaspora and allowing them to do remittances with less friction and lower cost. Maybe it is generating economic activity. Maybe it's generating tourism. Maybe it's fighting hyperinflation. But you don't need to come out of the gate right away and say, use Bitcoin. You can talk to them about their issues and provide insights and maybe a general direction on the path to fixing that. And of course, you can bring up Bitcoin gradually in that discussion. So I would say the reaction that we get is generally inquisitive. People want to know, and we're not overly, overbearing and slapping them with the Bitcoin bat and saying, adopt this thing. But it's generally a pretty bi-directional conversation about what's wrong with the world, what's wrong with your country, and if we could provide any help or assistance, then we're happy to do so.
I think your tactic would echo the orange pilling tactics of your average Bitcoiner too. I think a lot of us have learned that bashing people over the head with it repeatedly is not your quickest path to getting individuals informed. It's discussions around why Bitcoin exists in the first place that eventually lead you to Bitcoin. So, gentlemen, we've got a few minutes left here. What I want to throw to you guys is, if you can accomplish, I'm going to give you maybe a few years out. Let's say if you could accomplish one major goal in helping the world adopt Bitcoin, or helping people with the problems with using Bitcoin as a tool, one major goal in the next 5 years, what would that goal look like if you were successful? I'm gonna toss it. Maybe I'm gonna toss it to Joe first, because you're the man on the street who is out there talking to people in all these places you travel to. What goals do you have for yourself as a Bitcoiner in the next 5 years?
You throw me under the bus. I'm first
I
again.
I am
happy to do it. So it's funny you asked this question, because I immediately thought to a work appraisal I had maybe 6 months ago, where they were like, "Oh, what are your goals?" And I was like, "Oh, I want to orange pill 10 million people." And they're like, no, your goal's at work. I was like, that is my goal at work. And so, yeah, I really want to orange pill 10 million people in whatever way I can. I mean, I'm currently a bit of a one-man band doing this, but I think that my work is to some extent helping towards that mission, that cause. And yeah, I mean, even tonight, it's 1 o'clock in the morning here, a Christmas party at my girlfriend's family's house. And my girlfriend walked over and did that thing of being like, please just don't try and orange pill everyone tonight. And I was like, oh, come on, I'm just having a nice chat. And then before we know it, she comes over and there's like, I've given some sats to her mum's, her family friend of his. But he was like, oh, like, aren't you the person that's into Bitcoin? I was like, well, I've been told not to talk about it, so I can't really speak overtly about it. And then he was like, oh, I knew this guy once that was mining in like 2012. And I was like, oh, yeah, it's advanced a bit from then. And we got talking before we know it, and obviously my girlfriend walks over the moment that he's downloaded Wallet of Satoshi and I've sent him some sats. So, he wins some, you lose some, right? But I mean, I don't know, like it's that's my goal. That's what I'd like to work towards. And I think that it's also a lot of fun doing this. Maybe I'm in the obsession stage, fascination stage. I mean, perhaps Samson's out of this now and has, a strategy and a way of approaching these things. But yeah, I get a lot of joy out of what I do, and that's probably why I'm still doing it. And yeah, I just want to do it more and more. Yeah. So if I could ask any of the viewers watching this, then also try it. Why not just send a few sats to someone? It's not going to hurt.
I love it.
So, yeah.
I love
Joe,
it.
Your goal for 2023 is to get your rejection rate on the street down to under 50%.
Thank you, Samson. These are good KPIs. Bitcoin
like
is
that.
basic sales. I've got it written here.
Jack, I'm gonna go to you really quick. It's Christmas 2027. What is the thing you're most proud of in that moment if everything pans out as you hope it will?
Oh my goodness, what an impossible question. You asshole. I think the reason I started Strike, I mean, I've been in Bitcoin for almost 10 years, dude. And I could not be more bullish on what I've described as Bitcoin, the asset. And the reason I started Strike is I think Lightning and a lot of the layers that could be built on top of Bitcoin give Bitcoin enough properties as a utility in modern day society to be helpful and really change a lot of how we conduct payments, for me in particular, but even more broad strokes. So in 5 years, this answer might suck. I hope that I've been able to be helpful towards making Bitcoin's utility in everyday life better. I hope that I think Bitcoin harnesses a great amount of power, and I hope that I could play a small role in realizing that, whether it's in challenging card networks, reinventing cross-border payments, or to be totally honest with you, dude, like something that I haven't thought of yet, that I'm going to hopefully be a really good listener and continue to learn and travel and learn of, that Lightning and Bitcoin could be helpful with. So I have no 5-year KPI. I think sometimes Bitcoiners are super excited about hyper Bitcoinization and stuff, and the amount of work that can be tackled tomorrow is so immense. And I try and live within the moment and listen more than I talk. And hopefully I can embed Bitcoin in all of our lives in a way that it is helpful in 5 years.
I love that. Perfect. Samson, I'm gonna give you 30 seconds to rattle off something that you would love to accomplish in the next 5 years. What would you like to get in the bag?
So I guess the first, let's say, what is hyper Bitcoinization? And I think for me, it's just the restoration of money. So I would hope that within a 5-year time span, I can work to, get a significant amount of nation states and cities onto some path to Bitcoin adoption and the restoration of money. So it's taking steps like the Bitcoin law that Jack helped with, or similar things where they can recognize Bitcoin as a currency, or just elimination of capital gains to go back to what money is, which is just a medium by which people can transact instead of a tool for the state. So if I can get maybe 10, 20 countries on track, that would be a great thing, an accomplishment for myself and the team here, I think.
Damn, lofty goals, man. All right, well, let's finish on that. Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time. I really appreciate that any of you were even able to make it out and have a good chat here. And have a very happy holiday and a Merry Christmas to all of you.
Much love.
Thank you, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
Happy
Thanks,
holidays.
guys.
Cheers. Thanks, Ben.
Merry Christmas.
All right, Merry Christmas. All right, everybody, what do you think about that? That was great. We've got another panel coming up in just a moment here. Again, some more awesome voices to lend to a conversation in and around building Bitcoin in layers. So we will be back after a short break. And yeah, see you guys in a couple minutes with our next panel. See you soon.
After these messages, we'll be right back. Yeah.
It is time to give a shout out to sponsors of the show, CoinKite.com. Now, if you're unfamiliar, then you better get yourself privy to what they're up to. They've got the best damn hardware in the game. I love my Cold Card Mark IV, and I've taken to doing workshops on them everywhere that I go now. So if you see me at an event, good chance that there's going to be some sort of a satellite event in and around how to learn how to use your cold card to the best of your abilities, because these things are packed with features. But nonetheless, CoinKite has a ton of different stuff on their website beside the Mark IV. They've got their open dimes, they've got their sats cards, they've got their tap signers, they've got all kinds of awesome merch. And they've also got the block clock. This is an awesome item for any Bitcoiner's shelf. And tonight we're going to be giving away a block clock micro. So anybody that's interested in getting one of these that can read out all your favorite Bitcoin stats, it's time to pay attention. This is the micro, so it's the baby brother to the mini that I have on my shelf there. It's super, super awesome. So what do you need to do in order to enter this competition? Well, you're going to need to tweet out what Bitcoin stat do you most want to track on your new block clock, and why. You're going to need to tag myself at BTC Sessions, tag them at CoinKite, and you're going to need to use the hashtag CoinKiteXmas. Let us know via Twitter. There will be a single winner, and this is only open to residents of Canada and the US. So apologies if you're outside of those places, but you know, shipping costs. Nonetheless, I look forward to seeing the entries, and we will announce a winner within 24 hours. So get out there and get tweeting. And also check out CoinKite.com. You can use code BTC Sessions for 5% off everything in the store.
Hello, welcome back to ASIC Life Hacks. I'm your host, Tatum Turnup, also host of Between Two ASICs. It's not a podcast. This last ASIC Life Hack that we're going to discuss is one that I think we can all get behind. White noise. Sometimes it's just hard to go to sleep in just the silence of our own thoughts. Maybe there's a party next door. Maybe we need just some relaxing wave noises. Well, this seems like a perfect idea, doesn't it? All you gotta do is put your ASIC right next to your bed. I think that it's a perfect amount away from the wall, the exhaust. We'll see what happens. Well, good night. Look, this doesn't work either. It's like 90 degrees in my room right now, and look, I'm sorry. I can't do this for you guys. I need some more practice. I feel like I failed you. This thing's not even plugged up to the network. This has been Tatum Turnup with ASIC Life Hacks. Be sure to subscribe to Between Two A's. It's Tatum Turnup on YouTube, but the show's Between Two. Tatum Turnup on YouTube. It's not a podcast. Oh God. Follow me on Twitter at Tatum Turnup. I'm really sorry, guys. Merry Christmas.
Fantastic. Best tip of the night. Thank you for that, Tatum. Expert advice from a clearly experienced Bitcoin miner. Very excited to have this next panel on. We're going to get it rolling right away. We're going to be chatting about building Bitcoin in layers. So I'm going to welcome a handful of gentlemen here. So I'm going to say very Merry Christmas to Obi, Adam, and Jeff. Gentlemen, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. How are your holidays going, everybody?
Awesome.
Good,
Just getting started.
It's going very well.
Obi, you are a trooper. It's like 1:30 a.m. for you. So thank you for doing this.
Well, I'm only a mile away from Joe Nakamoto, so it's one for both of us. And I finished being a true geek. I finished a marathon board gaming and werewolf night session.
Perfect. Well, that's fantastic. Gentlemen, again, thank you so much for being here. We're just going to get it rolling right away. I'm going to give a little preamble and we can just start diving in and have a discussion. I wanted to chat about the layers being built atop Bitcoin. So one of the more notable things about Bitcoin is the certainty that we have around the base layer infrastructure and the rule set in comparison to other systems. And a lot of work has been put into optimizing that base layer without compromising on those promises that we're used to. We've begun to kind of see the fruits of that approach through continued reliability and accessibility of running the protocol on an individual level. But at the same time, we're seeing the beginnings of innovation happening in subsequent layers on top of Bitcoin through scaling, privacy, smart contracts, all these different areas. And so some of the most exciting developments are on the horizon. I'll posit this to anybody who wants to answer, but how do some of the things that are being built atop Bitcoin, how do they propel Bitcoin forward from here? What changes do we see on an individual level of how we interact with Bitcoin? So maybe I'll throw it to. I'm kind of curious to hear what Adam has to say on this. And also, Adam, thank you for being here. This is the first time you've ever been on the show, so very humbled that you would come on.
Well, thanks for inviting me. So what do we get from layer 2? I think it's, the layers can make different trade-offs, basically. So, I mean, I think layers are natural, like most networks are layered. And it's, on the main chain, everything is sort of towards security, dependability, robustness, decentralization. And people want it that way because they're storing savings on it, they're making censorship-resistant transactions. So the main chain is most censorship resistant and the best security layer for cold storage, but that has costs and trade-off, right? So on other layers, Bitcoin can make different trade-offs. So the layer that people are most familiar with being Lightning, it can make trade-offs where you've got more of a hot wallet exposure, right? Because the funds are necessarily online. But in exchange for that, and some convenience factor of needing to set up channels and so on, which hopefully software can automate over time, you get instant transactions, so much faster, much cheaper, and much more scalable. So we get something for it. So, but I think it's interesting to say that, that you can't just put that in the base layer because it would erode some of the other features. Some of the features conflict. So you don't get things for free. There's some trade-off involved, right? And so I think what you've seen over time is layers evolve for different specializations. So Lightning for micropayments, Liquid for trading things, smart contracts, stablecoins, securities, other assets, and topically Fedi for privacy, basically, and another approach to scalability. And they're all making trade-offs, and maybe there will be some more layers. I mean, there are some other ones as well. Even at the moment.
I'd love to kind of dive into again, right now, these experiences that you're discussing, you know, whether you're using Lightning or you're using Liquid or you're diving into things like Fediment, right now it's and base layer, it's kind of a segregated experience. We've seen the beginnings of blurring some of those lines, right? We've seen things like I love wallets like Moon Wallet or Breeze or Phoenix Wallet, where kind of the differentiation between on-chain and Lightning is being blurred a little bit, and just kind of done in the most efficient way. Do we see a blurring of those lines across these different ways of interacting with Bitcoin? Does it become more cohesive? I see Obi nodding, so I'm going to toss it to you.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case. I think, as Adam said, we have this opportunity to have a base layer that has a level of trust that we haven't seen before in money, and that's Bitcoin. But we then build on in a layered approach. Others have felt that we could build with one layer and have everything on that layer. No other complex system built by man has ever taken that approach and succeeded. So we're following the approach that's worked for eons. Each one has different trade-offs, but once these basic primitives are there, so we have this core money, we have mechanisms to send that value around quickly and inexpensively. We have mechanisms to add on privacy and extensibility. Once we have these base elements, you can then start seeing the emergence of applications that use all of those elements but provide this cohesive, simplified experience without the user having to be aware of what is being used at which time. So, for example, we are producing an app called Fedi, but we expect there to be many more like this over the coming years, where when you perform a transaction, you will not need to know that it's a Lightning transaction or it's happening within a Fedi mint or otherwise. You won't need to know that you're getting near perfect privacy. And if there are additional features and functionalities that you gain from Lightning or from RGB or Taro or Liquid, or you're gaining from within the Fediment ecosystem itself, because it can be extended as well, you will just use them and it will be transparent to you. That's the future, that's true decentralized application future that we've been looking and being promised, but it's actually going to come in the right way based on correct foundations.
Jeff, I'm going to ask you this one. As these second and third layer protocols are built out, you know, most Bitcoiners that are around now, I mean, many haven't even experimented with using a secondary layer yet, but it seems to me that we will move in a direction where base layer interaction is few and far between, and eventually not partaken in by many individuals. Do you think that's the trajectory we're going down? And what does the interaction with Bitcoin look like for the average individual years down the road? Do we transition there over time?
Yeah, let me start that in kind of the base layer, similar to what Adam and Obi were talking about. So if you actually could trust that we're living in a system that's 10,000 times bigger, 4 orders of magnitude bigger than Bitcoin, and most people besides hardcore Bitcoiners are measuring their life in that system. And that system has essentially unlimited money printing to be able to kill this system, right? So if that base layer wasn't secure and decentralized, in every attack vector, you'd have to expect everything in the world would be thrown at this to try to kill this, right? Because there's so much power in the control of money and state control of money. So you just have to expect that. So now layer one is that, but it's also because it was that and those trade-offs, there was actually, you couldn't build on top of it. So you could talk about it, you could train it, you could educate on it, but there wasn't a thriving ecosystem that you could build on top of because of those same trade-offs. And so that obviously in an entrepreneurial world, in a free market, would create a whole bunch of other alternatives where people would build on and try to conflate the differences between those things. And I think that's still happening today. So the layer 1, which is the pristine bearer asset, and we're very early in layer 2 and layer 3 with lightning and Fediment and a bunch of other layers. And the truth is, you can't actually see all of the innovation that's going to come and work, and what we don't even know, what I can't even guess yet, what entrepreneurs take this and create different businesses that create immense value, that then create another network effect on top of Bitcoin and start to explode that growth because it's providing more and more value to people. If you just looked at Lightning as an example of that, all over the world now, people can reduce their visa fees by 2.5–3% and be outside a system, right? So every single business that goes and does that brings more people on to be able to transact in that. And that network effect becomes super powerful. And as more people are transacting on top of that through Lightning, and then they say, what else do I need? And again, but we're investing into this quite aggressively. And Obi and teams just recently announced Breeze. But now, even on Breeze, what they're doing now with all of the knowledge that they've built, kind of in how to, because it was hard to build the first interactions, their first iterations, and there's not as many developers in this community as many others. But now with Breeze's SDK that they're building, now you can have a non-custodial wallet. Everybody can have a non-custodial wallet, and it's not in a walled garden that won't talk to others. So those start to bring on way more users, really powerful network effects, way more users, because of the simplicity of what's offered in layer 2 and 3.
Can't hear you, BT.
Can't hear Ben. We can't hear you.
My bad. I was going to toss it back to Adam here for a second to tag on to what the future you're alluding to. These subsequent layers allow for more people to come and interact with Bitcoin. Do you think that these newcomers to Bitcoin are they going to have on-chain experiences at all at some point, or do you think that they'll more or less be relegated to second, third, and subsequent layers? And if so, is that okay?
Yeah, I think at least with the layers we have so far, it's difficult to operate solely at layer 2s because the cold storage guarantees are best at layer 1.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe there's scope for layer 2s that can provide sort of scalability for cold storage. I mean, there's some early discussion about UTXO sharing in a way that doesn't create additional space. But ultimately, I think that is just to say that innovation hasn't necessarily stopped at layer 1 scaling. So there are, layer 1 has been evolving incrementally. There have been significant optimizations in parts of it over the years, but there is scope for more sort of scalability in sort of achieving the same effect with less data over time. So, I guess the Schnorr signatures are a little smaller, the multi-sig and the Schnorr signature is a little smaller. So things are getting smaller over time, incrementally, but there's also a longer term scope for, perhaps a more proof-based system. So, the snarks or proofs of execution, some of the data could be compressed a bit with that. I think Ruben Samson made a reasonable argument that it's not as large an advantage as has been painted in other chains, that maybe Bitcoin transactions are already extremely compressed. The signatures are about half of the space, and that kind of technology at best can shrink the signatures towards 0. So if you do that, that means the best you can hope for is 2x from that, which is maybe not worth a whole lot of complexity, right? So yeah, we'll see how it evolves. But I think the interesting thing is, so there's this quote from, it's one of the laws, you know, that not really a law, just an observation, but this thing called Gall's law, which is about complexity. So I think the thing that's nice about Bitcoin layer 1 is it's not super simple, but it's sort of stable. It does one thing, does it well, and it doesn't add a lot of risky extra things, you know, like state and race conditions and complicated programs that depend on a lot of states, and you just get yourself tied in a knot with that kind of thing. So anyway, Gall's law says a complex system that works is invariably found to have evolved from a simple system that works. The inverse proposition also appears to be true. A complex system designed from scratch never works and cannot be made to work. You have to start over, beginning with a simple system. So on that basis, I think, you know, Bitcoin's on the right track, and we won't necessarily know, you know, the limits of what it could evolve to, but it's evolving in the right way that any kind of robust system that we rely on in the world has started from. Like, complex systems tend to fail and have to get rewritten, is what that's saying. And it's a kind of complex software systems observation.
That sounds very familiar to me. Sounds an awful lot like something that's in the back of my mind now, but I digress. Well, I want to I want to jump to Obi here, and I'm sorry I'm jumping around because we have, you know, limited time here, but I'm interested, Obi, in what you're working on with Fedi, and I had a couple questions, and more so, I want people to kind of be privy to what is happening in some of these layers, and the improvements that come from a user perspective, or some of the features that come from a user perspective of using something like Fedimints. And so maybe if you could just take like a couple minutes and explain why Fedimints might appeal to somebody, and how the tool can be used to perhaps help people with privacy, or help people that may not want to self-custody themselves, but how this is kind of blurring that line and helping people along. So I'll leave it to you. Can you explain a little bit about what's being worked upon and how it helps?
I mean, there's a few things that we want to leave till we actually launch, because it leads to the ability to roll out a number of interesting features. But fundamentally, what you're doing is you have two extremes right now. You have first-party custody, which is the Bitcoin standard. That's the ideal. If you can do it, you should do it. But after years of talking to a number of customers, I used to run an exchange for a number of years. It became clear that a number of people, probably the majority of people, wouldn't be comfortable with self-custody. And there are three reasons. One, it's too complex for many. Another was too expensive for many when you think globally. And others are just too afraid. Like, what am I going to do with my keys? What if I forget my keys? What happens if I die? How do I deal with these situations? Now, the other solution, the only other solution, the default, was to custody on exchange, which, you know, there are a few like Strike or a custodial service, which follow good principles and so on. But ultimately, you're going to have to trust someone, a company who could be a stranger with curly hair based in the Bahamas, and that may not end well. Or it could be someone, you know, who's got an exchange the name of that's people think is named after a mountain, you know, from several years ago, or anything in between. And so we looked at this and we realized that there's something in the middle, and that is to take your existing community and use your community to come together to custody on the behalf of members of that community. that would allow you to have a service which has functionality on a par with that of an exchange, but you're not trusting effectively a stranger. You're trusting people that you've spent your life and use your own sort of wisdom of your community to determine who you can trust. So you're still having to trust, and this is an important thing, but you're trusting people who have social capital to lose by breaking your trust. They're part of a community. They could be ostracized. There's still proof of punishability, because they can be, as my head of product says, proof of being able to walk up to their house and punch them in the nose, or, which you can't do with someone on the other side of the world. So there is still a mechanism to punish in the event of an issue being caused. So now, one thing is very important, is that you have to be very open and clear and transparent about the risks and trade-offs. And I think when you do that, you can rely more on humans to make sound decisions on the level they can trust a given option by. The challenges happen when we try to give the illusion that there are no risks with whatever option we take, because all issues and all approaches have trade-offs. So in the case of community custody, what does that give you? Well, one classic challenge is, how do I back up my keys? Now, if you self-custody. Now, one general approach is multi-sig, but then who do I give my key shards to is actually the very human challenge, and it's not necessarily an easy problem for people to solve. Well, in the event of a Fediment, you've got this system built by the open source community, run by trusted members of your community, and run on behalf of the community. So you've already got that system in place. So you can instantly identify who are the trusted people that you can use to hold your backup with. Therefore, that bit that can take you weeks of angst to figure out can be instantly done. So we can automatically shard and provide people as a default option that are good default option to back up to, simplifying the backup experience for users. So you can take that process and perform a best practice backup of your keys in seconds. Another thing that you can do is, for example, lightning payments. If I want to receive a lightning payment, I need to be online to receive it. Well, you've now got these guardians who are running 24/7, so you can actually give an invoice to receive a payment, but then be offline, lose your internet connection, and still receive that payment because they are receiving it on your behalf. So that gives you the ability to receive lightning payments without being online. There are other cool features. I said we'll wait for launch to reveal some of those. It is also anything that you can see on an exchange, any functionality exchange has been able to deliver or add. There is no reason why, in theory, it cannot be added to a Fediment community. So we've got an announcement coming out early next year. You can guess probably the day of that you'll do an announcement very, very early in January. But you will be able to see that this system is easily extensible, and we're looking forward to demonstrate how extensible it is. And then finally, it offers well, there's many other features, but two more things: privacy and scaling. So in terms of privacy, it can be extended in any way, but by default, all Fediments provide an implementation of Xiaomi and eCash, which is this cryptographically near perfectly private protocol invented in 1983 by David Chow. And it implements that as standard. So if you're just using a wallet without having to think about change control or anything like that, you just make payments in and out, you're automatically benefiting from an incredible level of privacy. And any transactions that happen within your community, and you have to remember, if you analyze most people's expenditure, the vast majority are local to their community for their accommodation, their food, and so on. All those transactions that happen within your community will not only not hit the base chain, but they also won't hit the Lightning Network as well. So it forms a level 3 of scaling. So those are just like 5 off the top of your head. Now you do have to make that compromise, or you have to recognize that you're trusting your community.
Yeah.
But it's just very exciting once you decide that you're willing to make that trade-off.
Damn. Scalability, privacy, a kind of mishmash of custody,
extensibility.
Yeah. We're running out of time, gentlemen, but I'm gonna toss something to Jeff. I think here there's one thing I'm gonna say. 10 years from now, somebody begins interacting with Bitcoin for the first time. They get a wallet. What's their experience like in an ideal world? Like if you could have an ideal first experience with Bitcoin, we've rolled out a lot of the things that were discussed here. We've helped with a lot of the pain points that we currently have with Bitcoin. What's it like for the average person?
It's going to be a lot easier. Number one, the technology that we talk about today will move into the plumbing will move into the background, and people will just be getting value. They'll be using it because it provides them way more value, and it'll be simple. And as Adam said, building in these layers with a secure base layer and then in other layers, it's that we're early in that stage right now, but that's what's coming. Along that axis, another thing is happening, and that's what I talk about often, is measured in Bitcoin, prices will fall forever. So if you knew that that there was only 2 ways to pay back the unrepayable debt, essentially insolvent debt, one way through inflation and one way through credit collapse, and Bitcoin protected you from that, and you moved over, it means the entire operating system of everything in the world is changing. Companies change. The value that they create, means prices keep falling, and they keep on falling. So that's a huge change for humanity. And as we accelerate into this, into Bitcoin, with the network effects that make it easier and easier, and more people starting to understand that accelerates. These 2 systems cannot stay. They can't operate forever. So you can imagine if the system outside the system that's based on truth, and it keeps on moving and prices fall against that means the other system has to get worse and worse and worse. And so that acceleration across this whole thing, along with the innovation that's happening on top of it, changes things in ways we can't quite describe right now. If you ask the simple question you ask, it's going to get way easier. People won't know that. People won't have to understand. People won't have to learn as much as we've had to learn to get here.
Interesting. To wrap it up, I'm gonna go to Adam one last time. And we've discussed a lot. There's a lot of stuff obviously being built in subsequent layers on Bitcoin. But Adam, I'm wondering if you would have, for the average person that's they're diving into this stuff, they're curious about where Bitcoin's going, what is happening. Maybe they've interacted on chain, they haven't really done too much else. Where does an individual start if they're new to what's happening in subsequent layers, and they're hungry for knowledge, they're hungry to try things out? Adam, where would they start?
I mean, I think Lightning has got a lot of energy, lots of different wallets with different trade-offs. That would be an interesting thing to try out. It's very convenient for retail payments. Pretty reliable these days. Getting easier to set up. Newer, lighter, faster wallets.
Awesome.
I mean, I think like it's not just that technology gets easier, but that people kind of get used to it. So if you look around on YouTube, you'll find some sort of 2011 or so very early videos on general news shows or financial news shows with like Trace Mayer or some other people that I actually recognize, but were evidently around early on. And they are trying to explain what is Bitcoin, and the vibe is that they're apologetic that they're into this kind of crazy, implausible thing, and it seems to me that's like pretty much inverted now, so that the newscasters sort of apologizing for their incomplete lack of knowledge or something, and so I think it's just like social reinforcement. People are assuming, well, it must be real. Lots of people rely on it. Lots of big institutions are adopting it, providing it to their wealth management clients. When can I get on it? So the assumption is it works and it does its thing.
I think you're right. I think that, again, the narrative has shifted, and I mean, other than the ups and downs that come with implosions like FTX and things like that, where there's confusion as to what it is and does that encapsulate Bitcoin, or is Bitcoin separate from it. Those things are learned over time, and more people are learning them, and I'm happy to see it. So gentlemen, I'm going to wrap us here. I'm going to say thank you so much for taking the time. I know it was a short discussion. We had to jump around a bunch, but I'm very, very grateful for all of your time. And I'm just going to wish you all a very Merry Christmas.
Right back at you. Great seeing you guys.
All right. Merry Christmas. All right, everybody. Thank you for watching that one. We've got one more topical panel and then a little bit of a pleb party coming up. I'm going to bring in our next panel right now. We're going to be chatting about some of the lessons learned throughout 2022. There were many. I mean, some people already knew the lessons from prior years, but they can be relearned. So I'm gonna welcome in Mark Moss, Safe. Good to see you, man. And Alyse, good to see you as well. Welcome. Merry Christmas, guys. How you doing?
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, good to see you all. I think I saw all. Did I see all of you in LA? Safe, maybe you weren't in LA, no?
No, I couldn't make it, unfortunately.
It's too bad, but I'm sure I'll be seeing you at some events in the future here. Well, I mean, again, thank you guys for taking the time. I know time zones can be a pain in the ass, but I appreciate you guys all making it out. And we're here to chat a little bit about some of the lessons learned in 2022. So I'll give us a little preamble and then I'll just toss it up for anybody to jump in. But, it's a heavy news year. Multiple institutions imploded. Bitcoin has become further ingrained in the energy markets while also facing opposition, from people that don't like energy being used. We've had narratives ranging from it's dead to it's a national security threat. I think those things may be mutually exclusive. We've had previously widely touted price models destroyed to the downside, but we've seen also things like Bitcoin used as a fundraising method when banks are frozen by the state. And all the while through all of this, people continue to be building on Bitcoin, as we've just seen evidenced by the previous panel. So again, we're going to touch on this over the next 30 minutes here, but I'll throw it out there to anybody who wants to dive in. What do you think was one of the biggest lessons in your mind that was learned throughout 2022? Whoever wants it first.
Well, I'll jump in. One thing I was thinking of when you talked about that earlier is that there's a saying that I think about a lot, which is that some lessons in life can't be taught; they can only be learned. And so unfortunately, a lot of people had to learn some very difficult lessons this year. And even though they heard about it, but you just can't teach those things, and they have to learn the hard way. I would say, as you said, so many news stories and so many lessons this year. I think maybe the big realization for the world, I think myself included, but definitely for the world, would be really, you mentioned the Canadian trucker situation, but really what escalated in Russia, right? And so you have 3 global superpowers with nuclear weapons, and one of them got their bank account seized. And so I think it was like a high alert to everybody. I mean, we see in the United States, bank accounts get frozen or seized, and it happens in third world countries, of course, happened in Canada. But when a global superpower with nukes got their bank account frozen, I mean, that's just like, okay, that's like the last straw. And so I think it really brought to the forefront that, money isn't ours. We don't own it. We don't control it. And really highlighted the use case for Bitcoin from a personal level. But even I think it's left governments of the world scrambling, going, what are we going to do? And so obviously they're turning to gold. But I think it's another catalyst that propels Bitcoin forward.
So it's basically not your fiat rails, not your purchasing power. Is that what that's what we're going with?
Yeah.
I don't know, Saif, would you echo? Do you think that's one of the big lessons? I mean, it's kind of gone, from the nation state level all the way down to the individual level. Same lesson. Would you agree?
Absolutely. And also across, crypto markets, we saw the same lesson being driven home at a time when you saw a lot over the last couple of years of people saying things along the lines of, self-custody is ridiculous. People aren't going to try self-custody. And I think what was really fascinating is the emergence of this kind of people who think that they're offering something profound by telling you that, actually you can just keep your coins on an exchange and then you don't have to worry about running a cold card because, running a cold card is so risky and difficult. Whereas, just as Pierre Rochard likes to put it, just become part of an international bankruptcy court case is the alternative. So there was a lot of faith in the fiat system and a lot of faith in the crypto system being presented as if these things are just there and working and will continue to work, and that Bitcoin's value proposition is maybe you speculate, maybe the price goes up and that's it. But like people were beginning to forget about the fact that it is just money that you own and that nobody controls and that nobody can take away from you. And then 2022, I think, was an open air experiment in illustrating this lesson to people. So we saw, first of all, as you said, Russia, and we saw, hundreds of millions of people now can't access global fiat rails, which was, it's horrific to see, but it was a very good advertisement for my book, The Fiat Standard, because it was basically arguing that this is the idea, like the fiat system is like a very bad cryptocurrency where there's only one central node and anybody can be kicked off, and balances are completely arbitrary. That node can decide what anybody can keep or do with their money. And that might have sounded a little bit over the top in November 2021 when this book came out. Like, all right, maybe you've heard about a case of some Iranians getting their money confiscated or something like that, or North Koreans. But in your mind, it was just, obviously they did something very bad. But then Russia, just, 100 million people just completely debanked overnight, was a great advertisement for what I was discussing in the Fiat Standard. And so I think overall the year has been one of these painful lessons that Bitcoin likes to give about why it is different from everybody else. And it's really exposed just how, all throughout this year, we've seen people in fiat and in crypto just lose everything and get rugged and cry about it and expect sympathy and bailouts, and Bitcoiners just continue to stack. So I think the biggest winner in this year is probably Matt Odell. Stay humble, stack sats turns out to be the ultimate winning recipe and formula for the future.
I think so. Alyse, do you want to tag into what Safe's been the thread he's been pulling?
Sure. So maybe I'll start with the biggest winner of the year. I like what you just threw out, Safe. I'll throw out another one. It felt like emerging markets, developing economies' impact on Bitcoin had a big year. So a couple examples of that were Taro being announced and launching in testnet. And what Taro is, we know, and I've talked about with Safe before, actually this year on his podcast, is the ability for stablecoins to transact peer-to-peer on Lightning Network. That was something influenced by Lightning adoption in emerging markets. We also saw very recently Bitcoin mining's ability to bring energy to emerging markets where folks are living off the grid. That was our last investment. Stillmark's last investment of the year was in a company called Gridless, which is bringing electricity to households off the grid by allowing mining proof of work to act as an anchor tenant for new energy generation to get those projects funded. So that's a bit about the positive. Saif and Mark both already mentioned that some of Bitcoin's long-term lessons, like self-custody, also the value of proof of reserve, and even the match of proof of reserve with self-custody, how that can allow people to be their own bank, but also to sort of test their custodians. We had some negative lessons this year too, and so I'll extend upon that from what Saif said and sort of like add a sharp point to it. We learned that the smartest guys in the room were not the smartest guys in the room this year, right? So we were told, Bitcoiners were told, and people in crypto were told, these 3 AC guys, they're super sharp. They know what's up. Sam Bankman-Fried was the smartest guy in the room. The lead investor at Sequoia was on, multiple podcasts claiming that his clock speed was just faster than everyone else's. And I suppose faster than founders in Bitcoin, because Sequoia is not backing those founders. But what we learned this year, that in fact, it was more about maybe rhetoric on the crypto side and sort of like slick words rather than really sharp, thoughtful, well-researched ideas. And so I think that's a reminder it's always good to get, is that it's not just sort of the surface level rhetoric that's important, but doing your own research and finding what's behind it, digging deeper. And Bitcoiners are good at that and benefited this year from that.
It's interesting, again, like some of the institutions and kind of these VC-backed firms that you're mentioning here. It's almost like as they dove into the crypto space, I mean, it's fiat incentives on steroids, right? Because it's instead of one entity, one kind of top down, can print money, it's everybody can print money. And damn, that screws up incentives and results in kind of what we've seen this year. And so I know, Mark, you've kind of been in and around, not that crypto space, but like you're familiar with kind of the VC space as well. And I imagine for a lot of people, it can be difficult when all this money is being thrown around and it looks so enticing to everybody to say, to stick by your morals and say, no, we're going to back things that are long term, that make sense, that aren't built on bullshit. We're going to say no to this quick paycheck, and we're going to build for the long term. What do you think encourages some people to go one way versus another?
Values and integrity. I'm not embarrassed to admit, I talk about it often. I did get deep into Bitcoin, and then I fell down the crypto rabbit hole. I spent a couple years telling people it's blockchain, not Bitcoin. I'm guilty of that. And after doing my research for years, I was like, wait a minute, this is all smoke and mirrors. And about 2019, I signed out of that. And I did have like this crypto research business I was in with my partner, and he kept going. And he made a lot more US dollars than I did, a lot more. I had to kind of sit back and watch him go on to make a lot of money. And it was integrity, right? It was like, I realized that was a smoke and mirrors. I didn't want to spend my life. It's more than just US dollars for, I think, almost everybody here on this panel, as well as most of the people in Bitcoin, right? We're really trying to build something, and we don't want anything to distract or take away from that. And so, sometimes I look back and he's still one of my good friends. And I watched how much money he made last year doing some stuff with Alameda and some really big checks. And I was like, dang, man, I could have done good. But at the end of the day, right, it's about integrity. So I would say that's what it comes down to. And I think also, obviously something the Saifedean talks about all the time is just that long-term perspective. And again, right, if we're really trying to build something big, if we're really trying to change the world, I have kids, so that's really changed my life, especially, through the pandemic and seeing what happened one night at the dinner table. My daughter said, we were in California, extreme lockdown. And she said, well, at least we can go outside now. And I was like, what? Wait, did she just say we can go outside? Like, I'm an American, right? We're free. And so it's like, I've just kind of come to this point where like, man, we need to stand up. We need to build the world that we want. I believe that's built on Bitcoin. It hinges off of that. And so, integrity.
Yeah. I think so. And it's hard to fake that, right? It becomes apparent very quickly if you lack it. you know, and it's hard also. You know, Bitcoiners we're an abrasive bunch from time to time. We'll let you know. But I mean, I'd like to think from time to time that's for the better. I think it holds people's feet to the fire, makes sure that they're not, you know, not being deceptive. It keeps people honest. And again, we like, say, if you were alluding to it earlier, people saying, oh, you can actually just leave it on the exchange. You're actually safer on the exchange. And how many times, time and time again, does that get proven wrong? But I worry that, you know, this panel is called Lessons Learned in 2022. I worry that all these lessons we're talking about aren't learned. They will be relearned, and that for the foreseeable future, people will continue to touch the stove. I don't know, Saif, do you think we have much more stove touching in our future?
I mean, I think so. I think the optimistic scenario is, I mean, there's definitely going to be more shitcoins rising, but I think the optimistic scenario is that the new crop of shitcoins next time is going to be different from the crop of shitcoins this time, which I think is happening every time. And this is really the key thing. And this is why I think, you know, Mark's story about integrity, like a lot of maxis like to say this, and I like to present the kind of pragmatic, self-interested case for being a maxi, regardless of appealing to people's better nature. It's just survivorship bias. So yeah, you look at your friend, okay, he made a lot of money, but he's not the only person in crypto, and a lot more people got completely wrecked in crypto. So yeah, some people got in and got out at the right time. A lot.
It was
more
musical
people.
chairs, right?
Exactly.
So it's not just integrity; it's when you leave and if you're the last holding the bag or not. So good for your friend for getting out in time, but there was billions of dollars that didn't, to Saif's point.
And in particular, I think that what the collapse of FTX showed is just that how much of that money was just simply people making up a bunch of buzzwords and then taking your money and putting it in FTX earn, and then just giving you back some of it. And then, you know, the funny thing is, even after a week of it becoming clear that this thing was very shady, these people didn't pull their money out. Many of them didn't pull their money out. They kept their money in FTX, and they got wrecked. So, you know, 100 times you got lucky with shitcoins, and then you were out on FTX earning yield or doing whatever metaverse, Web3, new high tech stuff that, you know, we boomer maxis don't understand. Turns out that all of that was just putting money in FTX earn. Yeah. And you know, it only takes being wrong once to undo all of the previous ones. And so if you have the kind of mentality where you're going to gamble on things that are clearly nonsensical, like all of these shitcoins, and, you know, get into shady exchanges where the CEO goes on Bloomberg and explains how his Ponzi scheme works, and he says it's basically a Ponzi scheme. I mean, if you're going to be putting your money in those things, you're going to get wrecked. And so I don't care about how many shitcoiners tell me stories about how much money they made. You know, the ones that got wrecked aren't able to tell you their stories. They're out there maybe washing dishes or driving cabs or trying to make money back, and they don't have time to go online and advertise to people about their experience, and they're ashamed of it, and they don't like to talk about it. But this is a zero-sum game. And there's no production taking place for people to be wanting for this to be worth taking a risk. You know, you take a risk on a business that's productive because the expected value, the return expected value is positive. Maybe you lose, but there is a possibility that you'll gain. But this is a game of it's a zero-sum game, musical chairs. And so I think my lesson to take from it is to just take shitcoin people and crypto people a lot less seriously than even I was taking them, because I was astonished at how everything, you know, all of these toxic shitcoiners who kept talking about, you know, the limitations of Bitcoin maximalism and how all these smart contract platforms are going to all of them got wrecked on FTX, or a lot of them got wrecked on FTX as far as we can tell, and they haven't learned the lesson, and they're still repeating the same mistakes. So yeah.
It is getting through to some, right? Like there's a stream of newly minted maxis every time shit like this happens. I had one of the beautiful things coming out of FTX was the influx of people that I've had contact me and say, hey, I'm self-custodying for the first time. I need some hand holding a little bit just to get set up. But like, I don't have enough time in the day to like book appointments with all these people. And that's a beautiful thing. But I was speaking with somebody earlier this week. And earlier I was talking about a son and mother that I onboarded and got to custody their coins for the first time. But there's another individual I was talking to, and not only was he self-custodying for the first time, getting on a cold card, he was like very excited about it and he worked like a charm. He was doing a great job. But then he also told me that, you know, I've kind of over the past couple of years here, I've learned two lessons. One is that I want to self-custody everything, but two is I've migrated from all the, and he was, Saif, you're right. He was embarrassed about the fact that he was in all the shit coins before. And he's like, you know, I've migrated away from that. I'm Bitcoin only. I don't have anything else. And I asked him, why? What helped you towards that conclusion? And one of the things that I kind of honed in on that he said was consistency of message. And he said that there's so many people out there now that are explaining how and why Bitcoin is different from everything else. And that while there's varying metaphors for that and different ways of explaining it, when you get down to the crux of it, it's more or less the same message told in a variety of ways. And he said that consistency contrasted to the plethora of bullshit that's just like a revolving door of why you need something other than Bitcoin, that eventually again gets shuffled right back out the door. He said it became abundantly clear as Bitcoin's narrative basically stayed consistent and everything else just, it was a bit of a clusterfuck. And he said that's kind of what cinched the deal. And he, you know, named a number of people that have been on the show throughout the course of the night saying that person's message resonated with me, that person. So maybe I'll toss it to Alyse. Do you agree that kind of the messaging, the quality, the consistency has been improving, and how do we improve from here to help more people kind of understand what's afoot?
Well, that's a great question. That's a great question. So I don't think there's one answer to that. But maybe to sort of add to the discussion of consistent messaging, I think one of the things I'm hopeful for in 2023 is that we can talk more about Bitcoin and less about Bitcoin versus X altcoin. So I think it's really interesting that people are focused on Bitcoin are called Bitcoin maximalists because there's so many other things that we don't focus on, right? So just as an example, in the tech space, there's e-commerce, there's cybersecurity, there's autonomous vehicles, there's all of this, right? And the folks working on autonomous vehicles, self-driving cars are not calling us out as Bitcoin maximalists and toxic for not talking about self-driving cars. And so it's been, you know, I think one of the things that we learn again in every cycle is really sort of the ways the altcoin folks take advantage of Bitcoin's uniqueness, ambition, and integrity to try to ride the coattails while at the same time aligning Bitcoin to promise that the bigger opportunity is in that. You don't see that in other spaces because there's not an opportunity to participate in the self-driving car market and exit quickly by selling your bag to someone that has less knowledge than you do. And so, you know, I'm hoping that in 2023 and the years forward, we can see more space. I don't think we will. I'm not optimistic, but I'm hopeful. If there was one wish that I could be granted tonight, it would be to see more space between the communities so that we could really be heads down on the plethora of things happening in Bitcoin. It's such a dynamic space. Even if you're 24/7 on it, impossible to keep up. And just to talk about that, I think, you know, would be enough. So that would be my Christmas wish. So if I'm granted.
My prediction is that Christmas wish comes true. I think for
Okay.
two reasons, right? I think the increased regulations is going to keep, as Saif said, I mean, SBF went on interview and explained this box and how they create this box token, and it's all a big Ponzi. And I think the regulations crack down on that, and that stuff goes away. Maybe it goes offshore, but the American venture capital doesn't go with it. I think on top of it as well, I was in Austin for the consensus conference. I didn't actually go to the event, but I was around, and I talked to some people there, and like, oh, what's the most technology, driven thing that you're seeing? And it was like, oh, deeds on the blockchain, or video games, or supply chain. And it's like, well, then you should go to a video game conference, and you should go to a real estate conference, and you should go to a supply chain conference. And I think as a category, it's falling apart. It doesn't make sense. We wouldn't have an internet convention today. And so I think it's breaking apart. The regulation is going to break it apart. I think we're going to get that space. That's my prediction. Not that
I like that. I agree, right? You're starting to see, yes, there's a ton of Bitcoin specific conferences, but I think you're going to see conferences where Bitcoin is merely a track.
Well, I meant more as like a cryptocurrency conference, like Consensus is. Like,
yes,
it's just a mismatch of what. Like, they should just go their separate ways. Like, what is a cryptocurrency conference?
Yeah.
Bitcoin is obviously different.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're going to see. You're going to see Bitcoin actually solving problems and becoming a track on things that aren't Bitcoin conferences, right? You're already seeing it with things like the Human Rights Foundation will have a Bitcoin track as related to that. You're seeing, video games that, have baked in sats and wallets and stuff like that, where there's a bit of a Bitcoin track. I think you're going to see more of that where shit that actually works for particular use cases for individuals just become kind of like, oh, this is how you use this in the context of something you're interested in, without needing tokens, which will be beautiful. But I'm conscious of time. I've got to start wrapping. So I'm gonna give you guys a challenge here to wrap up, since this is lessons learned in 2022. I want each one of you, if possible, I kind of put you on the spot here, but I want each one of you to give a call to action of the viewers at this moment of leveling up. If you're a Bitcoiner, how do you level up? And this could pertain to people at different levels of their Bitcoining, but you speak to the demographic that you think could use a nudge. So what can people do to level up their them as a Bitcoiner? So I'm going to maybe toss it to Mark first, then we'll go Alyse, and then Saif.
Sure. I think leveling up is just, I would say, probably the number one thing. I think everyone listening is probably already doing self-custody, but if not, there's step one. But I think education. And so, the most important investment you can make in your life is into yourself, and everybody needs to be continuing to educate themselves. There's so much education coming around this space right now. It's evolving so fast that it's hard to keep track of. None of us are experts. Like, we're all learning more and more and more. And so people need to continue that drive, continue going down these rabbit holes, continue learning all the different disciplines that is affecting, and that way you have a better understanding. If you stand for something, you don't fall for everything else, and so you have something to stand on, as well as you can continue to share that with other people, as Samuel Adams said, lighting brush fires in the minds of men. So you'll have the right education, you can spread the information properly, and so I would say level up, continue to educate yourself.
Awesome Alyse, how about you? How do people
I'm going to
level
tag
up?
on to that. I'm just going to offer something that people can educate themselves on.
Yeah.
So there's all these really sort of like more in the weeds capability that Bitcoin has. Probably last year that I was with you, I talked about stable coins on Lightning without calling that tarot. And this year I'll say something that I think is really interesting that you can do with Lightning that people aren't paying attention to yet is what LSAT, Lightning Labs LSAT protocol, or a new company called C13 make capable, which effectively allows you to charge per API call. So for developers, especially developers working with OpenAI capabilities, this can be really interesting. What can you build that just adds this sort of like really incremental value, or is interesting, or sort of a toy that you would monetize and be able to profit from if you could charge people in pennies. So LSAT does that. It's a fun new toy that I hope we're playing with next year.
Interesting. All right, check it out. Saif, you're up next. How do people level up?
So, I mean, you gave me more time to think, but they also took all the best answers. So that makes it even harder for me. So, yeah, obviously I agree with Mark and Alyse. Education, self-custody, tell people more about why these things matter. And I think Lightning, of course, is an enormously important thing. So play around with Lightning and start using it more and more. But I'm going to keep it old school here and go back to my bread and butter, which is, at the end of the day, this is a game, and the scoreboard is really ultimately just how much money is held in Bitcoin versus how much money is held in fiat and everything else. That's the scoreboard. Really, ultimately, we win when more people hold more economic value in Bitcoin than other things, and then Bitcoin becomes the dominant money. And so, my recommendation and my suggestion is to work hard, spend less, and stack as hard as you can. I think that's really what it comes down to. These are the bullets that win us the war. Every Satoshi you stack is a shot at the Goliath of fiat. It's a bullet in the corpse of fiat. And so work as hard as you can, spend as little as you can, sell all of your shares, and stack all the Satoshis that you can. And I think, if anything, this year showed that Bitcoiners really are not toxic enough. I think a lot of people had made a very good point by saying, a lot of people get us mixed up with shitcoiners. We're not done a good enough job differentiating ourselves. So I'd urge more toxicity and more explicit differentiation from shitcoins and the crypto industry. And I'll end with a quote from my man Ludwig von Mises: "Do not give in to evil, but proceed ever more boldly against it."
I love it. I think this is the perfect place to wrap the panel. Thank you all for being a part of this. Again, I am so super humbled that so many fantastic people, yourselves included, took the time to be here this evening. So thank you all, and have a very Merry Christmas.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye,
Merry
guys.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas. All right. Everybody, what do you think? That was a good time. Excellent quote to wrap up by Saif as well. Saif's first time on the show. So glad to have him. I've met him many times in person now. But yeah, first time digitally, oddly enough. Nonetheless, what a show. This has been fantastic. And it's not over, because now we get the pleb party / prophecy celebration. It's coming your way. We've got one more little break before we get into that. I see the degens piling into the chat right now. They're all back there. They're all, they're just, I see them all waiting, ready to go, partying backstage. We will be back in a moment. We've got actually 2 contests coming your way. The 2 final ones. One of them, there's like $600 up for grabs in one of them, in 3 little pieces. So yeah, that's coming your way. And then we've got a special message that I'm going to play before we bring in everybody for this little party here. But we will be seeing you momentarily. Keep tuning in, because this is where the party starts. I'm going to get myself some whiskey right now. So I'll see you guys in a moment.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Huge shout out to sponsors of the show, HodlHodl.com. If you're buying Bitcoin and some of the following are important to you, things like peer-to-peer, things like privacy, non-KYC, self-custody, well, the place to go to be stacking sats then is HodlHodl.com. You can get signed up in a few minutes with nothing more than an email address and be peer-to-peer trading in no time flat. They also, of course, do have their lending program in which nothing is rehypothecated, and all around a great solution if you don't want a honeypot of your information sitting out there on the internet. Now, HodlHodl, they're going to be doing a giveaway this evening. So they're going to be giving away a Trezor one along with a merch pack of HodlHodl swag. So you're going to get a t-shirt, a hoodie, and a sticker pack along with your Trezor one. So what do you need to do in order to enter this competition? Well, you're going to need to get out there and you're going to need to tweet what is the best part about getting your Bitcoin peer-to-peer. You're going to need to tag myself at BTC Sessions. You're going to need to tag at HodlHodl, and you're going to need to use the hashtag HodlHodlXmas. Now, this is only open to people in Europe this time. So if you're European, congratulations. You're now open and eligible for one of these giveaways. There will be a single winner announced within 24 hours, and we'll hit you up on Twitter and get you sorted once that is announced. But get out there, enter. We'll see you guys on Twitter. Shout out to sponsors of the show, bitrefill.com. And these guys are invaluable to somebody like me who lives on Bitcoin, because what you can do there is you can get any gift card you can imagine with Bitcoin, both on chain and via the Lightning Network. So that's a huge help for me. You can, again, the list goes on, but just a few examples: Amazon, Uber, Wayfair, Instacart, Uber Eats, Starbucks, Delta, Macy's, Foot Locker, Netflix, Steam, Spotify, Hulu, Home Depot. I mean, again, everything that you can imagine. You can also do things like top up your phone. You can get inbound Lightning channels. So it's an absolute wonderful tool to have at your disposal as a Bitcoiner, especially if you're making that shift to being on a Bitcoin standard. Now, Bitrefill is not messing around with the giveaway this time. They really kicked open the door when they said what they wanted to do for a giveaway. They're going to be giving away three vouchers for $200. Pretty solid. So 3 vouchers for $200, which you can then use to top up your Bitrefill balance and make purchases and really get whatever the hell you want here. So what are you going to need to do to enter? So I want you to tweet out, how does the ability to get gift cards with Bitcoin make your life easier? So you're going to tweet that out. You're going to tag myself at BTC Sessions. You're going to tag them at Bitrefill, and you're also going to use the hashtag BitRefillXmas. Now, this is open globally, so I imagine we'll have some pretty interesting answers in and around how using Bitrefill has helped and made your life easier with all these different answers from around the globe. But yeah, this is open globally, and we will have 3 winners announced within 24 hours, and each one of those winners will grab themselves a $200 voucher to be used on Bitrefill. So get out there, get tweeting, and best of luck to everyone. We'll see you on Twitter.
They told me to not think in absolutes. And what is hope, I tell you? Isn't hope absolute? Isn't it an absolute? Do I have to be hopeful in percentages and probabilities in order to be more likable to you and more logical? I say no, sir. No! I choose to be an absolutist. And I choose to hope that in this Friday, the 23rd of December, the new cycle will begin. A new cycle of prosperity. A new cycle of miminess and silliness. A new cycle of green dildos and 58K gang. A new cycle for laser eyes again. And 100K. And ending this fucking space, one and for all. A new cycle that is Bitcoin, that is hope. I am an absolutist, sir. I'm hopeful. The 23rd, only 3 days. What are you waiting for? You gotta start that step. Join me! Join me, brother and sister!
Inspiring. We're gonna get everybody in here. I've poured myself my whiskey. I feel like I deserve it at this point. Let's start getting everybody in. Hey, fuck you, Greg.
Fuck you, man.
Welcome. We've got a bunch of degens in the back here. Let's start getting them in here.
Bring them on in.
Sean, how you doing?
Doing great. I am loving this. I love Yellow's meme. Let's go. Great.
Made me excited.
Very excited.
I see somebody's looking very wonderful back here. Bekka, it's good to see you as well.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you
Awesome.
for being here. Oh, you look so festive. It's so wonderful.
Oh yeah, it's the day of the prophecy. We have to celebrate. Like we've got to be A game here, people. Sean, Fedi.
We do. I gotta give another. I'm gonna bring in another here. Dude did the most epic job on the beautiful image that is the backdrop to everything that we've been doing. World of Rusty, dude.
Woo!
Thank
I'm
you,
pumped.
dude. You knocked it out of the park with that. I don't know, like you were like, oh, I'm doing something really quick. We'll see how it turns out. And this epic piece of art is dropped at my doorstep. Thank you for doing that, man.
It's my pleasure. I failed you last year, so I had to double my efforts this year.
Yeah, well, it's you're making ground, so thanks. But no, I really do appreciate it. Turned out amazing. We got to get a few more in here as well here. Of course, I want to bring in the man that's been behind the scenes the whole time, basically wrangling Bitcoiners. I don't know how he did it, but Tatum, dude, thank you for being backstage the entire time the show's been running. He's been sitting there, just like wrangling Bitcoiners in the chat, making sure people show up, all that shit. And
I got a question for Tatum, because we've heard through the grapevine that he's actually related to Andrew Tate. It's what we've been hearing all day.
Can't talk about that right now. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is there an NDA?
Yeah, NDA.
no,
may or may not have broken it, but
for how long? When's the statute of limitations?
I will neither confirm nor deny, but he's definitely Andrew Tate's younger brother. And we're gonna bring in a friend of mine here, Mr. Dave Bradley. Good to see you, man. Oh, you're muted. Hold on.
Hey, Dave.
There we go.
Is
Good to see you.
Is that a mule of some sort you're sipping upon?
That's a mule, yeah. It's kind of an improvised mule with a variety of booze in it.
Awesome. I love it. I love to see it. And we got to welcome one more, the man who just gave us so much inspiration. Yellow, how are you?
Is on? Is this live? Because I'm having an issue, guys. I don't know. I'm stuck a little bit. It's not what it looks like. Okay, so I guess we're gonna go like this now.
Hold on. I gotta make you a little bit bigger because I want people to see like how wonderful you're. You look good. You look good, man.
This is my new room. I have a vase. And like my cats and everything.
You spent some time on that, Yellow.
Yeah.
That's magnificent.
It's a lot of fun. It looks great. I've got to say, I love what you've done with the place. It's fantastic.
Thanks for having me, Ben.
Thanks for being here and providing all the inspiration. And it's, I know it's late / early for you. It's like 5 a.m. I don't know why you agreed to this, but thank
I
you.
took a nap. It's okay.
Okay, good.
You took a poop nap, poop break. I took a nap break.
I mean, it was pretty tight time there. It was like I had 5 minutes in between.
Thank God for Keto, huh? Bam bam.
Well, I mean, Merry Christmas, everybody. How's everybody's year been? I don't know, like Greg, how much abuse have you endured over the course of the year?
It's not abuse, it's love, man.
Yeah,
it's people tell me fuck you because they love me. It's been a lot of love. It's been a lot of love.
Yeah. This
Whatever works,
this is
Greg.
denial when
Whatever
you're in an
works.
abusive relationship, I think.
Exactly.
Well, I love it. Thanks for being here. Again, Tatum, I want to again give you a shout out because I found that your advice was excellent in and around the ASIC life hacks. Every point that you made, every video, it really worked out quite perfectly. And I think a lot of people can take some valuable lessons from all of your videos that we dropped during the show.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of lessons it might be, but take something from those videos. A lot. The fall was real. It was accidental. My ass hurt for like 3 days after that.
I love it. I honestly, I'll say that when you sent those videos over to me, the one that I think the moment that had me rolling the most was the you in the bed when you turn off the lights and the ASIC just like ramps up and it's just like a fucking jet next, like on your side table for white noise. I cried a little on that one. It was solid.
Yeah, I was actually visiting my parents and I was like, oh shit, I gotta make these videos. Hey mom, dad, here's some loud noises. Don't worry about it. And they were like, "What was that?" And I was like, "Don't worry about it." They were like, "Why are you?"
room, mom?
My mom was like, "Why are you soaking wet?" And I was like, "I said don't worry about it."
You just like bring an ASIC with you when you visit your parents?
Yeah, always gotta have one.
Where's the bulletproof vest at, Tatum?
It was. I don't even know at this point. It's a lot of Velcro to deal with.
Tatum's a LARP. No vest.
Oh shit! I knew I was gonna get called a LARP.
Yeah. Pretty sad. My favorite was when the first one played, the first video played. The first comment that came through was, "Is this supposed to be awkward?"
Oh, also a little bit of context. I filmed all of those while running like 104 fever, so I just made it all the more better. But I had a joy making them. It was amazing and fun. Glad you let me interrupt your show with them.
Probably helped with all the sweat that you were generating.
Yeah,
that effect.
Tell them the thing about how isn't that shit broken? So you had to artificially sweat yourself up.
Yeah, I was sitting there and I was like, man, this isn't working for some reason. I think because I wasn't ever hooked up. I don't know if it was actually hashing, so it just wasn't getting hot. And so I was like, okay, I gotta find a spray bottle and just like. But yeah, I mean, it still got really hot though with the bulletproof vest. I got hotter from the vest than the actual ASIC.
Does look toasty for sure.
Is it an actual bulletproof vest?
Maybe.
Take that as a no.
Dave, I know that you wanted to mention something which I'm actually very excited about. Can I bring it up here? Do you want to?
You can, yeah. Bring it up.
So you sent me the first little poster for it, but Calgary-based folks or people in and around Alberta or just Canada in general, or like Montana for the hell of it, because that's close enough. Bitcoin Rodeo in Calgary, July 4th and 5th in my city. I'm excited. An actual Bitcoin event in Calgary. I'm stoked for this. Thanks for involving me in it, man.
Yeah. So Ben and I, a couple other friends, are hosting this conference. We did one with this name in like 2018, and that was a pretty big hit. But I think it was before its time. And Canada is ready for like a full gas Bitcoin only conference. So here we go. It's going to be a lot similar to any of the other Bitcoin only conferences that you've been to, but much better.
That's an excellent endorsement. Funny story, actually, because Saif was just on. The original Bitcoin Rodeo that we did in 2018 was his first ever speaking engagement after he wrote his book. So like it was the first Saifedean like Bitcoin rant conference, and he knocked it out of the fucking park. But like like I don't know if I should tell the story or not, but I'm going to, so fuck it. But I remember like reaching out to him saying, hey man, would you come speak here? And he's like, yeah, absolutely. And so we're kind of doing the booking process, like figuring out getting him here and flights and all that stuff. And then he reaches out and he's like, hey man, is there any chance that I could get like a like an honorarium, like and like just to kind of like help with expenses and stuff. And like I think of that now and I'm like, God, how far Safe has like blown up since then, and like how laughable the idea of like Safe having, Safe asking if there might be like an honorarium program in place versus like the wonderful success he's had since then. I'm just so happy. And to be clear, we did then give him an honorarium to be there. We didn't shut him down. So yeah, I'm super happy with like kind of oddly being able to watch that journey from the get-go. It's been incredible.
I'm curious, will there be any actual rodeoing at the Bitcoin rodeo?
Well, the Calgary Stampede happens within a week of this. So the Calgary Stampede.
What is the Calgary Stampede?
Is
that a hockey team?
It's
a hockey team.
It's like the running of the bulls, but it's the running of the moose.
Yeah. Yes.
Dead ass. I want to come.
It's badass though. It is fun. Like, Dave, do you know like stats on how many people show up for this kind of? It's pretty big.
Yeah, I think it's 200, 300 million.
Thousand?
I have no idea actually, but it's
the entire population of the United States shows up.
Yes. It's the greatest outdoor show on earth, and it is like it might be the biggest rodeo in the world. It's one of the biggest rodeos in the world. It's like an absolutely amazing, massive rodeo.
People are saying that everywhere. It's everybody I listen to is saying it's the biggest rodeo.
Yeah,
they've ever seen.
Just seconds ago.
That's
Greg.
what the fuck highly regarded.
In all my circles, everybody tells me it's the largest.
Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it's the
all
best.
The best
rodeo
ropers. All the best ropers will be there.
All the best rodeo clowns.
That's true.
Isn't Keith McCullough one of the clowns this year?
Yeah.
I want to ride a bull.
Mechanical bull at this conference.
Yeah. I think that would be a good idea. Maybe not out of the question. Last time we had a miniature pony, didn't we?
Yeah, we had a miniature pony and a miniature donkey, and those were really. Well, that's a stupid question, Greg. Fuck you.
Well, the audience needs to know, David.
I think we're just gonna move past that. It's obvious why we had a pony and a donkey. They were a lot of fun. They had cowboy hats, and they really set the mood for the room.
It was a good time, I've got to say. It was. I'm looking forward to again having a bunch of Bitcoiners descend upon Calgary, because it is a good time. And I recall again, Rodolfo was here. He was, dare I say, high as a kite at some point. And there was
high as a coin kite.
Yes, high as a coin kite could be. Yeah, it was a good time. But yeah, I don't know. I'll my last little pitch here is I'll say, did we just spin up a Twitter handle for it at the Bitcoin?
We did, yeah. Yep. At the Bitcoin Rodeo, brand new.
I think I got it. There we go. All right, go follow that if you're in Western Canada, or if you'd like to come to the Calgary Stampede and then also hang out with Bitcoiners. So yeah, there you go, at the Bitcoin Rodeo. So I'll stop shilling now, but I'd come to Calgary anyways because I want Bitcoiners to come hang out. So Yellow, I've got a question for you. Could you maybe fill us in on the latest with the prophecy? Because I mean, I played that clip, but like I need more information. So do you mind if I give you the stage for a second?
Yeah, sure. I can do a recap.
All right.
Okay. Hey everyone. This is Yellow, as you can see, obviously, and I'm the only puppet, I guess. Thanks for the inclusion, Ben. Anyway, the thing is, like, I got bored, and I got bored of all the experts saying the Fibonacci retracement is gonna bounce over the, I don't know what they're talking about, like 12K. Then they were talking about 8K. Then they were talking about like cascading depth analysis and stuff like that. I don't know the terminology, man. Like, it's weird to me. And so I got bored, and like I said, like, I had enough. I don't care what the price is gonna do. From the 23rd of December, the new bull cycle starts. For me, it's the bull cycle. Congrats, everybody. We did it. We have pumped
Bull
today
market, baby.
0.34%. Pump today. We did it, guys.
These were the green bubbles we were
Yeah,
waiting
I had enough. This is the bull market now, so we can start stop being depressed again and have fun a little bit. And enough is enough. So you're welcome, I guess.
Can we stop building? Handedly made that 0.34% pump today with those 3 stack chain.
Yeah. My favorite part is I was looking back at the clip from I think the first time that you were on talking about the prophecy, and you were talking about so we pumped the price, and back then that was a different type of pump. It was significant, but in the environment we've had, what was the percentage that we just pumped?
0.34.
I mean, that makes me feel much better than I have recently. So thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
working on this for a month now.
Building. So Bekka's call on 12K is out of the question now.
No, 12K is still in play.
Heretic.
This is my prophecy.
We've got lots of people. The plebs are thankful. Look, Mike says thank you, Yellow.
There you go.
Nick Marvin, 0.34 LFG.
We don't need much to start, You just need a sparkle.
I'm pretty sure that just means least
Micro
financial
pump.
gains.
Yeah. Like, everybody's excited.
Yeah, you just need a sparkle to
Hold on, stop.
fortify.
Rusty's raising his hand. Rusty's raising his hand.
Yes, Rusty, I will call on you.
Thank you. I was just wondering if we can stop building now. Now that we're in a...
Rusty's mic.
Oh gosh, let me just check my microphone settings. Something must be wrong.
Fixed.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So now that we're in a bull market, can we stop fighting and building?
Nah. We have to continue this.
Oh wait.
I'm still building. I'm going to keep building. I've been building. I'm going to keep building. Tweeting about it.
Any of you guys want to start a multi-billion-dollar crypto Ponzi this bull run?
Sure.
Whoa.
I'm sick of flying commercial.
I've heard those are profitable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, there was last time you were on, you were telling me about some other great life hacks on how to make a lot of money. Do you want to maybe reiterate that?
Yeah. Well, there was a guy, we met this really awesome guy in a cigar bar in LA when we were there for Pacific Bitcoin. And he was like a one-hit wonder from the 80s. The band was called Sly Fox. I don't know if anyone knows that, but his friend had some really great advice that we transitioned into the advice at the end of Ben's show. And he was like, he's asking us all these questions like, hey, you guys sell Bitcoin and all this stuff? And we're like, yeah. He's like, why don't you guys just fucking sell cocaine? and
this guy's
like, you guys pussies or something? And it was like, well, yeah, like obviously, or we sell cocaine.
I mean, did he have a connect or?
Well, he didn't offer, but and then that was the life advice that I gave to everyone at the end of Ben's show is that it's probably a good idea to sell cocaine and then put all the money into Bitcoin. But I didn't realize there's a flaw in that plan is that if everyone sells cocaine, then there'll be no one to buy the cocaine.
Yeah. Ooh, tough. Shouldn't have. I mean, efficient market hypothesis. Uh-oh.
I don't know why you can't rehypothecate that cocaine. Just keep selling it over and over again.
That's a good point. We can all sell to each other.
Yeah.
Rehypothecate through my nose.
Right. And you're telling me I can stake with Yellow and earn a yield?
We're talking about Red Bull, right? Red Bull.
The only paper cocaine is going to be the rolled one at the end.
Hey, you can't snort cocaine with the Bitcoin.
Oh Lord.
No, actually, you can. I made like a round coin kite thing. Yeah, I made it.
Open dime.
If you have a
Right,
paper
open
wallet,
dime.
you can roll it up, right?
Yeah, I made like a straw open dime one thing. I really.
And I don't know the technical details here, but would it be possible to put wrapped cocaine on Ethereum?
I'm curious where you got the funding for this rodeo now.
I mean, our funding is really very poor. If you look at the quality of our graphics, our graphic design budget for this is precisely zero.
You know who did the graphics for this show? And my background here is Rusty. Wait, mirrored. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
Rusty.
I could probably help you out with some graphics there.
We definitely need a lot of free work from anybody who wants to do a lot of free work.
Oh,
It'll work for cocaine.
I love it. Again, Rusty, I got the second print, by the way. So Rusty did the artwork for the 2021 show I did with like Saylor and Mallers and all them, which was a lot of fun. But holy shit, the image, it's like it's on my wall right now. But it's a bunch of us riding the Cyber Hornets because it was like just after Saylor said that for the first time, so obviously everybody jumped on that. But it looks friggin' epic. I've got both the posters on the walls of my office now. They will never come down unless there's maybe next year you'll do the next year's Christmas special. I'll have to swap it out. So
maybe.
Yeah. Well, he failed me last year.
Should we discuss the elephant in the room, you guys?
Send you a picture of potatoes.
Yeah, I would enjoy that.
Yeah, should we discuss the elephant in the room though? When it comes to the backgrounds here, is kind of lame.
Oh wait, my bad.
Yeah, talk to me.
It's kind of lame that none of you guys have a Matex in the background.
Oh what?
Yeah, I mean that's so those art pieces behind, those are like etched, right, in wood.
I thought that looked like his work. I met him in LA. One of the coolest dudes I have ever met in my entire life.
He's pretty awesome. I thoroughly. He's got a very fuck you attitude, and I know this because he says fuck you to many people all the time.
He must get on well with Greg.
You're very
like match made in heaven, right there.
Friends. Yeah. No, he does awesome shit. What's his website?
Spacebowl.
Spacebowl, yeah.
Spacebowl on Twitter. So that might be a bit more.
Yes, he's amazing.
Yeah. I don't have one of his pieces. I should probably fix that. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, it is a bear market. I don't have any purchasing power right now. So, yeah.
What kind of show is this? Nobody's asked me what my sandwich order is. I don't get it. I'm hungry.
You've still got American HodlHodl options behind you there.
Yeah, I still got
Bekka.
HodlHodl options.
Oh, what? Wait, what is it?
Wasn't American HodlHodl supposed to join us tonight?
Yeah, I thought he was supposed to be on here today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's I should have made one for the stream. My bad, but it's our sandwich order every show. So I had the Thirsty Bitch yesterday. It's a grilled chihuahua topped with Peter's special spook sauce. And here we got shout out to Peter Bob's abortion clinic. And then because it was HodlHodl, I had to use Corolla on there. And then
wait,
I don't know.
Did you fix the spelling?
Wait, you fixed the spelling because it said use Corilla before. you changed the I to an O.
Okay, now we got it up a little larger there. Okay, go through those one more time. I need a breakdown of those. Hold on.
So you fixed it after the stream?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, because I took a picture of it this morning and I was like, damn, there's a spelling mistake on there.
We said that last night.
Wait. Is that a Christmas tree entirely decorated with
yeah.
Oh my God.
That's amazing.
A what?
Bekka. Jesus
Wait, what is that?
I'm.
It's
I'm
a bunch of sailors. Shit to your boyfriend.
Oh my
That's what I want to know.
God.
I asked Bekka if she put together a clip for Saylor, but then in the end she told me it was far too cringe for her comfort level. So
It was too cringe because I know how the memers go after all us Navy women in Bitcoin, so I stayed away. But my sandwich menu here, the Thirsty Bitch, the grilled chihuahua topped with Peter scoop sauce, the used car and yellows don't stop believing steak sandwich, grilled in Red Bull for 400. Well, this is 410 days now.
Ooh. Oh, quick question.
That's how many days he's been doing spaces.
Yep. And
That's
a watermelon salad because we all know how much Yellow loves watermelons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm familiar.
Come
That's
on.
fantastic.
Well, so every Meme Factory live stream now going forward into 2023. So this is why Greg was confused that no one was like feeding him.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He looks a little upset. Like he's got those crazy eyes right now.
The same ones that Rusty put in me out in the window, bastard.
Yeah.
Yeah, hang on. Let me see if I can.
It's a Red Bull.
It's just me. You son
At
of a
least your
bitch.
face. At least your face made it. At least your face made it.
Yeah.
I didn't even make it in there.
Yeah.
Sean, everybody knows.
No, you're in there.
I could
So
I
I spent like.
Go ahead, Rusty.
I reckon I spent maybe
Take it
12
away.
hours on this
It's your
thing,
show.
like in total,
It's
probably
Rusty's
like
show.
12 hours.
Go ahead, Rusty.
So it got to the point where I just like started putting everyone on the TV screen in the background. And I was like, I can't do that. I can't do more.
That's
It's
He's
too
like
much time.
everybody's in there somehow. I was like,
Yeah.
who got
There's a seed signer actually. Where's the seed signer? Just on the
yeah.
shelf
No,
there.
I have the coolest shit.
You what?
And I didn't mean
Yeah, you
shit
do.
like sit, but like sit up there.
Yeah, he's on the top. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're
Oh
on
yeah,
top.
he's just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
peeking up over the back.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
like I'm like a Batman.
In hindsight, I should have put like Sean in the standing up in the window with like his head popping over the top of the wall and something like that.
I was gonna say you wouldn't fit in the window.
Tall motherfucker.
It did. I've got to say, it looks. I'm just.
There are still posters available, by the way, everyone.
Yeah.
Just
turned out awesome.
rusty.com. Want to go get yourself a poster?
Yeah. Amazing. Okay, so I'm going to ask you guys. I kind of asked it at the last panel, but what have we learned this year? What are some of the lessons?
Nothing.
You guys... What?
Nothing.
Nothing. I mean, I guess we many of the lessons taught we already knew, but what have the noobs learned this year, if anything?
If you have to go big.
You still talking about shit?
if you have to swing high or something like that. I don't know, man. Like, if they learn anything, that's the point. I don't think they learn anything. Every cycle we have a version of the same thing happening over and over again. And we have our own narrative saying, dude, so many of them are going to become maxis. But like, not really. They're fucking retarded. They're fucking regarded, man. Like they're doing the same mistake over and over. What are you gonna do? You know?
Make fun of them.
Yeah, true.
I think we've learned that the people who have the centralized control are going to hold on to that control as long as they can and try to do everything they can. That's what we've really learned in over the last year or two. That's what's going to happen, and Bitcoin frees us from that. So as long as we can have Bitcoin and try to teach other people when they recognize that, then it takes away the power from the people who are in control.
I think a big lesson of the year also is that if you're able to steal tens of billions of dollars, you should run away.
You should donate to the political parties.
There's a caveat to that. Make sure You got to make sure you put $250 million away. We know that
Right.
now, like somewhere secret. Yeah, that's the secret.
That is useful.
Yeah, but true, Dave
Go on
has a
Twitter
point. Like,
Spaces every other day.
if you're gonna scam like everybody with billions of dollars, do it as the one coin lady did it. They haven't found her yet, right? That Bulgarian chick. She's
What coin lady?
somewhere.
Yeah.
10 years later.
It can be helpful to fake your own death too.
Yes. Yeah. What? Yeah, because those coins. So he's referring to Quadriga in
That's
Canada, the
approaching.
big Canadian exchange that went down. Those coins just started moving that were seemingly inaccessible. What's going
There
on?
it is.
Yeah. Dave, do you legit think that he's not dead?
Those are not actually the coins that he stole.
Okay.
Those are the ones that like the auditors accidentally had somewhere, so they could belong to like his old business partner or something like that. But
Fuck. So the auditors had coins. Oh yeah, right. I remember this story because they fucked up and they sent them somewhere that's inaccessible. But now suddenly those inaccessible coins. So like possibly the auditors. It's like the Mount Gox coins with the feds that stole them all over again kind of scenario.
And then they end up going to jail.
well, probably what happened. So like I think it's EY that sent the coins to this random address, and probably what happened, I think, is that those coins went to like either Omar Donani, who was like the shady back room guy that was running the exchange, or like some ex-employee or something like that. And then my next level of speculation is that it's probably like whoever has this coin.
Wait, Dave, you're cutting out a little bit. Hold on.
You changed mics or something, Dave. What happened? Fell into a tin can.
I don't know.
Oh, you're good. You're good now. Maybe if you just
Okay.
don't lean too close. Yeah. Anyways.
So I think whoever stole those coins probably just like lost all the rest of their money on FTX in a hilarious poetic justice moment, and had to go jump into the stolen cold storage.
Well, that's
Probably
it
Mr.
makes me
Wonderful.
sad that they had access to coins, if that's the case. Of course, I mean scammers are always gonna. Yeah, I mean, it's shitty. I don't even know what to say to that. That fucking sucks. A lot of people got screwed on Quad, on FTX, on all of this stuff. But Yellow's right.
I think
nobody's learning lessons.
I think we need like 15 more times, no more than that, and then everyone will learn.
Yeah. I will say there's been a lot of people that have been, learning self-custody since FTX. At least, like in my experience of people reaching out saying they want to learn. Okay, how do I actually do this for the first time? So it's slowly going in the right direction, but like there'll be a peppering of people that get it and they're like, oh shit, and then there'll be other ones that are like, oof, just missed it, and then they dive into the next shitcoin exchange and chase more yield.
Well, there's been that new narrative going around where everyone would say, "Oh, it's not the time of Mt. Gox anymore. We have these regulated exchanges in the United States," and even like those twins, right? They would come out. The Winklevoss twins would come out, and they'd be like, "Oh, a lot of people they'd rather custody with us at Gemini." The majority of coins that are lost is because people lose them themselves. Yeah. And like, people just make up all these statistics, and I don't think that's the truth anymore. I don't think people. Maybe when you had paper wallets back in the day, people were losing coins, but today, like the way self custody is, I don't think many people are losing coins through self custody because it just.
You could basically throw Satoshi's coins in coins lost, right? And that metric will always stay.
Yes, exactly. It's a dumb metric because if you look at back in the day. Of course, a ton of coins were lost, but not like I don't really think self custody. I don't think many people are losing coins when they're self custodying with how far it's come since those days when it was a lot harder.
Yeah, it's definitely easier. I think there's going to be tools that kind of help with that, so that you can get Uncle Jim's that are kind of like a last line of defense, right? So
thank you.
I don't know if you've taken a look at like what you can do with a cold card, like the BIP 85 thing, where you can have like your cold card, but then you have like you can derive all these like child seeds from them. And then you can have those be like your family member's wallet. So if you don't trust your mom to like, you know, keep a device and a backup safe and not to lose both of those things, well, you can say, all right, here's your seed phrase. And then if she loses both of those things, you can just regenerate her wallet as like a last line of defense. But I would say don't, if you're doing something like that, don't even tell them you've done it so that they're, you know, as responsible as possible. And then, you know, if you need to step in, then you can say, you're lucky I did this, but I'm glad you don't want them relying on you entirely.
Come on, Greg, bring Desi back.
Bring Desi back? All right. You're being called, dear. Get over here.
You're being doxxed.
What's her advice?
For what?
Anything.
All right, Desi, they want to hear your advice. Tell them your Bitcoin advice. You're live.
Hi.
What's your Bitcoin advice for Sean?
Hey, Desi.
Why? He's saying do this.
He's saying to do that.
It's good advice.
I agree.
Good advice.
That's advice we've had all show.
Okay.
One more bite.
One more bite. Get out of here.
I've never seen you so shy, Greg. I've never seen you so
One more bite. There's a meeting in there somewhere.
Yeah.
For whoever missed it, she was eating a potato chip.
Boom, 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 boom.
I'm bullish on Bitcoiner children. There seems to be many of those happening, and all the normies are busy not having children.
Dude, American HodlHodl made a good point on our show last night. Our show being the Meme Factory podcast and Bitcoiner's Guide. You can check it out 2 shows a week. Anyway, like and subscribe. Last night we had American HodlHodl on, and he was talking about how he felt like he was super rich. He was like, "Oh, we can have as many kids as you want. I'm gonna have 7 kids." I'm like, kids are fucking expensive. And then the bear market hacked, and he was like, "3's good. 3's good." That's kind of how I feel.
We're gonna get bursts of Bitcoiner children based on the market, like
on 4-year cycles.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have noticed a number of posts of children being born this year, which seems to line up nicely with some of the peaks in 2021.
You're feeling real good about your decisions, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness, you idiots!
In what
you
amount of
shitcoiners.
children though? In what amount of children though? Like you can recycle the clothes and everything. Does that like sustain the whole market?
Efficiency.
Is Bitcoiners banging and having children during a bull market the new leveraging your house for more Bitcoin?
You know what it was? It was that everybody could afford nice restaurants in Miami last year.
That's true. That's true. Oh man, you could afford those $500 steak dinners or $500 appetizer meals.
Every halving cycle, Bitcoin reward goes down, Bitcoin babies goes up.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start doing some research. I'll get back with y'all on that. I'll post like a 24.
Research?
Yeah, I'll post like a massive tweet thread that ChatGPT. No.
You got to do some heavy research, though.
Yeah, she keeps. I told her I just wait for the next cycle and then we might be able to get going. But not right now. Sorry.
Is she on Twitter? Can we push
No, please don't.
That was a yes.
All right.
Is she on LinkedIn? Greg will find her on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
I actually don't know if she has a LinkedIn.
I'm about to go. Girl, if you're on Twitter, find the Meme Factory at the Meme Factory TM.
I need to get.
We will push him.
I need to get my wife on Twitter. I think it's time. She's getting orange pilled. She does enjoy Bitcoiners quite a bit, and so I think the next logical step is to get her on Twitter, so she can bear full witness to the degeneracy.
Did she come to? She wasn't at Pacific Bitcoin, was she?
No, the first event she went to with me was was to Charlotte for Halloween.
Halloween.
Yeah, which is good. It was small, but she's coming to Miami, which is going to be like such a slap in the face comparatively. Like Halloween was like 150 people, maybe.
Yeah.
Miami will be. I mean, it is like we've endured a year of bear market, but it's still going to be.
I can't wait for Miami. They said that I can host a keynote speech.
Is it going to have some of those sweet ASIC life hats?
One way or the other, I'm going to get on stage. I'm probably not going to be invited back, but I'm going to get on stage.
I think you'll be like the equivalent of the Dogecoin guy that jumped up on stage in 2021.
Fuck you, Ben.
Fuck you, man.
I mean, just in your entrance to the stage is jumping up there unannounced. I mean, the quality, you could say anything and add more value, but
honestly, yeah. Also, Miami's going to have a lot less shitcoiners this year. It looks like I'm excited about that.
Yeah,
remember the whole ape that was like the bored ape costume guy that was walking around last year? I wanted to.
What
there was a guy, the whole ass like bored ape costume, like a whole mask and everything. I about punched him in the face.
That was just a
That would've been
furry.
a good video.
Oh, I was at the wrong
be a great
convention.
video.
I was at the furry convention. Damn it.
There was a guy there who was signing potatoes. That guy was crazy. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. He was literally there was a camera on him and he was signing people's. He was signing.
I'm not doing that again.
I think I got a picture of that guy in a restaurant while I was there.
You did. You tweeted it. You tweeted it
the
out.
back of his potato. He had.
This
Actually, I was sitting.
one?
Greg, I
His
was
potato
sitting
spot.
with Dave when I did it. I was.
Yeah,
sitting
that was a
with Dave.
sushi restaurant.
Yeah, it was a sushi restaurant. I look across. I was like, I'd recognize that potato anywhere. So I zoomed in super close on the back of Greg's head, as flattering as it is.
It was. I forget what I did to stir the pot because I got you mad at me first. I got you with something. I just can't remember what it was, but you won. You won the day with that tweet.
I just, with no context, literally just tweeted a picture of the back of Greg's head with him tagged in the
You tagged
photo.
it, yeah.
And then I sent the tweet to most of the people here who then started retweeting it. Like all the
It was awesome.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's too easy.
Yeah, it was great. I didn't need to offer any context or anything. It was look at this. Look at Tatum.
Go
Oh,
to
my
pieces.
God. Like, that's
nice.
That's such a great,
It looks like
Spend some time on that one.
Did you ever watch Home Movies? It was like a cartoon. Called
Looks
Home
like Yellow
Movies.
TA.
That was quick. That was quick.
Did you use AI for that, Tatum? Was there AI in that?
No, it was back. Yeah,
Okay, God damn it. Ruining my fucking life.
I think Rusty designed it, actually. That was a work of Rusty.
Yeah, Rusty, I don't know what you're talking about. I commissioned this from you.
Not one of my best pieces, all right?
It took 15 hours, not just the 12.
You can still buy it as a poster, though. You can still buy it as a poster.
Ben,
What a Rusty did.
weren't we supposed to get some TA from Yellow tonight?
TA. I
That's
mean,
what I thought.
Yellow. Would you care to fill us in?
How?
I don't know. Do you have anything?
I know. I asked him for some last night, and he said no. We're doing it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm not prepared, man. How do I do it?
I don't
How do
know.
you do it? What do
I
you
mean,
not
I think that's the
prepared?
same question anybody who does TA.
Yeah.
Have
you ever seen TA?
Can you share your screen?
Why are the viewers dropping? How come we're down?
Not dog stuff. No, I'm not doing it.
Viewers.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, we should really just consult the astrology charts.
Up and to the right. Up and to the right.
Well, market,
Over
baby.
time.
Accurate.
It's like Richard Hart up in this bitch.
Oh God.
I gotta plug one thing, which is the having party.
Yeah, do it. Hey, do you have a link that you can send in the chat, and then I'll bring it up?
It's you can just go to the Twitter at having party MF, HALVING party MF, and you can show that. Give that a follow.
Oh, there we go.
It'll be in El Salvador, Bitcoin country. Everyone show up. All the best Bitcoiners are going to be out there, and it's going to be a blast. We got the whole resort in El Salvador, and it's gonna be all inclusive, all you can eat, all you can drink, alcohol, non-alcohol, and we're gonna celebrate the halving, celebrate the bear market and the bull that's gonna happen. So get ready for the halving party. It's gonna be a blast.
I love it. Maybe I'll give. Should I give this this main one here a retweet so that everybody?
Yeah. Give it a retweet.
Check it out. There's a lot of videos of Sean walking.
We did a lot of walking in El Salvador.
That's how this channel started. All of my intros to every video were me walking. So you're welcome, Sean, for the inspiration.
Dude, we did
I have
a
a
lot
question.
of walking. We went all up and down all El Salvador looking for the best place out there. So everyone has to come to El Salvador and check out the country at least once. I mean, it's the first country that adopted Bitcoin. You gotta make the pilgrimage down. So why not do it during the halving party?
People are asking which days. Like, have we booked already or no?
We don't have an exact date yet. It's looking like it's gonna be the third weekend in March of 2024.
So whoever is asking, go follow the Twitter account Ben just arted, and more info will be announced there.
Yes. Yep.
I have a question for Tatum. Tatum, is that the Heart of Gold spaceship that you're speaking into? Is that your microphone?
What?
Is your microphone?
He just took it away.
The Heart of Gold. Is that what it is?
It's one of those one world orbs that he's been trying to scan his iris for the last 3 months.
I thought it was the next big thing.
I bought in at the top. What were they going for? What were they selling the orbs for?
Greg would know. Greg bought one.
I bought 3.
You get your community to scan their eyes or something.
Yeah. When was that? When did the orb thing come out? Was that 2021?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was like late.
Greg doesn't know. That was like I don't know.
No. It came out right around the time that the Miami conference happened. So what's that, April?
2021, 2022.
What was that? Let's chat the most shitcoiny things you saw at conferences this year. Like if you were in person with people, what was the biggest bullshit you came across, or the most aggravating stuff you've come across at?
I have a story. So we were in Miami this last year, and Greg was with his wife, and so he couldn't hang out as late. It really was Mary Kelly that wanted. His wife wanted to hang out longer, but not him. So we were hanging out, and I went out with Marty's Owl, and we went to some other random bar just in Miami Beach. It was just him and me that went to some random bar, and we walk in, and it's kind of like empty, and some random shitcoiner comes up to us, and he sits down and starts buying us drinks, right? And he starts talking to us about all these different random shitcoins, and he's like, guys, here's the way to do it. And me and Marty were like, stop, dude. Why would we buy in any of these coins? It's Bitcoin only. We're just giving them like the regular stuff that we always say. And he was like, yeah, I get that. But what you got to do is you start your own company, and then you get the VC to invest in your altcoin, and then that's how you make the money in the shitcoins. Then you dump on everyone. And we're like, exactly. That's the
right. That's what.
We know.
Did you ask him where you could scan your anus to get 69 world coins?
Yeah, I did that and it didn't work.
It didn't work. Huh?
Look, no. Have y'all seen that video of the guy that went up to Dave Portnoy and talked about Hex and he was like, "Are you a chart guy?" He's like, "No." He goes, "See, neither am I." And he's just like trying to chill it. Same exact thing happened to me in Miami. This guy sought me out for some reason and was trying to get me to buy Hex. And I was like, I am this close to murdering you in cold blood right here. I need you to stop. This is kind of scary. You need to be studied in a lab.
The Hex guys, I don't know what it is.
Hexicans.
Yeah.
Is what they call themselves.
Yeah. Hexicans, Safe Moon Army, and BSV Maxis need to be studied. It's kind of scary.
XRP Army.
Yeah.
The
Well,
BSV.
XRP Army,
Oh,
like
genocide,
they've
one
just
after
died
the
a
other.
slow, horrible death, right? Because like they didn't even.
They're essentially getting defunded, right? If you
Yeah.
hold XRP, you're getting so it's just like the Boy Scouts now. It's
Yeah, like
XRP.
most shitcoiners don't realize they're getting fucked because after the initial like launch and pump,
Because
they never
shitcoiner did so
reattained
well.
Bitcoin all-time highs.
Yeah.
But like XRP people, they know they're getting fucked because like the shitcoiners that in the other ones, like at least they might attain like a new fiat all-time high and not realize that they've lost sats. But like the Ripple idiots, they like they've just lost consistently this entire time. Like they didn't even get close to their previous fiat all-time high, let alone their Bitcoin all-time high, which is super like of anybody from the 2017 era
Yes.
that I could have wished that upon, it was the XRP morons. To like
for a
be part
while
of
though, wasn't there like a scheduled dumping for them too? Didn't they have like the time that they were selling their coins scheduled and public? Like, how could you buy into this thing if they're telling you they're going to drop 1 billion coins on you?
Well, they found it's
in
'cause
April.
the founder, one of the co-founders, he parted, right? and then he was scheduling his sales. He was selling like a ton of coins.
Yeah.
He was
So
getting out-
what's made all of these shitcoins so successful is like their ability to write headlines. You know what I mean? And you run into one of these XRP people or whatever the one of the month is, and they've always got like a 2-sentence narrative about why their coin is going to be the next awesome thing.
The next Bitcoin.
Yeah.
The better Bitcoin.
Or the bank friendly version or the government friendly version or the faster one or the slower one or the more programmatic one or whatever the next thing is.
You know what's okay? Go ahead, Rusty. Rusty, go ahead.
Oh,
See you again,
woo.
Tracy.
Yeah. You were talking about shitcoiner stories.
Can anyone hear?
I
Can anyone
can't.
hear Rusty right now? I can't hear Rusty.
I
think Rusty might be on mute.
Let me know when you guys are ready.
is this every episode?
This is how the podcast go. Yeah. So
I'm gonna let him speak. I want to hear the shitcoiner story, Rusty.
So every time, so I can't go to Bitcoin conferences at the moment. Like the next time we go to a Bitcoin conference, we're gonna have to be at like all-time highs to convince my family to go to like Miami or some shit. So, but I do like wear shirts like this to like my son's like parties that he goes to, which is probably not appropriate now that I think about it.
Nice meme.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
You make that one?
Yeah.
It's just it's a collaboration. It's a collaboration, all right? It's a collaboration. But someone saw it. He was like, "Oh man, you're into like Bitcoin." And I was like, "Fuck! Finally, I found like another Bitcoiner in like real life." Anyway, get chatting to him, and he starts talking about this company he's starting, and it's gonna be real life NFTs and shit on shirts with you scan. And I was like, "Oh." Fuck me. I was like, okay, all right, so you're a shitcoin. I was like, okay, so does your company doesn't have a shitcoin though, right? And he was just like, yeah, no, we have like our own coin. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. And then he said, he couldn't get funding, this is his excuse, he couldn't get funding from any VCs unless he had a shitcoin. They literally said, do you have a shitcoin? And he was like, nah. And they were like, well then we're not interested. As soon as he had a shitcoin, fucking just pile on in. I think there's I mean, it's also lazy. Like there's other ways to fundraise, like make a product that's actually good and then, and then earn money through it. But a lot of these people just want to make money quick. Get their
so much work.
Yeah.
Skill. Just to show people how easy it was, and actually just to see how easy it was to launch a coin, I watched a 10-minute YouTube video, and I launched PogCoin on Rinkeby testnet, and there were people who told me to launch it on the mainnet, and they would buy it, and I was like, no, y'all need help. Y'all need to go to therapy. But there's 69 million PogCoin sitting somewhere in a lost contract on a Ethereum testnet.
Are you saying Pog, like P-O-G?
Like the Pogs?
No, PAWG, fat ass white girl.
Oh wow!
Talking about
Did I just age myself so much? Where's
No,
the
I thought the same thing.
I was thinking the pods like the game when you flip the things.
Talking about sequence and how they work and their inner workings and etc. Like CoffeeZilla did an excellent expose on Crypto Zoo.
Oh yeah, third episode came out.
Yeah, the third episode, the conclusion is out today. Was out today. I just watched it before this. It's fucking awesome. It's like in 3 episodes. It's the project of Logan Paul and Crypto King and a bunch of other scammers and how they basically fought each other, lost interest, dumped on their followers. So many people lost money, and it was an NFT project. And the good thing about it is because like there was a leak from somewhere in the team, and all their inner dialogue were like it was exposed, and it's in the mini documentary, the 3 episode documentary, and how they talked. Basically, they're basically saying, like, yeah, we're gonna copy CryptoKitties, and then we're gonna dump, and then like they're ABC, like we're gonna scam everybody. Yeah,
They literally just said like, yes, we are going to dump.
Yeah.
The best
I-
was the conversation when they're like, well, if we do a pre-mine, then we'll attract VC attention. So they tailored it so they're like they did a stealth launch, so like nobody was supposed to know that it launched, and then they would purchase on the quote unquote open market all of the tokens and then announce it through Logan Paul later that this thing had launched after they owned a fuck ton of it, and then they'd like strategically dump. But then somebody in the team leaked that it was like that it was launching like a stealth launch, and then like instead of 5 people that were supposed to own it, like all of a sudden there were like 30 people that owned it somehow. And they like bid up the price and then dumped it like prior to the public
founders.
That's awesome.
And the amount of greed, like in those guys, like fuck 40 million, dude. It was like 120 million we had yesterday.
Yeah.
And like basically they printed 40 million out of nothing, and they were like, no, we have a leak in the team. Like it was supposed to be 120 million.
We didn't scam people for enough money. Now we don't have nearly as much exit liquidity as the other guy who scammed us. Like we were going to scam those other people.
I have a story of what I think is the dumbest shitcoin I've heard of, and that's a pretty low bar. So this coin was launched like in maybe 2015, 2016 by somebody that Ben and I both know that I will not name. This coin was called like Crowns or something like that. And the premise to the coin was you buy the coin, and if you buy one, then you get a trucker hat. And the guy who launched it, his friend was going to like graffiti using a Sharpie on the trucker hat, like whatever word you wanted. And then they would send you the trucker hat, and it was like $15 for a token, and you could buy one or you could buy as many as you want, but you only got one trucker hat even if you bought a whole bunch of tokens. And then I was kind of like, okay, so like I'm not really clear on this, like why wouldn't I just buy a trucker hat, like if I wanted a trucker hat? And he's like, well, you could buy a whole bunch of the tokens and then you could resell them. It's like, okay, but like why, like do I have to give up my trucker hat if I resell the tokens? He's like, no, the trucker hats are just for the people who buy their first token. And then I was like, I don't get it, man. And then he sent me he's like, okay, this will clear it right up. Sends me a video. The video was 14 minutes long, and it was just pictures. There was no video. It was just a video of a bunch of pictures. And all the pictures were pictures of this guy's trucker hat around Ottawa.
Nice.
And it was a 14-minute video of that, and I was like, well, yeah.
It clears it up.
And then you bought so many hats.
Yeah, I actually...
You bought one hat, but many tokens, right?
I really regret not buying at least one, because, like...
I mean, that hat was everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, did you see that fucking hat, dude? Like, that was sick.
Like, so did this like? I mean, it obviously went fucking nowhere, but like, did it go nowhere very quickly, or?
I never heard of anyone buying any of those hats.
Oh,
So
He's just got a stockpile of these trucker
they have
hats. in his
sold
room.
zero. I don't know, but I know that he went on to like a number of different shitcoin projects after that, and
Yep.
seemed to have abandoned the hats.
I mean, if at first you don't succeed, I suppose.
Sell some more hats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Scam.
yeah.
A lot of people getting protected from the sun. I like it.
Oh, wow. Well, that's exciting. So I'm gonna gradually start rounding this out in the next like 5 to 10 minutes here, because I'm just about toast, but maybe we could go around and give some festive wishes to everybody. Maybe little tidbits of Bitcoin advice that you've gleaned from 2022, something like that. I'm just I will say, I don't know, learn, like, if you're not self-custodying at this point, you're not taking those steps, fuck, man, like, just do the most basic step, download a wallet on your phone and just like try a transaction. Like, it doesn't really matter what it is. Download Moon Wallet, download Blue Wallet, download Blockstream Green, whatever. Just download one and just learn how to do a transaction. Like, if you have not done that this year, don't let the year end with you having not done that. Is what I'll say. So I'm gonna I'll toss it to Tatum. Do you have any I don't know, what would you say to the people that are for some reason still watching this, lessons, or any lesson that you've gleaned from this year?
Piece of advice: buy my shitcoin. Second piece of advice: get your hands on some hardware, whether it be a wallet or a miner. Because once you get your hands on something like that, you kind of get geared towards wanting to learn more and go further down the rabbit hole. I started with the Trezor. Now I have 4 wallets just laying around because I just want to try different ones. I started with an S7, and now I have like 8 miners here. And as you can hear, none of them are on because power. But seriously, you learn more every time you get to you get your hands on something, and it opens up different areas of the rabbit hole. So I guess that wasn't really like it wasn't directly answering, but
I mean,
that's what I gotta say.
I get the gist. You're saying widen the hole.
Yeah. Okay. It makes your orb easier to scan.
That's my main takeaway. We'll make a Rusty. Can you do up a poster, picture of Tatum with the quote "Widen the hole"?
Please. I'm on it. It's the meme. I like it.
Yeah,
Widen the
I like
hole.
it. Awesome.
It's a good segue into Greg.
Yeah, I think so. So, Greg, with the widened hole, what should one do?
If you want to widen the hole, the first thing you want to do is stay humble. Because if you're not humble, it's going to hurt. But it's Bitcoin, so it's going to hurt no matter what. We all know where it's going. It's going up, it's going down, it's hitting the hole, it's coming out. But the first and last thing you want to do is stay humble. You got to stack those sats. And remember, it's not a sprint. It's a long distance race, which is my preferred method of travel. Obviously, I'm a big runner. And
big emphasis on big.
Yeah, emphasis on big. And I just want to use this opportunity to say thank you, Ben and Tatum, for having me on tonight. I mean, fuck everybody else.
No, I didn't have you on. It was all Ben.
Get away from his widened hole, Greg.
I'm going to take my widened hole to the rest of my family, and thank you again. Have a good night.
I love it. Well, thank you, Greg.
Hey, Greg.
See you guys.
Greg's off for family time, and I'm going to toss it over to Sean now. Sean, lessons learned. Hopefully, not too many widened holes. But what do you got to say for yourself?
No, lessons learned. Listen to the redheads in the space. Number 1, Bekka, you know what you're talking about. Number 2, watch more BTC sessions because he's got the best tutorials on anything you want to figure out. And then number three, when you're orange pilling your friends, don't tell them to not buy Bitcoin. Tell them to read up and study and listen to podcasts first, and then maybe they will buy Bitcoin once, and they'll get the conviction to not panic sell. So you tell people about education. I think the education is the biggest thing when it comes to buying Bitcoin.
I've got to say, well, excellent advice, first of all, but even better advice in the chat from Narwhal Tacos. He said, you don't need to wrap your Bitcoin when you widen the hole. That is, I think, the soundest advice I may have heard yet. He's always a wealth of knowledge, always happy to hear from Narwhal. So thank you. Dave, I'm going to toss it to you. What
I have so much good advice.
Okay, let's hear it.
The first thing is the best thing that you can do possibly is to buy a ticket to our conference. Anybody who buys an early bird ticket will get a lock of Ben's hair.
Ooh. The side part or the natural part? Which side?
It's all natural, baby.
We didn't say top or bottom.
I don't
but,
know.
So, yeah, that's a great value, 2 for 1. Beyond that, the previous advice about selling cocaine stands, as long as you watch out for that pitfall where everyone starts selling cocaine and there are no buyers left. And then I think the last piece of advice is, like, everyone should probably consider that 2023 could be the year that they start a multi-billion-dollar crypto Ponzi scheme. And, like, honestly, next time you're in line at the airport, just think about that. Like, that's all I think about when I'm standing in line at the airport, is how bullshit it is that Sam Bankman-Fried has got a private plane.
That's, I mean, yeah, it's upsetting. Okay, to tag on to the couple things there. One, what was it, at the Bitcoin Rodeo is the Twitter handle. Awesome.
Yeah.
We'll follow there, because then all the details will be dropped there. And yes, I agree that the most the scariest thing about selling cocaine to attain more Bitcoin is the likelihood that so many people will sell cocaine that you'll be put out of business. That is probably the most direct threat that you'll get from selling cocaine for Bitcoin. So consider that. And with that, I'll toss it to Rusty. What do you have to say?
Yeah, earn and save in Bitcoin. That's where I'm coming from. Something that Tip actually talked about earlier that probably struck me the most, which was, do something that you love, and that's hopefully what Bitcoin will allow everyone to do. So yeah, earn and save in the money that doesn't steal from you.
I love that. I mean, that's the most basic advice you can take, right? Like, and the most pertinent. Provide value, earning the money that doesn't get debased. There you go. Spend less than you earn. Bekka, what have you got?
Tatum, thanks for having me on. Lots of fun. And I'm just going to build on what Rusty said, actually. So not just earn and save in Bitcoin, but spend and replace your sats too. Like, one of the things this year that I kind of been more focused on is, like, we all talk, oh, this Bitcoin economy, this circular economy, like, it's just going to be there. But I feel like we have a responsibility to build it as well. Like, we need to opt in and spend the sats. They're cheap right now, so you can replace them. What I've been doing, like, in my own personal life, is using BitRefill, one of your sponsors, and grabbing, like, my Sephora gift cards off there. So I'm using my sats. I'm supporting these companies. So I just want to, earn and save in Bitcoin, spend and replace. And somewheres where everyone could do that is plebeian market. So I'm in the background, I'm building too. Plebeian market is like a eBay of Bitcoin. So anyone can, like, buy and sell on there, and it's all on Bitcoin. So I encourage everyone to sort of check it out. It's on Twitter, plebeian market. And, it's just another way that we can all opt in to building this Bitcoin economy. So that's what I got.
I love it, and I'll echo that because again, like throwing back to the beginning of the year, a lot of people saw that if they support the wrong thing in Canada, well, you might not have a fucking bank account. And I remember sitting being like, well, how fucked am I going to be if that happens? And the answer was it would have been an inconvenience. It would have pissed me off. But at the end of the day, I would have been okay because of Bitcoin. And so I'll say I'm going to echo the circular economy thing. I've been trying to separate myself as much as possible from traditional fiat rails. And I've even, one of the most exciting parts of my year was finding a rancher south of Calgary that I was able to buy a quarter of a cow off of with Bitcoin. Me and my friend who is like, he's not like fully orange pilled or anything, but I was like, yo, there's a guy, he's selling a quarter, we can buy a quarter of a cow together, and he takes Bitcoin. And my friend was like, sure. So he sent me the Bitcoin, and then I made the purchase, and then we split up all the meat and everything. But like, I've got a freezer stocked with beef from a local source that I purchased with Bitcoin. And that is bullish as fuck. I'm super excited about that. And I'm trying to find more ways where I love these mechanisms where you can kind of like, bridge those gaps with various services. That's great. So you can live off Bitcoin. I've been doing it for a while, but the things that get me really excited is where I find a connection like that, where there's a mutual appreciation of the money that we're using and providing value for that money. And I think that's fantastic. So I'm super glad you brought that up. And I think here it's very, I don't know. I think it's perfect that I think Yellow will get the last word here. Yellow, I'm wondering, could you maybe round us out with like some inspiration to kind of finish off the theme? I'm gonna do it. Hold on, wait.
I'm gonna do it off character. This is me now. This is not Yellow so much. I'm gonna advise everybody to take a chick pill, calm down. Like, this is a game. Without pointing out it's trivial, it is a game. It's not trivial. Like, everything around us is serious. Everything is happening. The craziness is a serious subject, but it is a game. So have a viewpoint, a more relaxed viewpoint. And I will also echo the ancient Greek thing that we say here a lot, like pan metronarison, which means basically everything in moderation. Like in the bear market, we have a leaning as Bitcoiners that we over sacrifices for the bull, and in the bull market we overlive like the now, and we don't do nothing in the end. Like, have moderation in everything, even if like it is talking to your inner cipher, like the cipher guy from the Matrix. Like, have a talk with the guy, and take a chick pill, calm down. That's it.
I love it.
It's a joke a little bit.
Well, thank you, Yellow. Very inspiring. I want to thank all you guys for coming out. This was a hell of a marathon. I mean, Tatum's been here since the very beginning. Holy shit, dude. Are you excited to get out of your fucking chair or what?
I'm ready to widen the hole.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Look.
I don't get it. No, mute him.
I'm on it.
Anymore. That's it. That's the last. That's the last thing he gets.
Wait, look down there. Do you see that?
Oh,
oh, it's about time, Hodl.
Fuck.
Did I miss the whole show?
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, we're wrapping up.
We're about to shut it down, but I'm gonna give you fucking 5 minutes here. And I'm gonna pour a whiskey. HodlHodl.
Yo.
You get a rant right now as somebody that I sent an invite to, and he like fucking DMs me as the show is on. Yo, man, shit's not gonna work. Can I show up like an hour late? I hope it's still running. So here he is. So Hodl, I'm gonna fucking toss it to you.
I fucked up because I read 9:15. I was like, I can do 9:15, and then I didn't realize it was Eastern time, and I was like, oh yeah, fuck.
Are you in Miami?
No,
oh, wait, no, you moved.
No, I'm West Coast. Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh fuck.
Can I just say quickly that he's like lined up exactly where his picture was in the background?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did you Hodl? Did you see the image of the actual like that Rusty did for this show?
Yeah. No, it's fucking amazing.
Yeah, it turned out pretty good. I mean,
good.
not quite as good as Tatum's background that he had before, but nonetheless. Hodl, we were just given some final tidbits of advice for the year, lessons learned of all the horse shit that we've seen over the course of the year. Do you have any words of wisdom for the plebs, for those that are for some reason still here?
Yeah, this year sucked ass. We can just say it like it is. Every like fucking 4 years, there's one of these years where it just shoves a dildo right up your ass and you just have to take it.
We were just talking about widening the hole, so I think that
yeah, man. And it's like this is just the fall. You know, this is the crypto fall. Bitcoin fall. Like winter is next year, right? So like it's a whole fucking year of nothing next year. And then you get like a little springtime blossom popping up through the snow, and that'll be 24. I mean, this is like, the 4-year cycle. So yeah, if you survive this year, you are one of us. You know what I mean? You did well.
I think so. So.
You should give yourself a round of applause.
Everybody needs one of these years, right? Like to fully appreciate.
It humbles you. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
you don't have to stay humble because Bitcoin will humble your ass. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. I mean, it's you experience a couple of these, and again, like you the first time around, it's shocking. The second time around, you think you'll be feeling better than you actually end up feeling, and then the third time around, you're just kind of numb to it. It still sucks balls, but it's like it's like at least you're not actively in pain. You're just kind of like, okay.
Is this your third one or your second one, Ben?
This would, I mean, I'll consider it my third because I basically like early 2014. So I knew downside for like my entire first year of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So
I'm late 2014. So like, I don't really count it because like it was just all ascension from the time I got in, so it really wasn't too bad. You know what I mean? Yeah. But yeah, I feel like you have to count your cycle as like top, trough, top, trough, top. Yeah, that's right. So if you go like from the top to the trough, back to the top, that's one cycle right there. So however many times you've done that, that's your cycle count.
Yeah. And it's, I don't know, like I feel like this one is a little bit more muted thus far. Like the top wasn't as euphoric. And the bottom, I mean, in a way, it has been as rough because everybody assumed like, oh, never go below previous all-time high. That's been shattered along with a lot of other assumptions and trends over the past year. What do you, if you had to guess? I don't know why the fuck I'm asking this question. If you had to guess, do we see another kind of muting of that in the next cycle, or do you think that maybe because everybody's now assuming a diminishing returns kind of trajectory, that this is when everybody's like, oh yeah, it'll get to like 100 and then
dude, all I know is that Bitcoin always does the shit we're least expecting it to do. It's always in your blind spot and like none of us can guess it. And like anybody who was like, bro, I knew what was going to happen. Shut the fuck up. No, you didn't. Fucking nobody knew. Like the emotions are so heightened. It's really hard to like, not get super bullish, not get super bearish. So yeah, you just got to, hodl for the long term. I don't know what's going to happen, man. I'm just here. I'm just hodling. We'll see what fucking happens, you know.
The only thing you can be sure of is that as soon as everyone on Twitter agrees on something, it's not happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will say this: I've
Please rise to 100K.
I've been talking to a lot of different Bitcoiners from all over the world over this last year, going to different conferences, and then just being able to travel around and doing different podcasts and things. It's been amazing for me to see the idea of Bitcoin, like in this bear market, whatever you want to call it. Like we've gone from 70K to 15K, but the idea of Bitcoin is everywhere in the world right now. Everywhere in the world, there's legitimate Bitcoiners that understand what Bitcoin is and what it does for freedom, for all of humanity. And it's crazy to me to see how, like, yeah, it might be small numbers, but it's everywhere. And that idea is unstoppable. In my opinion, the idea of Bitcoin is out there and no one can stop it at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of cool this time around. Like, this is the first bear market where I haven't felt bear market sentiment is like a prevailing thing on Twitter in terms of like,
is it going to die
around Bitcoin? Like, everybody's still pretty fucking stoked about Bitcoin in general. They're just like, oh, this is going to suck for a while, which is right. It is going to suck for a while.
Even our biggest haters, like our biggest haters used to say shit like, it's going to fucking zero, it's worthless. And now they've been put in check and they say things like, it's going under 10K. It's like, I've been here so long. I remember you told me it would never reach 10K. And now you're saying the same person is like, it's going under 10K. You know, that's their.
And it's a diss now.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got this framed tweet here. I'm very excited for when I can gloat over it again, but it's Peter Schiff. And this was tweeted in January of 2020, but it reads, those Bitcoin bugs excited about Bitcoin's 4% rally in 2020. Think about this and think about where we were sitting in 2020. Right? Yeah. Gold is also up by about the same percentage this year, only with significantly less downside risk. Is this the best rally Bitcoin can muster? How will it ever hit 50K, let alone 1 million? I can't wait till we're back above 50K because that means we're that much closer to 1 million, fully validating this framed tweet, which I paid money for.
Dude, I was actually talking to Peter's brother, Andrew, on Clubhouse the other day, and he goes, so what do you guys think? Do you guys think Bitcoin's going, 12K, 11K, 10K, whatever? And I was like, Andrew, I don't know what the price is going to do. I'm going to be honest with you, okay? And I only know one man who's gotten it right all these years, every single time. And it's your brother. Every time your brother gloats, that's the bottom. You know what I mean? He's been a perfect inverse indicator for all these years. We have to thank him for that. Truly.
Yeah. He'll never. I mean, it's just do you ever just take his tweets and then like make a calendar note to yourself to come back to?
I made a bad Peter Schiff Twitter account at one point, and then it got like locked out or something. But it was just like taking all the tweets that had Bitcoin, and then I put it in TradingView with the little like where we are, where he tweeted this, and they were all significant fuck yous.
That's amazing. I once somebody created a bot on my request, which was you know how you like invert like the caps lock, so it's like the SpongeBob like. Yeah. I was like, I wish there was a bot that literally just tweeted the exact same tweets that Peter Schiff drops, but in this writing style. So somebody made that bot that exists to this day, and it's just I can't remember what the handle is, but it's basically just all Peter Schiff tweets, but in the style of as they're typed.
Didn't Amber had a function that whenever he tweeted, like you would automatically buy
the Schiff.
Yeah. What a great marketing ploy. I love it. Well, guys, I gotta fucking run. Sorry, Hodl.
No, it's all good. I was late as fuck.
You were. You should apologize.
He was late to our show as well. Like, what the hell?
You don't say. You don't say.
It's a reoccurring thing he's got going on.
My bad, guys.
Awesome.
My bad.
I'm sure I'll see you in passing for like 30 seconds in Miami or something. So
I know. We barely got to hang out in LA. It was a bummer.
Yeah. Well, I'm bringing the wife to Miami, and she's gonna come party with some Bitcoiners, so it should be a good time. But yeah, I'm gonna say a big thank you to everybody here. I appreciate all you taking the time, however brief it may have been, and yeah, thank you guys. Have a very, very Merry Christmas. And actually, before you guys go, I gotta give a shout out to, I don't know if I can even bring it up here, Narwhal Tacos. What a fucking nice guy. He just dropped $100 as a super chat here, and said, "Long day, great memories. Have a HodlHodl days. Take the fam to dinner." Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Narwhal's here like every show, so really appreciate it. So thank you, buddy. Much appreciated. But yeah, everybody, thank you so much for being here. Have a very happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and I'm sure I'll see you guys soon. So have a good one.
Later.
Cheers.
Thanks, man.
All right.
Merry Christmas.
Woo. Merry Christmas. All right, everybody watching, thank you for being here, and thank you for watching. Damn, what a marathon. We made like 6 hours on that shit. I've been here for 6 hours. It was a hell of a time. Dare I say that this Christmas show trumped even last year's. I felt much more comfortable flowing from panel to panel. It was nice to let a load off at the end and in the widened hole and have a good chat with everybody that joined me for the after party. So I really do appreciate it. And I'm so humbled with the people that were a part of this show. I'm going to rattle them off right now because I think it's important to thank everybody. Obviously, everybody that was just on the panel here, thank you. But the people that came before, again, Rodolfo at CoinKite, Stephan Livera, Max Keidun from HodlHodl, Matt Hill over at Start9, John Stefanopoulos from Futurebit, Seedsigner, Adam O, and Steve Barbour from Upstream Data, Ben Gagnon from Bitfarms, Nico Moran from Simply Bitcoin, Alex Gladstein, Robert Breedlove, Lynn Alden, Tip, John Vallis, Michael Saylor, Samson Mao, Jack Mallers, Joe Hall, Jeff Booth, Obi working at Fediment, or Fedi, Adam Back, Adam Back. Holy shit. Like, come on. Alyse, Killeen, Mark Moss, Saifedean making his first digital appearance on the show. And then again, everybody that joined me in this last panel, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you everybody for being here. Hell of a year. So thank you. The channel is growing. Everything is growing. I'm feeling the love so much. There's been, I can't even begin to express like the shit I see on Twitter. Like, I get tagged in so much shit every day, just people being like, yo, check out this video, this tutorial and everything. And it's, yeah, it hits me here, especially with like the start to the year. The beginning of the year fucking sucked. I've got to say it was a rough go. But I had awesome people in my ear, awesome people kind of like helping me through a pretty rough start to the beginning of the year. And I am eternally grateful for that. So thank you, everybody. And let's fucking kill it in 2023. Again, I can't express enough gratitude. Thank you guys very much. Very Merry Christmas. I am Ben with the BTC Sessions. This is your daily session.
HodlHodl the Bitcoin.